Ken.
Exactly. Exactly my
That's why
point.
it's going to be interesting.
Exactly my point.
Tonight's going to be so
Oh,
funny.
mate. I've already kissed Charlie. Big one on the lips. And when I pulled away, he just went... What, it's this sort of face.
I hope you didn't lick your ass with that mouth, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Charlie said.
No, that's what Charlie did, yeah.
So what are you drinking?
I don't know, but it's strong.
You don't know?
No, she put it in the glass for me. I don't know.
Oh, fuck, that's even worse.
So it could be a long night then.
Or a very short one.
A very
Tell you
short
what,
one.
it tastes very, very nice, and I do believe this would take paint off a door frame if I needed it. It's quite tasty.
I found a meme today, a special Christmas one. Let me just upload it.
Oh, fuck. Kent.
Mistletoe. And so it starts. Ah, man.
Hang on a sec.
Happy Christmas, everybody.
I was at my mum's when you rang yesterday, and she heard you mentioning what you were coughing up and calling it lung spunk, and she nearly fucking pissed herself.
It's big. It was so funny because Fiona come in and she goes, "What did you call it?" Like that. I said, "Lung spunk." She goes, "Why was that?" I said, "Because I was texting somebody about it and I couldn't remember how to spell phlegm."
Phlegm.
Yeah, I was like, and I kept putting it in. It kept going redlining, going no. I go, all right, try it like this then. No. Oh, put up lung spunk.
We always call it lung butter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I call it lung butter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, funny enough, it was talking of lung spunk. Hi.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Hello, darling.
Oh man, how you doing, sweetheart?
He needs a car.
You need a car.
I'm fed up. Yeah,
All right,
I am.
we're all
right,
down
talk
now.
about the-
We're all down now.
Ghost of Christmas
Yeah.
Grump has just turned up. Fucking hell.
No, it's just yeah.
So you still need a car?
I don't think you can hear
Is this on? Hello.
Um,
Do you still need a car?
Andy,
yeah.
Do you need some headphones?
Hello, can you hear me?
we can
Oh,
hear
Would
you.
you like an internet connection?
Is this?
Yeah, then we can hear you, but you seems like you can't hear us.
Can't hear us.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, it just seemed like there was a
Well, answer the
massive,
fucking question then.
you know, as I said to Charlie the other day, why the long pause?
Chish.
Yeah, do you still need a car, buddy?
Yay.
Do you want to borrow mine?
No. Honestly, you don't believe the hassles I've had with things. Well, I sort of thought I'd bought a car today, and it's come back that the finance company that they're using just doesn't want to know, so that I've got to go to the next one. But they actually now need a deposit, which I don't have. Well, I can manage it, I can do it, but it's just everything's just a pain in the ass. Whereas it looks, for all the world, like I was going to be picking up a car tomorrow at midday. Now it looks like it's going to be after New Year before it all gets done. So I'm absolutely fucked off with everything. So hi everyone. It's lovely to see you all. Merry Christmas, season's greetings, and yeah, glad the pub's open.
Have you not been paid out in the insurance then?
That's very close. I did a lot of telephoning around again this morning just to bang heads together because it's about my insurance and the gap insurance actually talking to each other and agreeing numbers. Because the gap insurance said that my insurance company were offering me £1,000 too little, so they now have to talk and agree so that the insurance company has a figure, the gap insurance has a figure. When that happens, the insurance company will pay what's left of the finance. What's left over will be then paid directly to me by the gap insurance, which I will then pay off the rest of the finance. It's a bit of a ball ache, but I'm glad I've got it. Gap insurance, I would say, if you're buying a fairly new car, always have gap insurance. Having what's happened to me.
Never touch it.
Why not?
It's buying insurance to cover insurance is...
Yeah, but it's not. If you're buying a fairly new car, you're always going to be losing money as soon as you drive it off the forecourt. End of.
yeah.
You know, and what actually happens? What will happen because of this is that I will get made up the value of the car that I paid for it when I paid for it. Because believe me, you know, I know what you mean. Buying insurance to cover insurance when you need it, it's bloody marvelous. You know, it is. Otherwise, I would be left with 1,600 quid of difference.
Yeah.
You know, so not only that, but the gap insurance will pay my excess as well.
Oh, right, okay.
So I know it's like insurance to cover insurance, but when you need it, bloody hell! I mean, for the sake of the money it cost me to have it put on in the first place, I'm so glad I did. I really am glad, and I won't not have it now. But that's just that's my choice. You can go your own path.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's just been a really long, slow, drawn out process, which is still not properly finished yet. You know, there's still hurdles to jump through, but I'm just fed up with it. I'm sick of the fact that me as the victim is the one that seems to be having to deal with a load of shite.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that, should it, Andy? Really shouldn't be like that.
No, it really shouldn't. No. Well, anyway.
Hi, Andy.
You guys are talking about insurance. My dad's an insurance agent. Oh my God, I've heard it my whole fucking life.
Well, in which case, we'll shut up now. Talk about something else.
I'm just kidding, but it's true. He's a workaholic insurance guy. He still works, and he's in his 70s. So
Wow.
Well, if he enjoys himself.
yeah, kind of. He's just a workaholic. Not really enjoyment, more of compulsion. It's basically insurance and golf for his life. So
Fair enough.
Is he happy?
I think
I was going to say, if he is, then hey,
when he's on the golf course,
live and let
yes.
live.
He used to record hours of golf while playing golf on the weekends, come home, watch hours of golf all weekend, and then get ready for the next recording of golf.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Sounds exactly like my stepfather.
Yeah, I've never met someone who was so compulsive about golf.
Yeah.
So a bit like us with synthesis.
I was.
Yeah.
No, but see, my stepdad actually went out and bought a second-hand VHS player long after he got rid of it, because he found a stash of old VHS golf tapes, and he will sit there and watch them through all of the fuzz and the poor tracking, just so he can watch something else. And I'll go over and he'll be watching the same one again. I'm thinking,
Put it this way, my dad is a technophobe, big time. Yeah, he learned how to program the old school fucking VCR to record golf. He was motivated.
I'd love to introduce my stepdad to YouTube and say, you probably get everything you want off of there.
Yeah.
But then he really would disappear, and maybe that's not a bad thing.
Well, maybe he watches it again just to see if he gets the same score or not.
He's always like,
See if he's consistent.
every conversation ends up with him saying, "Oh yeah, I saw him down the golf course the other." Right, okay. Yeah, I used to play golf with him. Used to.
30 years, man and boy.
Yeah, and then you navigate your way around the country via golf courses.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, yeah, there's a nice-
my
there's a
dad's
nice one over
favorite
there.
thing
Played
ever was
that one.
playing at St. Andrews. It was one of the happiest days of his life. So
my old
Yeah.
man,
Been there, done that.
my actual father, got into golf around 70, mid to late 70s, just when he'd started to kind of make a success of himself in business. Obviously, some of the clients were coming in saying, "Bruno, do you play golf?" And he would, "Yeah, okay, I'll take it up." So he took it up and then got really super obsessed about it. And we actually deliberately went on a holiday to Scotland because of golf. And
Wow.
is it Muirfield? One of the courses up there.
That's rugby. That's
We
rugby.
stayed on the hotel in the hotel on Muirfield.
No, Muirfield's a golf course.
Muirfield's-
Murrayfield is the rugby.
That's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, the Honourable
nothing
Company of
about
Edinburgh
golf.
Golfers.
That explains why that bloke was shouting at me.
This is the 18th green. Stop tackling people on it.
Yeah.
and because in Norwich, there's now you've got the Royal Norwich stuff, but he first started out. We used to go. We had 2 pitch and putts in Norwich, and we used to go every flipping weekend. It got to the point where he actually bought me a set of golf clubs cut down for me because I was young. And I was like, okay, well, this is now something else I can do with my father, because we didn't really do much together. apart from go to football every other weekend. And so yeah, and then it just got after a while, it just got boring.
I used to love to drive the golf carts until I got busted.
So we didn't have them around here, but certainly back then that was a very American thing. But you had to walk everywhere, didn't you?
Well, because the average golfer here looks, like a walrus, right?
Well.
He's fat, drinking, hairy,
And then my first father-in-law
And that's just
was
the
a
wives.
Mass King golfer.
Exactly, yeah. Bigger mustache on the wives.
Yeah.
I got married in Florida, and we went out to Florida, and we spent half the time just playing golf with my new father-in-law because couldn't upset him. He'd paid for most of it. Playing Florida golf courses, sweating my balls off.
What about the golf fashion? Do you guys have that over there? The horrible fashion for golfers?
Oh yeah, golfers.
What, the chaps and all that sort of stuff.
Payne
It's generally
Stewart
a
style
cliche,
of,
though.
school of fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, that 1920s Emporium were well pleased.
I mean,
Simon knows the courses.
the
Mass Holding.
when I was actually playing, so from about 2000 to sort of 2015, the fashions such as they were, it was fairly ordinary. There wasn't anything ridiculous. The idea of all that horrible 1970s, Rupert Bear trousers and all that was long
Plus
gone.
falls.
Except
But bear trousers.
that some of the younger golfers, some of the juniors and the younger male members were sort of
Stop it.
rediscovering that. I know, stop it.
He's making up his own.
And there's me purposely avoiding. Fucking,
You can't avoid it with golf, though, can you?
No.
You can't. So anyway,
get your club out.
yeah, make sure your balls are clean.
Four.
And make sure your
Yeah.
shaft is of the right stiffness
Oh, behave.
for the way you swing.
Well, that was the joke about the ball washer. where
Yeah,
the guy
but wash your
stood
balls.
on it and fell off the ball washer, right?
Yes, you've got to remember to mark your ball as well.
They write themselves.
They do.
Just don't end up in the rough.
Yeah, my dad used to bring on poison oak all the time. He'd go for all the rough balls out there and get poison oak. It wouldn't contract it, but bring it home to us. We'd all get poison oak from his golf game. It's like, God damn it.
We don't get poison oak here, do we?
You don't have poison oak, poison ivy, any of that kind of stuff?
Don't know. Do we?
None of the sumac
Poison ivy.
derivatives?
I don't think so. It's pretty laid back here.
There's other stuff that has contact dermatitis, though. You probably have some other nasty plants there.
Might get sarcastic ash, but I don't know about poison oak. It's that, it's, no. I mean, nothing here bites or stings really badly at all, or anything, does it? Really, that I know of.
My wife has a few choice words that can.
Yeah.
That leaves a mark. Yeah. How's that quiz coming?
And what time's the quiz coming on?
Yeah, come on, because I'll have you for trades descriptions.
Yeah,
Before
we're
Ken-
only here.
Before
We're
Ken
only here.
falls asleep pissed.
We're only here
She's-
for Fiona's quiz.
Yeah. Well, I'm only here for Fiona's quiz. How's the quiz coming? Hey,
Anytime soon.
do you want to start it, or do you want to? Do you want to do the thingy first? Do you want to do the thingy first? That thingy you do in the kitchen.
Cook.
I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, okay. I wouldn't go that far. Alchemy was probably a more accurate term. Yeah.
Ken,
What
do you
happens
still
when we
own a
mix
pair of-
this?
Do you still own a pair of bollocks?
No, they've long
ball
gone, mate.
cleaner.
Long gone.
Ball clean.
Yeah, well, let's set it all up. I'll move all the rollies out of the way.
Well, I've emailed it to you.
That's useful.
We've
The amount of preparation that has gone into this is staggering.
What do you like to tea? Send.
Do we need pen and paper?
Yeah, do you need pen and paper?
Yeah, it would be useful if you want to keep a score, your very own scores. I think there's about 50 questions.
I think the scores would be the same value as Bitcoin, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Prize though, haven't we?
Have we got a
Great
prize?
stuff.
So many calls, so many names, so many numbers, so
What's the
much
prize?
shit.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't we make the prize a car? 'Cause I know
CS80.
somebody'd like to win it.
I'll have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us just like to play it.
Yeah. Oh, you,
Yeah,
Oh.
the prize is one of Kent's rollies, but he doesn't know it yet.
you go on like I have too
See,
many.
20 years ago, that would have meant a cigarette, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There you
I don't
go.
want one now. Give up.
Can you make it yourself? What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
fuck,
do
so-
not.
You
How
talk
dare
about
you.
rollies. I was on Twitter today and Snoop Dogg popped up saying, I'm ready for a blunt. And James Blunt replied, I'm here.
Oh dear. Now I've got an image of him stuffing it in his mouth.
Oh.
Stuffing James Blunt in his mouth, yeah.
Yeah. Whoa. No, I don't know. All right, we'll give you a few minutes then.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah. We've got nothing else to do.
We've got all night.
Yeah. We're just sitting here. Well, Ty said he might come on anyway, so we. And he said he said he didn't. Yeah, he said he
Oh
didn't.
no.
He didn't want to miss the quiz. He didn't want to miss the quiz.
Sorry, Ty.
He's not at all
Only
competitive,
kidding.
is he?
No.
I'm not fucking competitive. I answered that one first anyway,
That's a really good.
so I should have the point.
Yeah, Ken, you have about 6 hours of show to fill up, so.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry, Ty. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
that was
Stripping-
that was
I'm
that
not
was
stripping
quite a
like I
good
did
im-
last week.
That was a good impersonation, actually.
It's a sort of byproduct of dealing with insurance people.
You just know that Ty's got this on in his studio and he's
Yeah.
I mean, he's the Mike Yarwood of the synth world.
Have I been practicing since X went on? Me?
What was that, Miss Piggy? What?
Darling.
Steady.
Sorry.
Yeah, but can you do a good Kermit? Ah.
Depends what you mean.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Has been
We've
taken
got a
him-
guy at work who sounds exactly like Kermit the Frog.
Well, hello.
Oh, it's all I could. Between him and the other one that sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's all I can do to keep my mouth shut. It's so much like Kermit.
You'll have to do Miss Piggy then, and then won't you? Yeah.
Hey-ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Oh,
Oh, that was good. Who was that one?
oh,
That's not bad.
that's not bad.
Kermit the Frog. No, I can't do that one.
No.
It's
I could do.
without practice, it was okay. I could do better.
That was pretty good.
I can do Miss Piggy too, but you have to scream to do it, and it's painful. I spent countless hours watching Muppet Show as a kid, so.
Mm.
Can I show you what proves that I'm now officially old?
slippers.
I'm absolutely loving them. They're
There you go.
absolutely brilliant. Slippers, they're just joyous.
Yeah, I started wearing them last week.
I've been wearing them for
No,
years.
I've only had them 3 days.
Keep
You
up,
can't possibly
come
have.
Not your ones, my ones.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
I got given a set for my birthday.
I have a rule that I never wear slippers in the studio.
Okay.
In case somebody. What? Yeah,
Why?
go on.
It's a rather odd rule.
No, there's just I just never do.
Just a random rule, you thought.
Yeah, I got trainers on.
I'm going to have a rule, and it's going to be this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose synthesizers and slippers really don't go together very well, do they?
Not at all.
No.
No.
Thinking
They should
about
never
it.
be in the same room.
Yeah.
No,
It's
you
like
need a good-
go-karting and knitting at the same time, isn't it?
Well, you need a good solid soul to throw at the ones that have gone wrong, don't you? Just-
You do, yeah.
But you can't wear them when you're playing an organ. You got to use that footboard, right? You got to have socks.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Fuck, that was scary to come back to.
What a wanker.
So, Kent, any fun fixes this week? Any weird stuff?
No.
Taking a break?
Yeah.
I don't
Big
blame
one. Big one. I was officially done. Because the last 2 or 3 people that were supposed to collect all their stuff said, "Oh, I can't do it. I can't collect it until after Christmas." Right, it's all going out in the freezing cold shed.
you. Yeah, they didn't really want it.
Yep, bollocks
Jesus.
here. Getting it out of my front room and get the tree up, which was quite painful, but we got there in the end. A little bit of effort and a lot of butter.
Do you string your tree with MIDI cables and all that stuff?
Oh, that's it. No, I must admit, when we cleaned it, because we cleaned out the office for Fiona and rearranged all the furniture and things like that, stuff we were finding in there is just mad. For such a tiny, tiny little room, it shouldn't have that much stuff in it. It really shouldn't.
What did you find then?
Well, the first things we had to get out before we could really get in there properly was a Synthex and a Mark 1 emulator.
Wow. I mean,
As one
And
does.
2 lids to it, 2 CS80 lids. And then we started working our way through the, like that computer I was telling you about, Matt, the 3XS job. Get that out. And there was loads of hard drives and, cards and things like that, bits and pieces. And then we finally got to Fiona's stuff. And she has got the world's largest fucking printer that you've ever seen in your
You're safe
life.
for a minute.
Yeah. Yes, so yeah, it's huge. I mean, I thought printers were getting smaller. This thing is like about this big by about that deep in this tiny little room. There's things in the drawers. We found all our old photographs. I must admit, I did go through all our old photographs. And my God, she's been up to some stuff. Dirty cow, really. Yeah, and it's just so much gear in there. But we got it all out anyway, and all the old bits of wood, and there was other stuff in there I couldn't even identify. It had something to do with dressmaking. And so that's all going back together quite nicely now. So. But like I said to you, Matt, I had to go up in the attic, and oh my God, the stuff that's up there. I found a lot of PC stuff up there.
Okay.
Ton of PC stuff up there. So, like I said, I'll put it all in a stacker box for you. And bits and pieces like that.
Well, like I say, I'll get up there in the new year at some point and sort that out.
Yeah. So there's a Mark 1 mirrors up there. There's a Polymoog up there. Transcendent 2000.
What?
Kurtzwell K2000s.
Just in the loft.
Just in the loft. There's a 32 band graphic equalizer. There's a digital
Are they
engine
your
amp.
things in the loft,
Yeah.
or are they?
Yeah. Yeah, stuff I've acquired over the millennia.
Are they covered?
Up to a point. So,
With rat
Dust.
shit.
no, that's the thing. The attic is really, really tight. It's a really tidy attic. It's really good. And it's floored as well, so don't have all the, that fiberglass shit that gets everywhere that's up there.
Get some power up there, and you could have a studio too, like
Oh, there's
Ty.
power up there, but you'd be on your knees all the time. So, a bit like Boy George's studio in a way.
I thought you were just gonna say a bit
But
like
yeah,
Boy George.
it's just such a low roof.
I didn't expect
I
that.
think he's having an asthma attack over there. Yeah, so the best you can do is just kneel down and crawl around on all fours. Yeah, that's definitely a studio.
As the actress said to the bishop.
Yeah, exactly so. This is my entrance. We'll turn around.
So
So
So you get tired of the K2000 and setting up all the funds and all those silly bits
No,
inside?
do you know what? I love the K2000, but I lost its ears. So I haven't got anywhere to
How
set
do you
it
hold
up.
your liquor?
Hey.
So you can't hold on, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it can't hear me.
Oh, Tish.
Yeah, boom. No. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's lost.
that's more of a.
Yeah. That is, isn't it? No, it's lost its ears, so I can't mount it. Oh, God, it gets
Enough.
Stack it anywhere. In the 19-inch racks down here, you see.
Oh, it's got 19 inches. Wagyu will be
It's a randy little Kurzweil,
It's,
right?
yeah, it's big girl. Oh, wow. I don't know what it is, but whew.
What you supping there? No, sorry,
just
you just said
know.
you don't know what it is.
No, I don't know what
No.
it is. Probably try to keep lit matches away from it if I was.
Do you guys make hot toddies?
Well, if
what a
they
waste
stand
of
still
good
long
whiskey.
enough, yeah.
That's all they have ears, right? So.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes.
My grandparents used to make it. I don't see them much anymore. So
Actually, because we did one year, we had. I don't think it was Fiona that made it. We had s'mores, and I wondered what s'mores were.
Yeah.
That's an American thing. as well,
it's
but-
another sexual position. So.
Yeah, it is. Quite uncomfortable.
Number
actually.
34.
But it was, it was technically marshmallow on a stick with something. I can't remember.
Chocolate graham cracker. Yeah, it's
Yeah. And that was a s'more.
it's campfire stuff. Yeah, kids do it
Yeah.
at camp. So
Yeah. So. Pardon me. That's what that was anyway.
just incredibly sweet.
Mm.
You're back on the real ones again, are you, Kent? I thought you'd migrated
Yeah.
back and.
No, I've had we've been having awful trouble with Amazon. Suddenly, everything that we were ordering from Amazon wasn't turning up, but put down as delivered and handed to the customer directly.
Oh,
Is what it said in the tracking. I'm going,
that sounds dodgy.
yeah.
So on
everything's
Prime.
been- yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not been turning up. So we think, we're not entirely sure, but maybe they've started delivering it to the wrong number 3.
Or you've got a dodgy driver.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
So we've just had 80 quid's worth of stuff failed to show up.
Will you get reimbursed on that, or are they going to?
Yeah.
Are they?
Well,
contesting
I'm
it?
Should
going
do.
through the whole process at the moment, and they go, and they said, what was it they said? Oh yeah, they said, oh maybe your tracking information has been updated too early. Yeah, I mean, well, why update it at all? But they said no, it might have been updated too early, and please wait until Friday night. Yeah, oh, okay. It's got a lot of fecking good.
I've had that happen, believe it or not.
Mm.
It's just, mind you, I suppose with the postal strike, it's going to, their volume of delivery is going to increase massively.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
postal strike is doing my head in, because
Mm.
because
Well,
most of
when-
our stuff is done through eBay, and we've got a lot. I'm warning people, when we don't send an awful lot through Royal Mail, but small stuff we do, and it's not
Yeah.
tracked. It's, like if somebody buys a bloody music keyring or something like that, it's just going to go in a jiffy bag and large letter. And we're
Yeah.
warning people, saying, look, it's going to take longer. Royal Mail is at the moment about 10 days, second class, which is how we send it.
Mm.
And they're opening cases left, right, and centre.
I've got some RAM coming for this computer, and I've got an estimated delivery date of, is it the 5th or the 6th of January, and it's coming tracked,
Yes.
first
yeah,
class. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, what pisses me off
That-
about this particular batch that's failed to turn up is amongst it is I bought some high quality 4K HDMI cables for the TV and shit downstairs, because the picture keeps just going out and then coming back willy-nilly whenever it feels like it. Or
Yeah.
if you turn on a light in the house, it winks the telly out.
That's weird.
Yeah, and they're saying, no, it's RF. But it could damage the TV eventually, so I thought, right, I better
Yeah.
get these cables. So there was supposed to be here, but the thing that's right up my arse, I bought
your
myself
finger?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
This
sorry.
one
Sorry.
was a set of headphones
So, I'll get banned.
with the microphone for doing the Gran Turismo.
Why were you putting headphones up your arse? Sorry, I can't imagine that one. I can imagine lots of things, but that's just really weird.
I like to hear what I've eaten.
He's trying to fish out the Volca.
Oh, Andy. Hit the button, Robbie. Stop falling asleep.
So that's a bit of a pain in the arm.
I've just done all right out of the Royal Mail strike because
Always
Bought
good
a
to hear a
postman.
good story.
I pre-ordered pre-ordered a copy of Holly Johnson's new live album, and I pre-ordered it months ago, and it got shipped. But just as it shipped, the next day there was a 2-day postal strike. So I thought, okay, it's okay. It was being shipped track 24, and a whole bunch of other stuff kind of shipped around the same time, and that all came through, and this hadn't moved at all, and it ended up being checked in at Saxmundham sorting office, which is towards the coast.
Such a great name, that.
Yeah. So I chased it up, and they said, yeah, it's been 14 days now, so tomorrow you can call the supplier and they'll send you another one or give you a full refund, and they can sort it out with us. And I said, well, it's a limited edition.
Yeah.
There's only 500 of these, and if they haven't got any more, all right, I'll get my money back, but I didn't get the album. So I emailed Townsend, who were the retailer, and I explained my tale of woe. And they instantly got back to me and they said, can you confirm your address? We'll send you another one out. We have some spares. Fantastic.
Wow.
So, earlier this week, it arrives. Here it is, still sealed, with a signed print
Sealed,
from
delivered.
Holly.
It's yours.
Just there.
Oh.
The next day, the other one turns up. So now,
Oh,
I have
heck.
two.
No, the honest
What does-
person would send
what
one of
does-
them back.
No,
So the
you-
honest
Yeah, I was
person-
going to say
so-
that, Ian. What does your honesty button do?
So my honesty button, the very moment that arrived, I went upstairs and I emailed Townsend and I said, I asked,
Yeah,
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah. I said, and it's arrived. I've got two. So do you want me to send it back? If so, how do I go about that? Can you send me a label or something or whatever? Never heard back from them.
Oh well, fair enough. You did
And
what
it's
you
like,
needed to do.
so yeah, I can keep it and sell it because they're going for rather
Yeah.
increasingly high amounts of money. So
Oh,
Oh, I missed that. What happened there?
Darling, you
Smacked him in the head with a plate.
when it was Record Store Day, Black Friday, my record store wasn't sure they were going to get that, which is the Duran Duran
Yeah,
82 album
82, yeah.
on gold vinyl. So I went and bought one from Rough Trade instead, and then my record dealer said, oh, I've got it in. So I couldn't not buy it from him, because he's my guy. So I've now got 2 copies of that, so I'm looking to sell that one on.
I might know somebody who's interested in that.
I'm waiting to hear back from someone who said he would let me know this week and hasn't. But
If not, let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Because my son would love that.
Cool.
Destroy your studio.
I'll only charge what I pay for it. £150. No, actually, they're going for about 75 quid online. They were 45. But they're starting to, because again, there's only a limited number. Oh dear, yes. But talking about the mail strikes, because I speak to my postie quite a lot. In the village, the postman's quite a
celebrity.
decent member. Yeah, well, he's a decent member of the community, isn't he? So
Yeah.
apparently, see, during this whole thing, he's like getting pissed off. He's in remission from prostate cancer, and he's pretty much clear of it. Hopefully, it won't come back. He's a lovely, lovely guy, and he just wants to work. That's all he wants to do. He wants to work, and he's a member of the union, and they are shafting them, and he has gone out on strike, and I'm completely supportive of him. But he's now getting to the point now. He says, I can't be dealing with it. The bosses at Royal Mail, they've got a death wish. They want to run this company into the ground.
Yeah.
He's not entirely sure why, but they literally want to run this company into the ground, and they don't want to take the blame for it. They want to blame everyone else but themselves.
I mean,
Yesterday, the CEO, who's this fucking nut job of Royal Mail, ordered all the sorting machines to shut down so that they could officially report that they had shipped all the Christmas email. They haven't. So you ain't getting anything tomorrow because there's a strike anyway.
yeah.
But you won't get the stuff that would have arrived sooner until well after. And this is the CEO of Royal Mail is ordering the sorting machines to shut down the day before the last day of post before Christmas.
Trump did the same thing here to stop the mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm waiting for a parcel. I mean, I bought something on eBay, surprisingly. I don't just sell on eBay. I bought a Behringer V-amp. This was after from Sonic State when what they call them was saying how good they were. And I found one on Reverb for 20. It wasn't eBay, it was Reverb for 20 quid. So it's a punt, really. Anyway, the guy sent it, and he sent it via Royal Mail, right? With tracking, and any other company, you'd be able to literally track it, but I can't track it with Royal Mail because they need to deliver it first before I can track it.
Yes.
How ridiculous is that?
Yeah.
You know.
Got his aircon on.
Hello, Jim.
Jim, are you standing behind a jet? What are you doing, Jim?
No, I'm
He's in the middle of the
in
end.
transit.
In a transit.
One, actually.
In a transit.
Are you in the back of the transit?
Do you need us to call anybody?
Yeah.
Chorus.
Are you there of your own free will?
Yeah.
No, I've been kidnapped.
Can you see any landmarks?
Society-
He's stuck between two large gentlemen. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Hopefully for the last time.
I didn't get that.
Can you actually
No, I
hear
didn't get
me?
that either. You're a bit quiet, Jim.
Well, you're in a boat. I mean, I can't hear you.
Well, no, I mean, with all that deadening, it should be quite.
Yeah. Should be quite good, actually.
Call the police.
Turn on your GPS. We'll
When,
track
when's
you.
this quiz happening?
Very
God
soon.
knows.
Depends how often Fiona tries to kill Kent in the process.
She just cracked me across the bleeding bridge of the nose with a laptop.
Oh, it's a laptop. I thought it was a plate.
No, they hit me with the laptop. Apparently the plate wouldn't be hard enough. There you go. A little one for you, little one. There you go. I've killed him. Or is it lights? It's one or the other. We're waiting. Right. Guest star.
The Death Star. Is that what you call your studio? The Death Star.
Darling.
That's good. That's a good name for it, Kent. Yeah.
It is, actually.
Andy wants to see your Death Star. Bend over.
Oh!
Ow, ow.
Yowza.
You deserved that, Mr.
Fire
Spong. You
when
really
ready.
did.
Look, you're breaking the camera now.
We love you, Fiona, even if Kent
Hi,
doesn't.
Fiona.
Hi,
Saying hello.
I've just been reminded of Sean Locke's Rear of the Year.
Maradona.
Oh, Maradona, yeah. He beat Fern Cotton.
Oh,
Set the sprinklers off.
Those are the right mess, I can tell you.
Went to the finals in Cancun, wasn't it?
Set the sprinklers off.
Yeah. What? I'm here.
Can I change the subject? Because I want to say something. I'm not
You
actually.
can.
Go
because
for it.
because of circumstances beyond my control, I actually watched the World Cup final, and I have to say, I have never in my life seen such an exciting game of football.
It was cracking, wasn't it?
And I wish football was like, if football was like that all the time, I could be interested in it, because it really was. Oh my god, oh my god, oh. Didn't see the first half. Saw the second half. Yeah, I know, Jim. It's mental, isn't it? Me and watching a football match. I even sort of understood what was going on.
It's only 22 blokes kicking a pig's bladder about.
Pig's bladder around. That's right.
Yeah, nothing to watch really.
Big bag of wind.
Like Saturday night in Leeds.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd share that, just in case you know. I feel like I can join. At least sort of communicate with a certain section of humanity, which I've never been able to communicate with before.
Yeah.
Like that
Culture-
episode
cul-
of the IT ground.
Culture of ghosts. Don't go to Carrow Road then.
Oh, steady on.
Where's
Steady
Carrow
on.
Road?
There's Carrow
See
Road.
the
Carrow
Arsenal
Road.
game last night.
That's Norwich. So what?
Oh, is
Sorry.
it? Sorry, Jim.
We'll miss that, James.
Allow access.
I was just quoting the IT grid.
I can't connect to your Wi-Fi network.
Not you, her.
You know he's
By the way-
henpecked when even the Alexa's giving him shit.
Yeah.
Just by the way, Jim, I don't know if you can hear me, but the circumstances beyond my control were the reasons I wasn't there on for the EMOM. So I'm sorry. There was no way I could have got to that. Everything's been going proper tits up. So as you can see from my name, yeah, there we are. So my apologies for not making it. I hope it went swimmingly. I'm sure it did.
It did 15 acts.
I'm really sorry I missed it. I was really looking forward to it, but things just happened and I just couldn't get it. I just couldn't do it. So, Andy, please explain the offside rule. Yes, I will. Basically, if you're standing in front of the man who isn't standing behind you and the ball is kicked into a position where you're not, you get offside. Apparently. It's easy. Just don't stand in front of the man that's not there. Or
It's football.
well, he was
who
there.
cares?
he was there, but then he wasn't. So you are, and he's not, and then the ref gets upset.
Was he interfering?
With the flow of play, very possibly, but that doesn't seem to
Which
matter
phase
because
was it in?
Whoa.
415, 3 volt, 30 volt.
just basically inverted. I think. I don't know about the phase.
Phase of play.
Yeah.
They were going that way, and the other guy was going the other way.
See the cold
So there was a bit of phase cancellation, and that's why he was offside.
Very good.
Did that explain it? I hope so, because I spent ages working that one out. Yes, what is it? What are you bothering me with now? I'm rather busy with my turkey. Sorry.
I think it's time to get a beer at this rate then.
Go on. Yay, money.
Hey.
I'm going to go and make coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
I see this just said, phase cancellation equals offsides. Got it. Yeah. That's what it is. It's phase cancellation in football. Fuck me, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm really sorry.
Oh, Fiona's device is connecting. No, it's not. No, it is. No, it's not.
Will you leave it alone? I know what you're doing, you little moo.
Oh, God.
And now a brief interlude from Santa. Ho ho ho!
Oh, the hours, they must just drag by.
What a wanker.
Oh,
All right. God's sake. Why did I agree to this?
Have you given her own camera and everything?
Yeah, but she won't turn it on, even though she's on camera in the top bloody frame.
Bottom frame.
Oh,
Even though she's on camera in the top bloody frame. Have you got the... Turn off the YouTube.
This one. It has a leg, you see.
Oh,
oh!
they were all together.
We all came
hi,
together.
Fiona.
Hi,
One.
Fiona.
Hello, hello.
That's a high quality mic you got there, darling.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, twice.
twice.
Double bubbles.
Yeah, it's so good.
Double, 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 bubble, bubble, bubble.
Is Kent, is your mic picking it up as well?
Yeah, there's a delay.
Quite
between the
possibly,
two.
yeah.
I've got a mic. Where's my mic then?
In your laptop.
Oh. Right
She-
then, where's the quiz?
She needs to be downstairs, really.
Right then, where's the quiz? This
Oh,
isn't
you
both.
want me out of the room? You want to go with me already?
It'll work better. It's true.
I don't want to go.
Bit sandwich
I
for
want to be with
you.
you guys.
Bit of sandwich for you.
Why does he just come and sit next to you and use the same microphone?
Bit of sandwich for you. Yeah, do that.
You don't have another headset mic, Kent?
No. That's a problem. Use this one.
Go on, get close to him. He won't bite.
Go on, you run it.
Well, first of all, we've got to get the quiz up. Which is...
But that's a tight squeeze.
That's right. It's not like we've been waiting for long. It'll soon be Christmas.
Yeah.
It's on your email.
Ho ho ho!
Nice panning, Rob.
The show.
Yeah.
Nice panning. That definitely
I'm
brings
back
those
again.
sleigh bells to life.
Yeah.
It's going to start off with an Alice round. Now, who wants to be on a team?
Oh, it's
What, we're in
teams.
teams?
Or are you doing it yourself?
Oh, we're getting.
Oh, I'll be with.
we're getting
I want to be
bouncy,
with.
bouncy.
I want to be in Andy's team.
Who's scoring?
Wanna be in my gang, my gang. Oh no, not
My
saying that
gang.
anymore. I mean, oh, I can't say
No,
that
no,
anymore.
no, no, not Gary Gunter.
Can you make that full screen?
Oh god, that's not going to be annoying, is it?
No.
I can't
Yeah.
see it.
We're going to put that to put a stop to that in a minute. Don't worry. Right. So we've got to add it.
So me and you, Ian.
You okay?
Okay, we're a team. I'll write it on
Yeah.
the page.
Yeah.
Then it's official.
What's our
Right.
What's our team name?
All right, we'll think about that one. Let's be
Yorkshire Tykes.
Tycho Brahe.
Oh,
Show through the speakers instead.
I hope you can spell that because I
No,
can't.
because it looks.
You know what
bad.
happened to Tycho Brahe, right? He got his nose cut off in a duel, and his bladder exploded at the king's table.
Right,
Oh,
we better get rid of Tycho Brahe then.
yeah, that's not going to work.
I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't know that. I know he was an astronomer and he pissed people off because he was right. Which tends to piss people off, doesn't it? Which is a bit bad for a quiz, but hey, that's what happens in quizzes too. So,
Yeah.
think of a name. God's own. There we go. That's what it is.
Right,
God's
let's call that up. Window. It's not there. Why is it not there? Crime tab. Here we go.
From the land of the free and intellectually challenged. So sorry, what have I just said?
Whoa.
Whoa!
Fleabag. Ooh,
Hey.
Christmassy quiz. Woo.
Oh, there we go.
Isn't there two S's in Christmas?
Yes, there are, but I wasn't going to say that. I'll leave it to you, Rob.
I just did.
22, 23. Is it going to go on for that long?
Jesus.
There's the headphones.
We're doing this until the 1st of January.
It just feels that way, Ian.
Waggoo's in the chat. Nobody's fucking
no,
winning
you've
this
got to run
apart
it,
from
No,
him.
he's not allowed to play.
No, he's not playing. We're not. But
you go.
somebody kick him out quick. Have we got any moderators? Oh, he is one. Oh, never mind.
I could put him on the naughty step. Shall I put him on the...
Wags on the naughty step. That's a good team name, actually. Wags on the
Wags
naughty
on the
step.
naughty
Sorry,
step, yeah.
fuck off.
Is that our
Godzone.
team name
Wags,
then?
Wags on the naughty step.
Right. Here you go.
Minus 10 points for criticising the quizmaster.
What was that?
Apparently, I've got to take minus 10 points for criticising the quizmaster.
Right, good.
Yeah. Wags on the naughty
What a
step
wanker.
are in for a fight here. We're up for it. Whoa.
See, I'm taking my top off.
How am I supposed to manage that?
Slide 1 of 101. Taking your...
Where are the slides? He hasn't set this up right.
Like that.
I was going to say that the planning here is just astounding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, who is the weakest
He's
link?
the
Said Dr.
technical
Sin.
one. Right, first round.
Oh,
Crimble anagrams.
Jingle bells.
God. I'm crap at anagrams, Andy.
I'm
Right.
straight in there. Jingle bells. Buzz. Jingle bells. That's one
No
to us.
buzzing. Right, that's one to you, yeah.
Oh, easy peasy.
Who are the teams, anyway?
Wags on the naughty step is Andy and Ian. So come on, hurry up, get yourself sorted out. We've already teamed
Me
up.
and Matt will be quiz teamer Aguilera.
Don't forget your booze.
Quiz team Malagila. Very good.
Okay, yes, number one correct.
Hiya, Dave.
Wells. Oh, why won't that fucking mouse isn't working? Pardon my French. Hey, there you go.
Ka-ching.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Anyone in the?
No.
No one there. No one.
Oh.
Boring. Oh, it's easy one. Easy one. You're gonna kick yourselves.
It's easy for you. You wrote it. Oh yeah. Oh, that's easy.
that
Yeah.
was- actually,
Very
yeah.
Christmassy.
Yeah,
It's
good one.
always
That
in my
one.
vernacular. That one.
Okay, so nothing for anyone.
Bethlehem.
Well
Bethlehem.
done, Robbie.
What team
Says
is
the
that? Is that a
atheist.
Gragalala?
That's quiz teamer Aguilera. Yeah.
Chris team Ragabla.
Wine glass neck. No wagyu. It was not wine glass neck.
Not. No.
No.
Waggoo's got it. Frankincense.
Frankincense. Correct. Well done.
Whoa.
One to you.
Is Waggle
Waggle.
Waggle on our team, Andy?
You wish he was there.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, Wags on the naughty step. He's definitely there.
Yeah.
Can we have a point for that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jack
This
Frost.
is the easy one. Well,
Yeah,
Jack
Jack
Frost.
Frost.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is so easy. Christmas. 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 Christmas.
Christmas hat. Oh God, we've got Echo.
Right, point off for Echo.
True.
Yeah, kick yourself now, don't you? Yeah.
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 Oh, actually, Waggle got it. So
Waggle
we're
got
all right,
it.
Andy.
Another
got
one
another
for
one there.
Wagyu. And Paul Holmes. Anyone?
Wagyu says decorations.
Correct.
Hey!
Well done, Wagyu.
Well done, teammate.
Creep.
Shut up,
Sorry,
you.
well, my internet died then.
It's all right. Wagyu came in to save the day.
Oh God.
Yum yum. For this one,
Turkey.
no. Sweet. For a European,
Stuffing.
it's a house.
Oh, gingerbread. Gingerbread house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good though.
Right, finish this lyric.
I just want to get wankered.
I only
Bonus
care
point.
about the price.
Whoever that was, bonus point.
What,
What?
was that me?
I just want to get wankered.
Yeah.
That was
Oh
me.
no, that was
no.
Matt. Have a bonus point, Matt.
No,
I only
you're not
care
very
about...
Christmassy, you lot, are you? Underneath
that?
the Christmas tree.
No, I tried to ignore them as much as possible.
Come on.
Just
You
like
are
the ones
good
I
to
used to
get this
know.
one.
Just
Yep.
like the ones I
Yes,
used to
I
know.
used
Thank
to
you.
know. Rocking around the Christmas tree. There's a Christmas holiday.
It's a Christmas.
Have a happy holiday.
It's,
I think. Is it?
Happy.
happy
Party
at the
hop.
Christmas.
At the Christmas party hop. Whoever said
No.
jamboree, I'll give you that one. Jamboree's like a party hop. Although, what is a hop?
And
2 eyes made out of coal.
yeah. that's it.
Yay! 2 eyes made out
Well
of
done,
gold.
Andy. Have a point.
Yeah.
Prosperity. Feliz Navidad, Prosper Año Feliz. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Correct.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'll
thank
give you
you.
that one.
Feliz Navidad. I'm sick of bloody hearing it this week, honestly. Can we listen to Feliz Navidad? No. Oh, please. All right then. Feliz Navidad.
Jose Feliciano. Is it?
Yeah.
I've been a very good girl.
Mr. Self-Suck himself, Santa Baby.
It's close.
Are we going to have any from actual proper
Yeah,
Christmas
go
carols?
on. You can have awful good girl. Been an awful good girl. Very good girl. Who said very good girl?
Me.
Well done.
But the mood inside is delightful or something.
Yeah, it's
Well,
close.
something's
But the fire is so
delightful.
delightful.
Very full. There outside is frightful.
But the fire is so delightful. Did you hear that?
I think it's fire,
No,
isn't it?
it was not those locusts kick your balls into outer
Should have been though. That would have been much better.
It's not inside is most delightful. There's something in particular that's
The
quite
fire, the
well.
fire.
Andy just said it.
Paul
fire.
Artola. Well done.
No, Andy got it before that.
Yeah, Andy got it.
Oh,
Wait,
right
no, that was
then.
that was Synthadic got that one. Yeah, Andy
Yeah.
Synthadic got that.
Sorry, Paul.
And
Underneath the
suckers,
Christmas
yeah.
tree.
What was that, Rob?
Nothing.
Oh,
The
that's-
mistletoe.
So,
Because they must have been very low to be under the Christmas tree. Well, that's
his
a
red
bit kinky.
She was kissing.
hey.
No points for that one.
Okay.
Right.
Christmas songs, obviously.
Yeah, there is a musical theme to most of these.
So was it indeed then B?
Do what, Bert? No.
Christmas songs. B Christmas.
turkey.
Songs.
Oh.
I'd say D presents. I don't know.
Yes. D presents.
What a guess.
What a guess.
Amazing. Beyonce.
Nope.
Rihanna.
Gwen
Gwen
Stefani.
Stefani.
Yeah, who
Lady
said
Gaga.
Stefani?
All of
Me.
us.
Me
Oh, we
has
haven't.
it.
That
Me,
me has it. That.
That's us,
Yeah,
Andy.
that was in Andy's team. Thanks. Austria.
Correct. Austria.
Oh, good one, Andy.
Stille Nacht. Come on, I'm sick of that one as well this week too. Mary J. Blige's
Michael-
Merry Christmas.
Michael Bublé's album.
I would say D. Yeah.
It was Boobly.
Yeah, it's
Bubbly
me.
Boobly. No, it wasn't.
All right,
It was
Andy.
mine.
Ah,
Yeah, you're all wrong. You're all rubbish.
Going well then.
yeah.
You could shut up.
No, you shut up.
All right, complete the lyrics to Santa Baby,
Baby,
if
Kent.
Kent was singing it.
Santa Baby.
73 Mac 1.
Eyes of the 303 CS Day.
Santa.
What?
70.
I say B.
73.
73
It's
Mac
B,
1.
73 Mac.
Yeah, it's,
He's got
Cries
that.
the 300
Cries
CS
the
there.
300
He's
CS
got
Day.
that. He's
Wait,
asking
Pretty
Santa for something.
All right, okay.
Pretty smart convertible.
Buick.
No, got that too.
Yeah, got to be the boat tail. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the boat tail.
Oh, God.
There is a big wrapper under the tree.
Yeah, got that.
In a big,
Doctors are-
in a big fucking tree as well.
Oh,
Oh, wham!
Wham! Point to everyone.
Yeah.
bugger. Yeah, point to everyone. Hey.
Shouldn't that just say Andrew Ridley?
Cliff Richard.
It's a good.
You'd have thought so, but no.
No, it's not. It's Lad Baby.
No.
No, it isn't.
Band-Aid.
Nope.
Elvis Presley.
Bing Crosby.
The Beatles.
No. Ah, who's read the Beatles?
Me.
I think
Sorry, I've got an ice cube in my mouth.
isn't it equal to Lad Baby though now?
I don't know. Did you get to
Ah,
number
that's
one?
Because Lad,
right.
if Lad Baby goes
As
to number
of
one this
2019.
oh 19, sorry.
Well, you
Yeah,
did
right.
stipulate. Oh, yeah. Oh, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you,
Yeah.
don't put the next question up for a second or two, Fiona. Just please wait. Please wait. I'll tell you when I'm back.
Okay. Interlude time.
Got some music going for the interlude.
So Fiona, what's Kent drinking?
At the moment, coffee because he left his Harvey's Bristol cream up here.
Harry's on the Harveys. Yeah.
Oh right.
I'm on the Baileys. Creamy. We ready, yeah?
Get off my Bailey.
Oh, thank you for waiting while I went to fetch another festive tipple. I am back. I am
you
back.
could have got us all some.
I did. Yeah, I've got you all
okay.
one. Have you not got him?
No.
Oh,
not yet.
sack the waiter. I did tell him.
was
Elvis
Elvis,
Presley.
Yay! Deep voice. Elvis Presley. You get it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a point. That's a point to us. Thanks.
Or-
Well done.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you
Shaky
didn't save
wakey.
the pelvis, did you?
Didn't Shaky have one? No, not 60.
Shaky did cover it as well. Yeah.
Along with everything else.
Canadian
Celine
Bublé.
Oh, no, that horrible child. Justin
Bieber.
Bieber.
Oh really?
Horrible child gets it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good one.
Bustin Jeeber or whatever his name is. Justin G String. Something like that. That'll be a sight to behold.
That's got to be. Do they know it's Christmas?
Do they know it's Christmas? Got to be, yeah.
You think so? Well, you're wrong. Haha.
White Christmas.
Nope.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Slade.
The Frog Chorus.
Last Christmas by Wham.
Nope.
Dear.
At least I
Oh,
hope I'm right.
is it that horrible Mariah Carey one then?
No, it's a very good song.
What
Very,
about
very
Dom
good.
Hawkins' mega hit?
Yeah.
Stay Another Day.
Stay another day.
Oh, stay another day. Come on, join in, everyone. No, sorry, just so
Dom's
we can
going
get
to
him
turn
another
up and
30p.
slate you for that.
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Sorry, Dom.
Killed my
It'll
song.
be after the royalties, you know.
Well, I said we'll get him another 30p. Right,
Just
so-
reminded me of something there.
What's on it? Was it Mary's boy child? Mary, was that because that was Boney M and
Twice.
Johnny Man?
Long time
It's not a
ago.
very Christmassy song.
Oh, is it not?
Don't
It's
you
not-
want me, baby? No.
Nah.
Not Imagine or
Oh,
something like
what
that.
about
Always on my mind. No?
No.
Two Tribes or something like that?
Power of Love.
Nope.
Uh,
It's not Killing in the Name of either.
I forgot. Was We
Can
Are
you-
the World at Christmas time? I don't remember.
can you give us an artist clue?
She recently died.
Irene Cara, Fame.
Nope.
Queen Elizabeth.
Ah, you're close.
Oh, well, that's
Queen's
interesting.
speech, yeah.
You're very close.
Bohemian
there.
Rhapsody.
Yay!
Bohemian Rhapsody. That she recently died.
The Queen.
Oh, by
Queen.
Queen.
You wanted a clue.
That was a good. Yeah, well
was a
done,
good
Matt. You're thinking cryptically there. Well done. Which Christmas song was also the first ever broadcast from space?
Where the fuck am I?
Not very
Yeah,
Christmassy.
Yeah.
Was it Little Drummer Boy by David Bowie?
Nope.
Rubber Bum Pump.
White Christmas.
Rubber Pump Punk.
Rubber Bum Pump.
Chestnuts
Christmas, yeah.
roasting on an open fire.
Which Christmas song was also the first?
Santa got a
Home for the
whopping
Holidays?
Elon. Santa got run over by Elon. No, it wasn't that either.
Silent Night.
The Carol of the Bells.
That's the closest so far.
Ding, 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 ding. The Holly and the Ivy. Is it a proper Christmas carol, or is it one of these poppy Christmas songs?
It's gonna be-
Not a carol or aha,
Is it-
Dr. Synth has got it.
Was it Bach?
Jingle
Jingle
Christmas-
Bells.
Oh,
Dr.
jingle
Synth
was
got
it?
They
Oh
got it.
dear, jingle bloody bells. Oh, that's so depressing. It could have been. It could have been the Christmas Oratorio or something like that. One. No, dear, jingle bloody bells. Oh well.
Okay, Grinchy.
Heart given at last Christmas.
You.
That's good.
Last Christmas I gave you my heart.
George Michael's partner.
You gave it away.
Yeah, but to whom?
Yeah, but he gave it. And then
He
she
gave
gave it
it
away.
to.
But you gave it away.
Who's he going to give it to?
Someone
And
better.
Ruthie.
Oh, you're close
Someone
there.
special.
Yay, someone Bethel.
Oh, well done, Andy.
Zoe and MHO got that as well.
Yes, well done, Zoe.
Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yeah. Who's that?
Yeah, that was
Ian.
Andy. That was
Ian.
that was Ian. Oh, so that was
Well done,
Ian.
Ian.
That was
Thank
Andy's
you.
team. Well done. Well done.
Well,
Are you all keeping a tally of your scores, folks?
Yeah, 'cause
How
I'm
many
not.
weeks did? 4,
Too many.
5, 6.
Oh, hang on,
One.
who said 5?
Come on,
Me.
he's got a big house.
Andy, because he went through every fucking number there is.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, you were all too slow.
Awake.
Yeah. 5 weeks, 2 months. No, stop. Sorry, Dom. Just the right amount of weeks to keep you in the house you've grown accustomed to. Name
Right,
that
here
year.
we
1993.
go. I'm not sure. It might be. But I don't think so.
1958.
It's Mendelssohn. It's 18.
Now,
It's
in
got to
this
be
one,
1840s, 1840s, something
just
like
in
that.
1845.
Wait, shut
Hark
up.
the Herald Angels Sing is Felix Mendelssohn, so it's got to be around the 1840s.
In this one, I think what we'll do is you name a year, and the closest wins. You two.
Colin.
Well, I'm going with
Okay.
1840.
I think Colin
1845.
might have it. Oh, 1840
Jesus.
gets it.
Yeah, well done, Andy.
It was only out by 99 years.
He probably transcribed it. It was an older tune.
Is
Yeah.
well,
Oh, sorry, 101.
the tune for Heart the Herald Angels Sing, that which we actually sing, is Felix Mendelssohn, but that doesn't mean to say that the words in the carol weren't written. Oh, well, I'll give myself that. Thank you very much. I'll
Yep.
give myself a point. That's right. Thank you.
1957.
And the other team?
I'm going to go for
19.
I'm going to 61.
Oh, I was going to say 53.
You got you've got an answer. You've got a chance.
52.
Oh, a
53
year out.
gets
Rob's.
it.
That's
Yay.
Rob's. Well done, Rob.
That is me.
No, there's Ian.
It's me.
Was it?
I thought Rob said 51.
No, I said 57.
You said 57, and Rob, what did you say, Rob?
53.
Ian, Brian,
53.
Samantha. There you go. Well, that's another point to us. Great, excellent.
Sven gets it.
Sven, yeah.
Sven.
1984.
1984.
Yeah.
You both get.
Well
In fact, you
done.
both get 2 points
That's
for
appropriate.
being dead on.
Thank you.
Well, shepherds wash their socks by
That's
night.
going to be 1880.
No. 1901.
1988.
Anyone for any more? No? Because you're all way out.
6 AD.
1700.
Oof.
Was I the earliest? Does that mean I get it?
1880.
Or was
gets
I
the
way too
closest.
out? Oh, that's me then. Thank you.
Wagoo's closest still,
Oh, okay.
though. Well done, Wagoo. You
what's that, about
were
5 o'clock?
actually the closest. Who was Wagoo's? Who's on Wagoo's team?
No, that he's on
He's
ours.
on
but
our team.
I don't think we can really claim him, to be fair.
All right. Oh,
Seeing as we put him on the naughty step.
yeah, we did. I'll cross that out then.
Oh, 1958.
52.
52 gets it.
Ah,
1934. Well
Yeah.
done, Mr. Cole.
that's right, sir.
Right.
Oh,
Name that song.
Frosty the
Frosty
Snowman.
the Snowman.
Yeah, Frosty the Snowman.
That's a dead heat.
Yeah.
Walking in a Winter Wonderland.
Yeah. No, not Walking in the Winter Wonderland. Sorry.
Walking home after a blowy.
Check that last.
No.
Walking.
We're walking in the air.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
It's tenuous.
It is tenuous, but I thought, well,
That's
he's
right.
walking. I
Why
can't think
not?
of anything else.
Thought mine was closer.
He's going, yeah. What? I mean, really.
Oh, right, okay.
Jingle
bloody
bells.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Jingle
Oh,
Bell
Jingle Bell
Rock.
Rock, Matt. Well done.
Yeah, well done, Matt.
Say what you see. Say what you see.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good, but it's not right.
It's good.
Say what you see.
No idea.
No, I can't get that one.
See what you see.
Jungle Book.
Christmas song, you plunker. Well,
Happy Jungle Book.
the first book is. What do you think the first bit is? Do you think it's? A cloud blowing air. Someone said, "Walking in a winter wonderland," whereas a calendar with snow and a
Is
fur
that a
coat.
calendar?
Is that not wintry? Ah, gosh. Gosh
Okay,
darn it.
that's a pass. You beat us on that one.
It's a winter's tale.
Oh, that's clever. Well, Winter's. Oh. Right.
The first bit we didn't get.
Ooh.
Shut up.
A Fairy Tale in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Beat you, Matt. I beat you, Matt. I
Yeah.
beat you to that one.
I'd call
You're
that a
still
dead
reading that
eat.
bleeding
I'll call it a dead eat too.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Sort of Saint
Slap my
Jackets.
bitch up. No, that's not it.
I was proud of this one. I like this one.
Little Donkey.
Nope.
I'm going to
It's a
go.
Christmas hit.
Slap my horse's arse.
I got a major pony.
Oh. Yay, Prometheus UK. Well done.
Stop the Cavalry. Good one.
Oh, yeah.
Stop the cavalry. I was going to go for Troika from the Lieutenant Key suite, but that was obviously far too highbrow for
Oh
this.
yeah, that's far too obvious. That one.
Yeah.
Crimble
more than
emoji
3 words,
songs.
Mistletoe and wine.
Red
Yay!
wine. Oh no, mistletoe and wine. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no,
well done,
you,
Matt.
You mean
You mean.
Mistletoe. Oh no, that's get rid of that picture. It's vile.
It's funny, though.
It is.
Especially if the toe's in the wine.
the most vile thing about that picture is Cliff Richard. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, yeah.
It is. It is. How would it?
Christmas movie. A gadget salesman is looking for a special gift for his son. He finds one in the store in China. Oh, Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Oh.
Gremlins it is.
It is. Robbie, you got there
Robbie,
before
yeah.
me.
Ah.
Oh,
It's,
Trading places.
no,
No.
it's not. It's
oh God.
Oh, it's a Wonderful Life.
Yes.
wonderful. Yeah, it's
Yes,
wonderful.
It's
it is a
wonderful
well done,
life.
Andy.
Yeah,
Well done, Clarence.
Should be black and white though, surely.
Oh, Die
Oh,
Hard.
that's
Die
Die
Hard.
Christmas movie ever.
Oh.
Can we all have that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We should all have it.
What a way to go.
Oh, by the way, this is Kent's question.
Oh, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
The
Yeah,
King's
no, no.
Speech.
Couldn't get me words out.
I think Robbie got it.
Yeah,
He
Robbie
did,
did get
he
it.
Macy's.
No, this is
Miracle on 34th Street.
Miracle. Yeah, Miracle on
Yay,
34th
well
Street.
done.
Well done,
That's
Andy.
what I meant.
Yeah, found a parking space.
It's any street. Yeah.
Yeah.
Muppets Christmas.
Oh,
movie.
Muppet Christmas.
Muppets
movie,
Christmas Carol.
Oh, you big kids.
Yeah,
Yes.
well done,
The
Ian.
best version of Christmas Carol
It's the
ever.
best
And we're all
version.
sitting in rooms
It
with
is,
our toys.
it is the best version.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
it is definitely. I agree with you, Ken.
Okay, well, that's nearly the end. Just another
No,
one.
surely not.
What are our scores?
Is that the end?
Nearly.
5, 10, 15, 20. We're on 22.
I've got us on 22, 4, 6.
Wow.
All right. So it's
been obviously more
there's still a
scrupulous.
chance to make some points up on this one.
Who was the first person to play Scrooge on stage?
On stage.
On stage.
Oh, blimey.
And when
When-
did
Alistair
he
Sim.
play it on film? And
I'm gonna say
why
it's-
did he
it's
play
Alistair
it
Sim.
on film?
And
Twice.
when,
Jack Mill.
and
No, not Alistair Sim.
not Alistair Sim. Right, okay.
John Mills.
Nope.
No, before that, surely.
I'll give you a clue. It was
So
in
John Gilgood.
1901.
It was what? 1901?
Yep.
Valentino.
Nope. If you
Charlie
don't know, you
Chaplin.
Got
won't
the
know
silent
it.
version.
Buster
Harold
Keaton,
Lloyd.
Charlie Chaplin, Harold Lloyd.
Nah.
Wasn't Fatty Arbuckle.
Nah. Okay, we'll go to the next bit. When did he play it on film? I told you when he played it 1901. That was on stage.
Yeah, who?
Sydney something or other.
Sydney.
And then Why did he play it on film twice?
Black and white and colour.
Silent and talky.
Well done, silent and talky.
Oh, that was the obvious one.
Yeah.
And if you can tell me one of the years that either the silent movie or the talkie movie came out.
1901.
No, that was on
1926.
stage, 1901.
1931 for the talkie.
Nope. Close though.
34.
Closer.
George.
35.
Yes.
33.
35 gets it. And finally, who played Scrooge in the 1970s musical version?
George. Oh, come on.
There's 5 points in this, so it's worth it.
George Michael.
Patton. George Patton.
George the Fourth.
No, come on. Oh, the same actor that played Patton. What was his name?
Oh, George C. Clarke.
No,
Scott.
no.
And
George-
no, it was not. It's musical. He didn't.
Musical, yeah.
Prometheus has just said Albert Finney.
Yay, Albert
Well
Finney.
done.
It was.
Well done, Prom.
5
We'll have that
points.
point. Thank
Yeah.
you. How many points do we get for that?
He's on our team.
Seymour Hicks.
And did he
I
say
thought
there was
it was
5
Seymour
points for
Putz.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, behave.
Yeah,
How many
I
points
did.
did we say for that? I had
Just
5
5.
on, Ian.
All right, okay. That makes us 31.
So do we get 10 for the 2 that we got then?
You didn't.
No, you didn't. Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Tight,
Sorry.
tight.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, Fiona said she's the judge.
So what are the final scores?
We're 31.
Fabulous prizes on offer.
Andy and Ian won. There you go.
You just
With,
don't want the
with
prizes.
Prometheus and Waggle in tow.
How delightfully magnanimous of you.
Yeah. Well done, Rob. Well done, Matt.
Right, that's the first round. When's the second round starting?
That was fab, Fiona. That was great.
Yeah, thanks, Fiona.
Yeah, that was
Give me
superb.
another 4 hours. Thank you.
What a wanker.
Oh, that was cool. That was very well done.
What?
You can come back now.
You have to
Come out
shout,
your
I
app.
can hear you.
Come out of this one.
Ken, you can come back now.
I'm
Thanks,
on
Fiona.
Fiona. With all the
That
dogs
was
away.
great.
Nice one, Fee.
Yeah.
Thank you. Took me fucking 4 hours.
Oh, we loved it. Thank
Yeah,
you for
it's
doing
brilliant.
that. Oh, hi, Zoe. Oh, hi, Zoe. Oh.
Who did it on there?
Charlie.
Chuckles. Hello. Good like a dog. Who's a dog?
Piss off, I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, go on. You coming up as well? Yep. Alright. Oh, God.
Ken, are you going to come and put the screen right up here? Because I don't know how. You've got to do the screening thing. How come you got that screen?
For a family involved in technical repairs.
Thingy. It's on,
Do you know what I mean?
Don't say it, Matt. Don't say it.
Well done.
Right, I'm going to get some more boobsy.
Okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
He's got to put all the rollies back now, hasn't he?
Ooh.
Better start next to his now, eh?
Yeah, he's got to send one to me and Andy, though.
Next to his quiz. Starting now. They want longer.
What longer?
Yeah, that's enough.
I'll have the Grand Dandy. Which one do you want?
The MX-5.
I'll have one of the Ardras.
I've got one of them, so I don't need one of them.
I do.
I want to see.
You do,
No,
you do.
I don't want a rolling. I just want a car. So I love Fiona's MX-5 or whatever she's driving around in these
Well,
days.
surely if you get a car, you'll have a rolly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't afford to run a rolly though, can I? You know, they use more fuel than his bloody Mustang.
it's not that bad.
Bye, you wankers.
Yeah. Cheers. Thanks, Fiona. See you, darling.
Steve Elbows, you're off my Christmas card list.
Oh man. Oh God.
So what is the prize then, Kent? We really want to know. Come on,
We do.
tell us. 'Cause we're on pins now.
I thought she was going to show her knackers out, but apparently not. So I don't know. I don't know what the prize is. I'll have to consult the young lady. Yeah, shut this. Where is it? Yeah, shut this all down now. Up this end and go. And let's pull that one. Nope.
It's behind Kent. Yeah, I guess it is. It's the cardboard cutout of Hans Zimmer.
Thank you, Shen.
Bitte schön, was Internet?
Switch off, Andy. Switch off.
What? Oh, yeah, sorry. Sometimes I have no idea what comes out of my gob. Honestly, it's what language it's in, and well, that's it just does sometimes. The thought goes when it comes out my mouth in a particular form. Et je n'ai aucune idée pourquoi. It's just one of those things that happens.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
See?
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Non, vraiment pas.
Ouvrez le pot.
Avez-vous stylo?
Plusieurs.
Le singe est dans l'arbre.
It's sur la branche.
He's a very naughty. I love that, honestly. I love it. And for those of you that don't speak French, that was fucking funny. Oh my God, he swore. And I'm just showing this to a load of year sevens. Oh no. I've done that. Oh God, Eddie Izzard doing those sketches. Eddie Izzard doing it in French and in German. It's just absolutely brilliant. You know,
He could be your MP soon, couldn't he?
Eddie Izzard is going to be MP for Sheffield. Oh, that'd be brilliant. I'd vote for him.
He's going to stand.
She's standing.
Oh, they, yes. Sorry, they're standing.
They. Is he, they, it's them.
I
Not
thought their
sure,
preferred
so-
pronoun was she now.
Oh, right. I'm
Oh, is it?
out of touch.
Eddie Izzard's
I
going to be
believe so.
shit. No, I can't be doing with that.
No.
No, unless is he?
Yeah.
They? No, I should be able to. I know I can do with that. I can deal with that. I deal with it all the bloody time.
It's grammatically incorrect, though, isn't it?
Need little name
You're
badges.
The interesting. We were having a proper good discussion about this. One of my A-level students, this thing called EPQ, Extended Research Project, is dealing with this very issue in their research project, and it's actually become really, really fascinating because you think that the thing about English is almost dispatched with gender, apart from he and she. So it's not that difficult for us to switch a pronoun and go they, and make that they pronoun gender neutral. We can do it really quite easily, and it's just a case of usage. And the more it's used, the more people will do it, and the more they get used to it. But languages like German and French and Spanish and Italian and all these other languages which have gender built into them, it's inherently extremely difficult It's really difficult. So how do you deal with it when you're in French?
Yeah,
So,
you're always
I
going to
mean,
use the
It's
wrong
really
one.
hard. It's
Yep.
really hard.
Are the other languages doing it, or is it just English speaking languages that are doing it?
Well, the debates are out there. The debates are definitely out there about how they deal with it, but they don't have quite the same function. German has a neuter, but those people who are identifying as non-binary or whatever term you want to choose aren't identifying as neuter. Neuter is something quite specific. You know, it's neither male nor female. Now, but that doesn't mean to say that somebody who is non-binary identifies with that concept. French, Spanish, Italian, they just have masculine and feminine. Well, what do you do? Where do you go? Which side do you want?
There's
Because
a they
the
in
language-
Spanish, so you could.
I mean, I really struggle.
Well,
with
no,
French.
yeah, but the they in Spanish, Andy, is masculine and feminine. There's ellos and ellas.
Right.
There's both masculine and feminine, so you can't do it. It's a real conundrum. Those debates will go on. English has got the function. The Scandinavian languages do. English is like it is because of the Scandinavian languages. See, I'm on my roll now, aren't I, with my languagey things. But
Not
it's
switched
true.
off yet.
Well, actually, yeah,
Skills there.
you know, gender bias, and are these languages inherently sexist?
Yeah.
Is sexism built into the language? And actually, yeah, it is, and it's really
Well, look who
difficult
built
to
the
undo it.
languages, right? I mean, give me a break.
Well,
male
the
power
people
structure,
speak.
So
Yeah, but the people speaking them did, and the usage of them.
it's the male power structure. It's always been that way. So they're going to inherently be biased.
I don't think language
that may well be true.
created with bias built in.
Yeah, I say I don't think language is created. Language happens.
No.
Yeah.
It's
And
changed
language
all the
happens
time.
due to the way that
You know,
things are used.
Well, there are bodies that vote on changes, right? When you publish a new dictionary, you publish a new manual.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
agreed
a very
upon by
modern,
a body of mostly men.
Yeah, that's very.
That's a
modern.
very, very modern thing, and these languages have these things well built into them long before that, and as functioning parts of the language, and completely separate from the.
And
the
just like with
power
the religion, it's all
structures.
about control, right? So even if you go way back, people wanted a way to control people. It's just the way it is.
Ordinary people, the languages
not
are
through
as they are,
language.
not because of the way that the people at the top
Well, of course,
speak.
through language. We think the Bible is. It's one of the biggest controlled documents ever made.
Yeah, but we're not talking about religion. We're talking about language.
I know language
Language
in books like the Bible, though. This language is worded in
that's
such a
one
way
book.
to control people, and the
But
Quran.
the
and-
Bible only comes about because there is language, and the Quran only comes about because there is language, and those languages originate way further back than either of
Well,
those
of course they
particular
did,
books.
But they're emphasized that people continue the whatever bias they had from a long time ago on forward because it favors them.
What about Latin, Andy? Is there?
Can we go
There's
back to
three.
Latin?
3 genders in Latin.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah,
So, 'cause Latin isn't Latin. I do not know the answer. I'm just guessing. You'll tell me. I'm sure. Isn't Latin the root of the Romance languages?
yes.
So if Latin has three,
French,
'cause
Spanish,
three,
Italian,
that would,
Portuguese,
yeah,
Romance, Romani, not Romani, Romanian,
yeah.
and Catalan, and those that branch.
That was when I went to Romania. I went to Romania about 10 years ago, and I'd never heard, people speaking fluent Romanian. And it was just like
Yeah.
every few words I go, that sounds really that sounds kind of Italian-y kind of, and obviously, yeah.
Yeah. And true MHO, Spanish does have Arabic in it.
Oh yeah,
That's what separates it from Italian, really, in many ways.
Yeah. Yeah, because just when I think I understand what somebody said in Spanish,
something
there's one of those other words comes in. Huh? No, that's not the Italian.
Yeah. I know people think it's such a nerd thing, but I find it really fascinating about language. People take language for granted because they use it all the time. They're engaged with it all the time. It facilitates every single human interaction, either face to face or via the screens or via email or via words on a page. we take it for granted. And actually, it's the single thing which separates us as a species from every other species. No other species on the planet has language quite the way we do. Other species have ways of communicating, but it's not language. And language is deep, it's detailed, it's historic, and it's ultimately really, really fascinating. It provides such an insight into the way that we have functioned and developed and changed. I mean, just the history of English is extraordinary. It's really fascinating. English could have died. You know, 1,000 years ago, English could have died out.
Well,
Almost
cetaceans
completely.
arguably have a language as well. It's just not as complicated as ours is.
Say that one again.
Cetaceans,
Which is
whales,
what?
toothed and baleen whales. They have a language.
Yeah, there's a lot of research gone into that.
I know some people who are actually studying dolphins, for example.
It's the nearest that we've yet come across, but we haven't yet deciphered it.
No. But I mean, they can do symbolics. They can learn things really easily. It's pretty amazing.
No. It is actually fascinating, but does it fit into what we determine as language? I hope one day they crack that conundrum. Honestly, Andy, I really do. It would be an absolute fascinating thing. Thanks, Wagyu. I'm trying. No, you see. What was it? Pearls before swine? You're not fucking kidding.
Oh, sorry.
He's talking a lot of symbolics.
Yeah. Keep your hieroglyphs to yourself, man.
Well, this is what prompted science fiction stories like Star Trek 4, because they're very complicated organisms. So the leap that, you know, in a crazy movie like that where they're actually extraterrestrials is kind of funny, but
yeah. Why the fuck should they speak English?
Well, people in this country say, why don't they speak American? Very educated folks,
divided
of course.
by a common language.
Yeah.
And a fucking great big ocean.
Yeah. I should be in Austin in May.
Does he know?
If anybody.
Sorry, Robin. Sorry, Robin.
Boom, boom.
So if anybody's in the Austin area in May.
Have we all got our tickets for Synth East then?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, I'm sort of hoping to get an invite. I'm sorry. I'll put my name forward for the patch off thing.
I mean, the tickets are so cheap. Just buy.
I think you're right. I'll just buy a bloody ticket. You're right. I'll buy a bloody
I
ticket.
think bought Jane a ticket.
That means
I bought Jane a ticket. She's not coming.
No, you've just deprived someone with a place. It's only a small venue.
Exactly.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
She better bloody come.
We're going to make a weekend of it in Norwich, I believe.
Well, I asked. Well, good, because I'll definitely be there. But I did ask Robin if I could be involved in this sort of patch off thing, or even do a live set or something. But I mean, I think he's probably got bigger names than me lined up for the live sets.
Bigger names than you?
It's interesting you
say
say
you mean
that.
more letters?
All right, Robbie.
Yeah.
And but I did say, the patch off thing, because I've been doing a lot of that sort of thing for with the Hardware Jams meetups, and obviously with Grace and stuff. So I feel quite happy to go down with a case and a Beat Step Pro and go, right, let's meet up and let's just see what we can. I'd love that. That'd be right up my back alley, Rob.
See what Steve Elbows.
Call me Austin.
To brew your own CSAT.
I've got some synth yeast.
Brew your synth yeast. Steve, that's great, actually.
That is superb, Steve.
That's gotta be the joke of the day, actually. Well done.
I must have spilt a bag of that in the kitchen.
Oh, well, can you spare us one? Not a bag of yeast. I mean,
I can spare you an 80, I'm sure. Enough of the
you got to have a few knocking around somewhere, aren't you?
Yeah. I made a joke to some guy on Facebook was talking about been doing some work on the CS60, and I made a joke about the calibration, and he came back and corrected me. I went, oh, okay.
Really?
No.
It was a joke, but never mind.
Yeah.
So
Just blame autism. I would.
he walks in different circles, perhaps. Well, that's a good trick. Well done, Andy. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Does he not come back?
No.
No. Okay. It's just a hat on the floor or something. Yeah, Siri was watching that quiz with me downstairs. She's like watching that. Like, it's doing all this because she can hear Fiona. Yeah. I think she got more questions right than I did as well.
How long did it take her to make the quiz?
I think she started that April.
Last Christmas.
No, no, she started doing that bright and early this morning. And
Wow.
she started a little bit last night as well, but it's really started putting it together this morning.
Yeah, it's a good. She did well.
Mm. So she was doing all her research and pulling it in. She goes, "No, I'm going to have a Christmas theme." All right, cool, go for it.
Yeah, I think a bunch of those songs were like British chart ones because I haven't heard of them. So
Yeah. I did say because there was some of the ones she was doing. I said, well, people like Andy won't know what that is, or if indeed Rich Hilton does come in tonight. I don't think he will be. No.
which is actually fun because now I'm going to go check them out and see if I hate them.
Yeah.
There's a good chance. There's a good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So she tried to keep it as country neutral as possible.
That's fine.
Yeah, but,
Well,
you know.
well, my favourite Christmas song is called "Where the Fuck Are My Presents" by Letters to Cleo. Check it out. Letters to Cleo's the band. Where the fuck are my presents?
My favorite is Mr.
Okay.
Garrison's "Merry Fucking Christmas" on the South Park album.
Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Yeah,
Santa
Claus,
Claus,
you-
you cunt. Where's my
Where's
fucking
my
bike?
fucking bike?
Yeah.
I've opened all the other shit. There's nothing that I like.
And mine is Gaudete. Gaudete, Gaudete.
Don't sing it,
Christmas
Andy.
is not
Please,
all
don't sing it.
Well,
Don't sing it.
please,
It
let me sing
requires notes, mate.
Yo!
Oh,
That's a bit
Gosh, really?
Was a bit.
bit too harsh for Christmas.
he blanked my car, mate. That's
Oh, that's yeah. All right, fair enough.
yeah.
His
you know what I
precision
mean?
adder's a little bit off. So
Yeah.
I need time. Okay.
And a bit of parsley.
A bit of parsley. That'll sort it out.
I've got a favourite.
Micro
Christmas.
tuning. It wasn't that bad. Don't be nasty to me.
What?
I like Christmas Rapping by the Waitresses.
It's a good song, is that? Yeah.
It's a bloody good song.
It's a really good song. Yeah.
And I like Ring Souls Dispels by Jethro Tull, but I better not sing that either because I'll get told off.
Yeah.
It depends on how well you sing it.
And I quite like In Dulce Jubilo too.
I was going to
by
say
Michael
No,
Bublé.
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating Aida do one.
Oh yes, I've seen that one.
Of In Dulce Jubilo.
No.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Robbie knows which one.
They were at Edinburgh again this year. They were really good.
Yeah.
So
Polystyrene's Black Christmas is quite good as well.
Polystyrene.
I don't remember that one.
That was that was on her last album before she passed. Can't think of any.
Yeah. I quite like that one too, Prom. I quite like A Winter's Tale.
Yeah, it's a good song actually. Yeah.
You see, I like the proper ones. Oh, I'm such a fucking cultural snob. I really should slap myself around the face.
No, let us do it for you, Andy.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you can.
Yeah,
You know,
it's so
so
much-
much happy.
yeah, it's so much more fun.
Next
Oh, you're
time we
slapping
meet.
yourself, mate.
Yeah, you usually don't have to slap yourself.
My
Life
face-
has a way of doing that. So
Yeah, well, no, believe me, after the day I've had, I fucking know. You've got to be fucking joking. I've got to what? You've got to, hang on a minute. I've got a finance agreement with you, and now you don't want to give me a finance agreement, even though I've been paying you quite happily for the last 18 months. And now
that's
you
like the
don't wanna
Monty
give me a-
Python insurance sketch, where no claim you make will be paid, and you get a nude lady with your.
Yeah.
Well, just between you and the game post, I can do without a nude lady, but I would like them to pay out.
Well, obviously, if they made the show now, they would have changed that, right? You have a choice: a nude man or a nude lady. So,
take your pick, whatever, or just not neither, because I'm just over that hill. So.
but I love how the vicar strolls away with the nude lady in his little cart.
All I want for Christmas is Duckler
Two front
Prague
teeth.
Awaken.
Man, half biscuit.
Hi, Grace. I've not got a car, Grace.
Yeah, Greg Lake's I Believe in
Yeah,
Father Christmas. That's not a bad tune.
It's got a real element to it, and a realistic element to it.
Yeah.
I don't know, but there's something about the melody and the backing of that just is Christmas for me. I think it was the good year that I had that came out, and that's why it just stuck there.
I hate Away in a Manger,
Yeah.
but I have a very personal reason for that ire. Because it was my sister's favourite ever song. Like any time of the year, it was her favourite song. And sadly, we lost my sister many years ago.
Yeah.
So that's a really
By association. Yeah.
fucking hate that song.
What about with the alternative tune, the one that's hardly ever heard? There is a different tune to Away in a Manger, not the one that everybody sings, which is actually really lovely.
I've heard it.
Well, go and look. It's there. There are two tunes, of course, to... oh, God. Oh, forget it. It's gone. I hate that. Brain fart. Brain fart. Gustav Holst and Herbert Howells.
Otherwise known as Wham.
In the bleak midwinter, there are two tunes to enjoy.
In the bleak
That's quite a nice
winter.
thing, yeah.
Brain fart,
That's-
still better than lung spunk.
Don't.
Yeah, funny enough, I hate that tune as well, but like with Robbie, for the same reason, because of my sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I hate her.
There are a bunch of great comedy ones in the 70s, 80s. They played on this Dr. Demento radio show. One was Frosty the Dope Man.
Weird Al must have done a Christmas song at some point.
Oh yeah, he did stuff live on Dr. Demento. He got famous because of that show.
Yeah.
He was playing accordion in his bathroom in college. Because he had the acoustics of the bathroom. So
I want to see that film. I want to see that film with Daniel Radcliffe.
well, they had Weird Al did a guest podcast recently, and he was talking about the movie, and they said, Daniel actually asked him, "Why would you cast me? I look nothing like you." And he goes, "That's exactly why we cast you. It's a Weird Al movie. It has to be weird, right?"
Yeah,
So,
exactly. I'm actually looking. It's tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. The new Glass Onion movie is on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen
That
the
looks
last.
quite good.
The last
Oh,
one.
the first one's brilliant. My wife
I
went
just
to see it at
didn't
the
really
cinema,
fancy it.
and yeah, I didn't fancy it. And then I watched it. I thought, oh yeah, it's because I think it's because Daniel Craig plays this Southern gentleman,
Oh.
and it's because it's Daniel Craig doing that
Yeah.
accent and being very camp. It's brilliant. No, it was a clever story. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, we're lining up a whole bunch of stuff on because the other
Have you
one that
seen-
came out today is or yesterday, the Banshees of Inisherin with
Yeah.
Colin Farrell and
Is that
Brendan
on
Gleeson.
Netflix too?
It's on Disney Plus.
Ah, right. I haven't got Disney Plus
Really,
yet. I will.
really
I'm going to
looking
get it.
forward
But
to that.
have you seen A Bunch of Amateurs? This is the thing about
it's right here.
No, this is the Bradford Film Club, right? So and it's a documentary about the Bradford Film Club, and believe it or not, it's on the iPlayer. Now the BBC have not been talking about this, which is really weird because it's won awards. This film, it's brilliant. We watched it on Saturday night. It's really, really good. I don't know how long it's on the iPlayer for, but at the moment. And I just stumbled across it because I've been trying to. I was going to rent it, you know. But no, it's really good.
No, there's some good stuff I think on a lot of the streaming services this year. So,
have you seen the one? Have you got Prime?
Mm-hmm.
They've got the documentary about I've forgotten his name. The producer, German, Connie Plank.
Oh, Connie Plank. I think I've seen that.
Yeah, that because it's done by his son Stephen.
Yeah, his son.
But that's on Prime.
Yeah,
that's really good if you haven't seen it.
I can't remember where I saw it. I know this sounds probably really naff, but I am quite looking forward to the Ryan Reynolds one with Will Ferrell, Spirited. That's on Apple.
Yeah, I've got Apple. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward.
I haven't started watching Slow Horses 2 yet.
Oh, I was just about to say it's fucking brilliant.
No, I keep saying to Jane, we need to watch it. We won't get to watch it now because the boys will be home tomorrow, so they haven't watched series 1 yet, so we won't be able to watch it till after Christmas now. But yeah, I've been reading the books. I've read the first 4 books, I think.
Yeah, because they are going to make more. I think they're first 5 or something.
They're up to Spook Street, which is the one book I haven't read. So that's 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're already filming the next one, I think, and then later next year they're going to film.
So good.
Yeah.
No, it's there's some good stuff out there. So that's me sorted from tomorrow onwards. Feet up, front of the telly, eating, drinking, sleeping. Much the same as normal.
Yeah.
What's the time? That's right. Don't let me be here beyond 10:15. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll get into serious trouble. I'll pick the missus
You
up.
could set yourself an alarm, Rob.
I could. I think I have actually. So fingers crossed. And the alarm is my wife calling. Where the fuck are you? It's freezing.
So, do you have to leave at 2:45? Is that when you have to go? Do you?
No, I need to not be here at 15:15, just so I can then throw some clothes and shoes on, then jump in the car and pick them up at 11, and then bring them home. Hopefully, I won't have had too much to drink.
Happy to set you a timer if you want me to.
No, I think I've got an alarm set, so don't worry.
Okay, right, fine. Just offering.
Yeah, the fear of her sticking something in my Christmas dinner as revenge will have me on my toes. So.
Your dick, for one.
Yeah.
Here's a chipolata you weren't expecting. Sorry.
That's a strange pig in blanket. What's going on?
Yeah. Oh dear.
What's that blanket doing there? I thought it was circumcised.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
So Andy.
So
just
not sorry.
Curb your wicked tongue.
One level.
Sorry.
So there you go. Yeah, there's my first reminder. Just come through on my thing.
Yeah.
So
remember to remember.
It's you set 2 reminders. One like an hour before, and then the next one like 10 minutes before or something.
2 minutes after.
Yeah. Oh dear. Actually, I don't know what's the weather like out there because it was getting quite foggy. That'd be fun.
Foggy here.
Yeah, it's funny because I went to pick my daughter up the other day from work, and I left here about 5:15, and by 6 p.m. it was pretty clear. By 6 o'clock, thick fog.
Yeah,
really came down really quick. So,
How far are you from the coast, Rob?
From the where?
From the coast. You're probably quite near to the coast, aren't you?
Yeah. We're probably about 40 minutes, maybe, well, depending on how fast you are, from Felixstowe. That's probably the closest bit.
Yeah, so it probably rolls in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, because we're, yeah, it's not too far.
It's funny because Sheffield tends not to get too foggy, unless the cloud really is just low cloud and then you just get blanked out. But, you know, the usual sort of like winter, you know, autumn mists like we've had. You know, I get half the way to work and then suddenly I'm in bloody fog. It's like, bloody hell, where's this come from?
I'm less than half a mile from the sea as the crow flies, and we get some absolute stinkers down here.
Well, you will do.
I remember I was in San Francisco and saw the fog coming. Oh, that's a pretty majestic sight when you see the fog come
rolling
over the bridge into the bay. Oh, yeah, pretty spectacular.
It's even better driving up there on Highway 280 where it's rolling over the hills, and you actually see it bend and swoop, and it's fascinating. Don't even need time lapse.
There's a man-made lake near where my family come from in Italy, and if you drive up there, it's because it's really quite high up. On certain days, you get the clouds that will actually come up the valley, and then as they hit the dam, they sort of go and then sort of back down again. And you see the movement because it's so close. It's fascinating. Yeah. Hello, Ollie.
How are you doing? Can you hear me? Everything is
Ollie.
super loud here somewhere.
Oh.
I don't know why.
It sounds all right.
Oh, fair enough. How are you all doing?
You're back home then?
Back home from holidays, yes. Very.
Did you have a nice time?
We did, and looks like we missed all the freezing weather and ice and snow here. So, yeah, everybody hates us because we came back the day when it was all over.
Yeah.
And did you get that? I see you brought the good weather back with you. I hate it when people say, yes, I stuck it in my bag. Got it through customs.
I usually get that every time somebody learns I'm French. You brought the French weather with you. Shut up. And sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't actually know there was any match on or anything like that. It's just not my thing. I don't follow the soccer or anything like that. And we found out I was on the walk and on the prom there in Lanzarote, so all the pubs were full of English people. And I was actually on the phone to my parents, so I was talking French. And then it was Fiona tapped me on the shoulder. I said, "Cut." Yeah. Yeah. So we went back to the flat promptly after that.
So you spent most of your time on your bloody laptop with Ableton, didn't you?
Yeah, I did a thing. Yeah, I brought a laptop with me. Like previous years, I'd bring something like a Nintendo DS or a Switch and just try the music apps on there. And
some great apps on there. Yeah,
there is. And I actually wrote a couple of pieces off the Switch, the Korg gadget apps, which is awkward to use, but it's quite powerful. But I brought a laptop and just a stock version of Ableton because I was like, I have all these plugins, but I actually don't know the native stuff in Ableton that well. So I've been doing that the last few holidays just to force myself to use that and just use the stock plugins on any DAW. And it's, after a while, once you know how to use them properly, it's just, I'm like, why do I need all these plugins? Because it's got everything, like all sort of synths. And I showed you, like, there's even FM emulation in there, which is quite impressive, I think. At least for those old Sega sounding type of
Yeah.
corny stuff. Yeah.
Did you play the Core Game 1 app on the DS?
On the DS, there was a Korg app. I can't remember.
The three really good ones. There's the Core Game 1. There's the one that's got like an oscilloscope on it, which I forgot the name of, which for a while was only in Japan.
It wasn't.
And then there's DS10, DS10 Plus.
Maybe it was one
which
of
is
them.
a MS10, MS20 kind of hybrid thingy.
Yeah, something like
which
that.
Which is really cool.
Was
that
that
for iPad too?
DS or 3DS was it?
DS Lite, 3DS.
Yeah, I think it
and
was
something else. But some of those apps migrated to iPad as well. So,
yeah. But I kind of like forcing the limitations on any environment, and I actually find I end up writing a lot more stuff when I have less options. So I've kept that laptop stock, and it's like no plugins allowed, no VSTs, no nothing. And I've written more stuff on that holiday than any other time. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that DS10 cartridge.
Ah, yeah.
Because my kids.
Yeah, that
kids
was
had
the one.
Two DSs, I think.
Can't remember.
Yeah, DS10 Plus was a nice upgrade. It didn't add a whole lot, but it made it more powerful and sounded better.
Yeah, I didn't get on with it, to be honest.
Well, it's stylus based, so that's the thing. Too hard to use your fingernail for everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Robbie, is 120 euros a good price for a DX21?
Yeah, pretty reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, there's a lad selling one in my area, so
I paid $250 for mine.
I don't want it. I don't really need it or anything like that, but it hasn't moved in a while. I'm like, fuck it. I think I'll get it for Christmas.
Offer him less then. Been around for a while.
Yeah, that's a decent one to get because it's by Timbrel, unlike because it shares the same architecture as the 20. No,
27.
So the 27, the 100, and the 21 are all the same architecture, except the 21 has got by Timbrel, and it's got built-in effects. When I say effects, they're like MIDI effects. So it's like chorus is like it'll eat up some polyphony. But it's not a bad sounding little synth. The TX81Z is the rack version of the DX11, which is a really nice synth. But you can play DX21, 27, and 100 patches on the DX11.
Cool. Is the DX11 is the TX81Z in a keyboard?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have mine poly-chained to my DX8, my DX11 poly-chained to my TX81Z, so I then get 16 notes of polyphony. It doesn't, because the problem with both of those is that they're only 8-note polyphonic, but they're also bitimbral, and then you've got these MIDI effects.
TX81Z's multi-timbral.
Yeah.
Is the DX11?
I think it's only. Hang on. Strangle myself here. I can't remember. That's been so long.
Yeah, it's the good old days when you had multi-timbral but hardly any polyphony. So like, what the hell, right?
Oh God, yeah.
Honestly, can't remember that.
And you've got to specify on the TX81Z. You've got to specify the number of voices you want on each particular
you get
channel.
That creative note stealing.
Yes. If you got something on.
I never understood. Yeah, it's multi-timbral. I never understood the TX802, which was supposed to be. It was marketed as like the Mark II TX816, except it wasn't, because the TX816
was 8 times 16.
Yeah, so it was 128 note polyphonic, 8-part multi-timbral. The 802 is 8-part multi-timbral, but it's only 16 voice polyphonic, and of course every voice eats into that 16 patches. So it actually gets a little bit. I mean, yeah, the patches for it are really nice, but it's always a weird one. That one.
For most purposes, you can get away with that.
Yeah.
Because you're not generally using lots and lots of polyphonic sounds. There'll be like a nice pad or things like that. But it is an odd thing. And I suppose people are probably thinking that, well, you've probably got something else that you can, if you want to do nice big lush string chords, you've got something else you can use for that. While this does the TX-802 have individual outputs? I think
Yes,
it does.
it does.
Yeah,
It has
yeah.
eight individual outs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little unit.
That's the 802.
So yeah, depending on how much to drink I have tonight, I might get it or not.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Usually that way.
Is it based in Ireland? Is it in Ireland?
It is, yeah.
Oh, well, that's, so I won't be outbidding you on it. Because the shipping will be a
No, for me, it's mostly space. Like, it's a very, very tiny room, and I've this area here just full of acoustic stuff. So I keep here for keyboards, and I've no space for it. So it's mostly to say I have it. But I mean, I got that DX7 a while, last summer.
You keep lucking out on the prices as well.
Oh yeah, I know.
Would the shipping from Ireland be that bad?
Into the UK, it will.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
They're heavy, like, aren't
Because
they?
it's not only the weight, but it's customs. Because it's because Ireland is in the EU.
Right.
So if it was Northern Ireland, it would be fine, but it's not.
That's why we should publicly execute all those people who've. No, I won't go there. I'm sorry. Stop it, Andrew. Right now.
Go and find a Brexiteer, knock on his door, and go, "Oi, I want some
See,
money
this-
off you."
This is a teaspoon, and I'm going to fucking gouge out your eyeballs with it. No, I won't. I promise I won't. Oh well, something's got to happen, hasn't it? Something's got to happen. Yeah,
Make sure you drink
fucking
your
great.
Velocet first. Yeah.
Let's just vote to make ourselves considerably poorer because the value of the pound dropped 10% the very next day. Thank you all for making us 10% poorer with your stupidity, you wank stains. Right, I've said it now. I feel so much better. What a bunch of fucking kluts.
I think the alcohol's reached saturation level.
It's just tickling the parts that the previous alcohol hadn't reached.
Nigel Farage obviously wasn't.
Nigel Farage, I'd fucking dangle him over an open bleeding flame by his toes first, and then gradually
Andy,
increase the.
Your blood pressure's going up, mate. Just chill.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's actually really quite a lovely image. Nigel Farage over an open flame. Being
Farage, actually, he's Farage, isn't he? Because
That's what James O'Brien calls
James
him.
O'Brien always calls him Farage, which
Farage.
is brilliant. Farage.
Farage. We can't give him a French name, can he? Because
No.
he hates the French. Well, what
Except
a
he's
twat.
probably got a place over there.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Like the rest of them.
Thank you. Just because you're a fucking millionaire doesn't mean the rest of us are. What a. Oh! I hope he gets run over by a combine harvester.
Here's what I don't get though. Even if you're a millionaire there, they're still also screwed because unless they have special investments, they have to pay a lot more for stuff too, right?
Oh, yeah, but
they can afford it.
They can afford it.
They can afford it, but I mean, what was the advantage then of doing that? If they're still getting fucked, right?
Well, so they can basically destroy the NHS and get away with a shitload of other stuff they want to put through because the European Unions can't turn around and go, no, that's a bit illegal, you can't do that. Like they did with the bedroom tax. They said,
So it's
no,
just a Tory
that's
thing,
unconstitutional, you can't do it. Now they can because we're not in Europe anymore.
Yeah, there was something about on Politics Live the other day about the Tories are cancelling 4,000 laws, but they don't actually know what they're cancelling. They're just getting rid of all these laws, but they don't actually know what they, Hey ho.
Yeah, it's like that meme, isn't it? You like getting on the train with the sign saying, was it, please mind the gap between safety and profit.
Yeah.
I'm going. I want to. Do they need German teachers in Ireland, Ollie? If they need German teachers in Ireland, I might. Because I don't. I fucking hate this
No,
country.
you don't
It's
start.
just
You don't want
shit.
to start teaching
Yeah,
people.
you hate the
Ireland German.
Tories, Andy. That's who you hate.
But it wasn't just the bleeding Tories that voted for Brexit. They fucked us up. the
Hey,
Hey.
turn it up.
A current.
Hi, buds.
Hello, David.
Hey.
All right, mate.
That long.
Oh, God. How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Pissed, mostly. Strangely enough, not as much as Andy, but definitely up there. So you've been busy, boy.
I've been 7 days a week since September, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through, nearly, maybe just over half. Anyway, it's just a lot of music, and it's all very complicated, and it's all very different. So it's like every single episode is like a completely different sort of thing. So you have to kind of keep creating new. It's a bit like starting a new film every week. You know, it's like you've got to think of new things for it. It's not like you've got a set of ideas and then you can. Anyway, it's all good. It's just hard and there's a lot of it. So I'm sort of 7 days a week till I think middle of February, and then I'll be done.
And then you can come back on the show and do your other half that you owe us.
Yes, I owe you another half of meandering.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm not quite sure what we'd fill it with, but I'm sure we could.
Oh, there'll be plenty to talk about.
We'll find
So, what conclusions have you come to so far?
It's Christmas.
it's Christmas.
Yeah, we managed to establish that. After a second vote.
Yeah.
Well,
Andy and I won Fiona's quiz.
Yeah.
Was it 52-48 in favour of it being Christmas?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, mainly because somebody wrote it on the side of the bus. So
Yeah.
Who's got a bus?
Some git.
Well, Kent drives a Chrysler 300. That's about as big as one, isn't it?
I thought it was like one of those things like, I wish my wife was as dirty as this van. Or what it's like that.
There's that.
According to the Republicans in this country, we have a war on Christmas. So,
well, it'd be a shame to miss out.
Well, it's very hard to get a holiday to surrender, so that war's going to go on for quite a while.
Yeah, is there a war on Christmas?
I would say every year.
Who's waging this war?
well, if they can't say Merry Christmas on a Starbucks cup, all of a sudden it's a war on Christmas. Happy holidays, that's wrong. People are crazy.
Oh yeah, well, especially because it was a holiday before it was Christmas.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And
it's more
a lot of
inclusive. People want to be inclusive with happy holidays. You know.
Well, yeah, it's a holiday, and that's fine. And also, for a lot of people, it's not Christmas.
Yeah.
And we're not living in Victorian England.
Happy Hanukkah to anyone that's watching.
Although it feels like it sometimes.
Anyone who's watching?
There's a few.
Yeah, 5 of them.
Then, right?
There's at least 5.
There's 31 watching. Well, including us.
Listen, it beats
Tosses.
TB News, doesn't it?
Well, there you go. And we'd
Well,
like
I don't
to
know.
beat
Let's
GB News with a
get
laugh.
Andy going.
Yeah. Always. Andy's wagging his finger.
Has he been on it?
No.
I had a rant about Brexit, that's all.
Yeah.
So to have a rant about Christmas, well, happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah, holidays are coming. It's like Coca-Cola said.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they run Christmas, so let's be honest. They invented it. Didn't exist before Coca-Cola got their grubby paws on it, did it? So
Well, it was green before Coca-Cola got their fingers on it.
it was, yeah.
Yeah,
Look-
Winterval, I think it is.
A lot of fat,
look
creepy
for
guys
it.
needed jobs, so they had to make Santa Claus, right? So
Yeah.
Well, isn't that... Well, do you remember when they used to have the milk marketing board and, like, eggs and
yeah.
potatoes and things?
Yeah.
People always got something to sell.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's fear. Like the public... You know those public information films in the 70s where if you put a map on a freshly polished floor,
Yeah.
The Death Trap one.
Don't throw your paper planes near a power substation
Yeah.
Yeah.
Playing in a quarry.
or a railway line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, running along a beach with broken glass bottles
That's
sticking out of it. Freeze frame at the last second just before you jump on it.
They were
Yeah.
brilliant.
It's weird though, because in those times that's what everyone was doing. I mean, it's like you got warning saying don't do it, but that's all anyone did because there was nothing else to do.
Yeah.
What, jumping on broken bottles?
What's
Yeah,
that
sticking,
sign?
sticking bangers in fat women's cleavage.
Yeah.
And running away.
What's
There's
that
an image.
sign?
Sticking bangers in milk bottles and then putting
Yes.
that in a phone box and fucking off lively.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found the trick is light them first though.
Yeah. Or knock down ginger, where you take your car out and run over Scottish people.
Can I just say, I've never shoved my banger down a woman's cleavage.
No, it's a
And
waste
I've no
of
intention to do.
You ain't lived, mate. Seriously.
Clear not. I clearly haven't.
Get out there, get some bangers, get out there. Enjoy
We've
life.
got such a diverse group here that we're able to, be so respectful.
The tone of this show has been known for a while now.
Yeah.
And it's nothing
like
is
the
taken
rinse
seriously.
that you make to describe it as a show.
You do it like this. Go.
It's
Well,
like
I'm
meeting
sorry,
these
but-
6 blokes down the pub, and we've got to talk
Yeah.
about Sims, but we're not really.
No one's mentioned since tonight at all. There's
Actually,
since
no,
haven't been mentioned. So,
Yeah.
you know,
You've been
I mean,
doing-
Grace had it
well.
right. Grace absolutely had it right when she said this is just like going down the pub.
It
And
is.
sometimes you
It is.
just don't want to hear what people are talking about, so you bugger off somewhere else. And yeah, full credit. That's why pub's open. Well done, Kent. I
Yeah.
think that's we look.
I have-
because
I
you
have-
can sit and talk about crap.
And
I
we
found
even had a
you-
pub quiz.
I found
Yeah.
You did have a pub quiz. It was great.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave. Hi, Dave. Sorry, not Dave. But hello, Dave. Hello, David Arnold, Mr. Arnold. I don't think we've met before. I'm Andy.
Hello,
in spite
Andy.
of all the Latin underneath me. And hi, Dave in the chat. Hi, Dave in the chat. Woo!
All right, calm down.
Oh, no, we love Dave. Dave. Everybody make Dave welcome because he's one of the most gorgeous human beings
Hello,
ever.
Dave.
We blew up
Right,
a
Dave.
chick
Yeah,
at a
but
pool
you've
last
got to
week.
make Dave Arnold welcome because he wrote one of the best theme tunes ever.
Yes, I know.
No,
Which one?
seriously, it's in my top 3.
Yeah.
Which one?
Top three theme tunes or top 3
Not-
David Arnold
not
theme
number
tunes?
one.
Mate, the music, the Stargate, mate.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, fuck me, come
Yeah.
on.
Came up with
We're-
that
we're-
past
we're in
Toddington
great
service.
company.
I was driving back from somewhere, and I was driving past Toddington Services, and I'd had the script, and I read it, and it was all kind of percolating, thinking about it.
Mm.
And I wasn't necessarily. I knew I kind of wanted to pitch the thing like somewhere between Star Wars meets Lawrence of Arabia.
Mm.
So I was having all these kind of slightly sort of epic sort of scores in my head, and I was listening to a lot of Egyptian musicians as well. Hossam Ramsey. Don't know if you know him, but he's a Egyptian musician. He after that, I got him to work on Stargate, do percussion and everything. I spent a bit of time with him. He went out with Page and Plant after that. You know when they did their
Oh, yeah.
one of them tours where it was just the two of them, and they're like Egyptian musicians. It was that, and driving past Toddington Services on the M1 heading south, and from Milton Keynes, I think I've been, and it just popped into my head as I drove past. And that was it. Sung it into my little recording Walkman, went home, played it on a piano, thought that's all right. Did a quick mock-up of it with some strings from an M1R and an Oberheim S1000, a little rack mount one, and a Proteus, the classical, the 1-inch not in you.
Proteus one.
Yeah, they had a Proteus, and then there's an ethnic Proteus, wasn't there, and a percussion one, I think.
Yeah.
Proteus 3, yeah.
And what was the classical one? The one that had like
The one.
was it number wasn't I thought
I think
number
Proteus
one
2 was the classic. Proteus 1 was the pop and everything else.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
was it?
yeah. It was those,
Yeah.
basically
Andy
those
always
three
knows.
things.
Yeah.
Basically those three things. And then I think I got on a plane, went to Los Angeles, and played it to him, and that was that.
Brilliant.
And the rest, as they say.
It's history.
It's history.
Yeah, it was a great score.
Thank you very much.
Was.
Yeah, good line.
It was quite primitive technologically
Mm.
in the old days. It was like still using tape, and I didn't, because I'd never been to film school and I never knew how to do the job. I sort of made it up as I went along, you know. So I was the way that I was syncing to film was I had a VHS machine and an Atari running Pro 24, and I would start the film off,
Wow.
the scene off, and when it got to a point where someone did something, and I knew, I pressed go on the sequencer and played that. So the whole of Young Americans and the first third of Stargate was all done like that, using guesswork. And then someone in America said, "Do you know about this sync software called, ran on a PC, and it'd been developed specifically for film composers? Richard Grant developed it with his brother, and can I remember it? Some people still use it. It was brilliant. They introduced me to that, and I used that then, and that was incredible. You know, you have to key in tons and tons of like footage, you know, like all the synth markers and everything. But then you could actually sort of map your cues out, so you would hit everything, and it would suggest, you know, if you wanted to go from A to B but hit sort of 6 things in the middle, it would tell you, like, you know, it'd sort of work out based on the tempo, little micro increases and decreases in speed to make you hit the thing without it feeling unnatural. And then if it was too much, it would suggest, like, change this to a 3/4 bar or a 5/8 bar or something like that. So it's a real help. It's really good.
Wow.
But since we've all gone digital, people I think are doing most of it in either in Tools or in Logic or whatever system they're using, and I think it's slightly less musical as a result.
You're talking about the missing link? Is that what it was called?
No, it was called, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to Google it now. That's how bad things have got. Richard Grant, Oracle, that's it. I didn't have to Google it. It's called Oracle. And it ran on a PC, a little quite a chunky fat PC, and it did streamers as well. It would generate digital streamers and pops and things, you know, so you can get everything in sync. So it's good for like changing stuff on the fly. You get a guy who's programming it. Chris Cousins uses one. You know Chris, don't you?
So,
do you know Chris?
Well, not sure.
He's a massive synth fan and was played a lot in the 70s, and now mainly does sort of session work, running Oracle and doing keyboard things for people. I think he lives in America now. He was in New Zealand. He works with James Newton Howard all the time, and he did all my stuff as well. And he still runs it. It's still a thing that, you know, I do find it very useful. There's someone like Rachel Portman. I know you know Rachel Portman, the film composer. She doesn't use clicks. She just plays to picture. So I think that's probably the best way of doing it musically, because you're not slaving to, you know, the tempo all the time. So she improvises to the picture and then records it every time, you know, and goes back, tweaks it a little bit, and then gives it to Chris, who's then got to basically figure out what the bar numbers are and the tempos and everything. So she gives him a piece of audio which starts at a certain point in the film and ends at a certain point. But there are graduations and time signature changes, there's improvisational things that happen. And then it's his job to actually create a map of that so they can bar it out properly and get parts made and all that sort of stuff. It's a nice way of doing it, because I think otherwise you tend to write horizontally rather than vertically.
Yeah. Because the one you're working on now, is that locked picture?
It's latched.
Okay.
I never call them locked until it's out in the cinema.
Yeah.
You know.
A second,
Well, I mean, like today I just got a new Reel 1, which is something that I finished in October, delivered in October, with various. A lot of the time, these things tend to happen when you've got special effects, which come in obviously late because they're time consuming. So you get these things done, and then this big effect comes in, and all of a sudden it's like, well, that looks amazing. We could do with looking at that for another second, or that doesn't look amazing. We better cut a second out of it. All those little things, if you get like 20 or 30 of them in the show, it starts messing up with quite a lot of things. So
Yeah.
the amount of going back and messing about you have to do can be a lot. But this one's been pretty good, I have to say. It's been very, very little, and everyone's been very nice about it. But it is good. I mean, it's a good Omens thing. It was good first time round, and kind of established the language of it. So I was sort of left alone to do what I want then, and I've kind of been left alone a bit now. But there's still people, quite rightly would say, "Can we do this to it? And can we do that?" It's not like everyone is muted. I just do what I want and hand it over. Although that is the dream scenario.
I'm going to jump in and just say, I've just Googled David Arnold. There was a little thing that niggled in the back of my head. Oh my God!
Well done, Andy.
I mean,
Keep up, mate,
honestly,
keep up.
I am such a fucking klutz, aren't I?
I'm going to Google you now.
No, don't. There's nothing. I wouldn't. There's nothing there. There's nothing to find. But
Just leads to an OnlyFans.
Wow! Such a list of stuff. I'm going. Oh my god! This guy's in the room.
What, like Independence Day?
Yeah, exactly. One of my fave movies.
Yeah,
I
but
love
that's
that movie. I just love it. I'm going through this guy. I got Stargate or what like that, and they go Independence Day. Really? Independence Day. Oh my god! Oh. Sorry, David.
Over there,
I'm just going all slightly moist around the gusset, as Rob would put it.
You're embarrassing David now.
I am. I do apologise, David. It's really wrong.
He's just
but
like
it's
one of us,
Christmas, and I've had a
Andy.
few
He's
to
just like
drink.
one of us.
So
To echo opinions on Twitter, some people can't even afford a gusset.
Actually, if you haven't got a gusset, it costs an awful lot more. I've discovered this when I looked. So I do apologise for that one as well. Oh, I've got to go and hide in a darkened room in a minute now. Because my gob is actually running away with me before my brain can actually shut it down.
All that stuff was just made in a darkened room. You know what I mean? It's like you don't go anywhere. It's weird. I could have having this conversation with you 30 years ago, and I'd have been in basically a similar chair in a similar place doing a similar thing. And that's a weird thing, because Independence Day was like 1996.
Yeah.
So it's like 25 years ago. 26 years ago. It's quite a lot, isn't it?
Still stands up. And it's gorgeous.
And
It was one of my first Apple jobs back then, and we actually had a promotional campaign for Independence Day because they used Macs in it to save the world from the virus.
I've got one. I've got the one. I've got the one that Jeff Goldblum used in the cockpit thing.
No way.
I've got that one.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, they had a load of them. They were
Very
given
funny.
a ton of them. And I remember being on set because they were fitting them. There was a control room sequence, I think, where in the laboratory part in Area 51, where it was the first time that sort of Max had started getting a foot in. I remember thinking that they looked great, and they had them on every every desktop basically on this set, because Dean, the producer, said like, Apple have just given us a ton of this stuff to put it in the film. I go, brilliant. I said, can I have one? He goes, yeah. So I got that one.
Nice.
I've still got it.
They made these really cheesy shirts. Apple saves the Independence Day, right?
Those were the days. What's weird is though, like people come up to me now, like if I do a gig or something, they'll come and go like, "Oh God, I've been listening to your stuff since you were a child." I said, "What are you talking about?" That only started last week, and it's like it's weird because they're people who might have seen their first film I did, when they were 12 or 13. For instance, if they'd seen Independence Day with 12 or 13, they'd be nearly 40 now.
Jesus.
That's scary.
Jeez.
Oh, 53.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah. Some of us tomorrow at this rate. fucking at it, mate.
Kent's got plans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before we do that, we blew up Peter Gregson's Jupiter 4 last week.
Oh, well done.
Oh no.
Well, we didn't blow it up.
Right.
We were using it, and it started sounding like it had gone through a distortion pedal, and then it stopped working.
That sounds about right.
So we've got to make. Anyway, he's going to America for 6 months.
You've got a job, Kent.
So yeah, that and an MS-20. I bought my MS-20 down because that's gone a bit weird as well.
All right.
Not that I want to start, asking when you're free, but
Yeah,
I also thought that
Entry.
I don't even know when I'm going to be down there next. It's mental.
Yeah.
But yes, listen, I actually do have to go because I am still working and it is mental. But yeah, I'll come back. We'll do the full thing.
Yeah, do it in the new year.
And has anyone got any? What's on everyone's shopping list gear wise? Some gussets.
Car.
Yeah.
Osmos.
A cat.
Roland car.
I bought mine. Organelle.
Well,
Organelle.
the car situation has just mean that all the plans that I had for buying things have just completely gone out the window.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I looked at. I looked at that one. You know the German one with the oscillate, the mechanical thing.
The motor motorized faders.
The faders. The motorized faders.
It looked really good. And weirdly, I thought like I could really use that, so I thought I'd order one. So I pre-ordered it, and they said it's ready. You go, brilliant. I went to their website, and it wouldn't accept my address as existing. So, not being able to order one.
I've got to shoot off and pick my wife up, so I'll be back in a bit.
All right, mate.
Bye, Rob.
See you
See you
later.
later. Nice to see you, Dave.
Oh,
Take
right.
care.
Bye, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Has she fallen over?
Yeah. She does it a lot,
She's
apparently.
doing an Abbott tribute thing.
Broke the
So
heel.
you need picking up after that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
So what didn't it like about your address? Was it the country?
Well, I was getting it sent to Air Studios. It's like saying Abbey Road Studios doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it definitely does.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in it at the moment.
Are you in Air Studios right now?
So you
Air
say.
London.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not. No, not right now. No, not right now. But I usually am. I've got a writing room there, so I'm there most of the time. And it's quite handy because then I can just sort of drop down to the studios to record stuff. Like, I mean, I'm just weirdly. There's a sequence in this film where they need sort of string quartet versions of Queen songs, and we're sort of knocking them up. And it's really handy because it's like you say, what day are you free to the studio? I said, well, we've got a morning on the blah, blah, blah. I said, I could just come down. Do you know what I mean? It's like you don't have to make any plans particularly. You can just run down and do it and then go back upstairs again and carry on writing. So it's really good for being efficient in terms of time, but it's also expensive. Because I could go to Prague and do it for a lot less. But then it wouldn't be as good.
Yes, well, you can always.
That's my sob story. Poor
Well,
me.
you can always do it here. This room's always free. You can always do it here if you want.
Where are you?
Up in the bedroom. Best
Right,
place for it, mate.
How many can you fit in?
Yeah.
Well,
1.5.
we can move some of the stuff out first.
Yeah, move a chair out.
Yeah, move a chair or two out, a couple of rollies out. And
You can
we'll
get
be
Hans
all right.
Zimmer, you can get the Hans Zimmer moved out.
Yeah, we
I'll
can
take the
get
CS80. Ken.
Yeah.
I'll come and get it when I've got a car.
when you got a car. Yeah.
What happened to your car?
Has everyone got a CS80?
No, I don't.
Well, I've got
I wish they
two.
did.
Ian's
I've
got a couple.
I've got one.
Matt's got
But
one.
but it's
Don't know about BG Ollie. He may
It's
have
VT
one stuck
VST.
behind his bottom.
Somewhere.
They're in.
Just
one in
keep-
each room.
It's Ken, he just hasn't got enough room for it all. So he
Yeah,
just
I
keeps.
Well, if he keeps
Ken-
fixing it,
Andy,
Yeah.
will you give this CS8 to your house room? Yeah, of course I will. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
basically, Ken should just stop fixing them, and then no one will buy them anymore.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently,
There's
I'm
a truth in
responsible
that.
for that one that's for sale now. Apparently.
Yeah, I saw that.
How
Yeah.
much?
Yeah.
How much are they going for? I've seen stupid prices online.
45, I think.
Holy crap.
There's some on for 75.
Oh no, that's literally just somebody sort of like trying to artificially raise the price up.
Well, yeah. I'd say they probably do it quite well.
They have. They made it double at least. The two that went this year went for 30, 13.35 respectively. Now this one's up for 45. I don't know whether it'll go for it though.
Right.
Because I think it's a little bit too much.
So that's just.
Well, I was talking to some people who manufacture stuff, and like we're doing this that Duesenberg James Bond guitar. I don't know if you saw it, but so we announced it last week.
Yeah.
And they're 7,000 quid, which is mental.
Mm.
I mean, the guitar retails at 2.5, so it's not stupid, but it's a collector's thing.
Mm.
Apart from people give me grief, like going, "Oh, it's this very poor taste," announcing this guitar when people can't afford their heating. Going like, what are you fucking talking about? It's like I looked at this bloke's timeline, and someone had made a model of the 1966 Batmobile and was selling it for 1,600 quid. And all he said about that was, "Oh, I wish I could afford that. It looks lovely." But he comes onto my thing and he goes, "You're a cunt for selling it." What's going on?
Yeah.
I'm not selling it. And not only
If
that,
you can't afford to put your heating on, you're not in the market for that kind of instrument.
well, exactly.
Full stop.
But if you're a doctor or a dentist who buy tons of shit, it's like, all right, mate. I tell you what, go down to the Rolls-Royce factory and tell them to shut up shop because people, it's immoral that you're making something that most people can't afford. That's basically what you're saying.
Mm. The interesting thing is, before all the crisis, they were things that people still couldn't fucking afford.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's not as if. All right, how much has your heating gone up by? Right, 300 quid. Let's say 500 quid a year.
Yeah.
Right. So it's still going to take you 14 years to save up for, which you weren't going to do anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. I know, mate. You know, it's like. It's like when I get these little private messages that pop up now and again, calling me, the cunt that made CS80s expensive.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
That's me who said that.
Yeah, I know, but I knew it was you because all those random capitals.
Yeah. Sadly, I forgot to not sign it.
Yeah.
You're a cunt who puts the price of CS80s up. Sincerely yours, David Arnold.
Yeah.
Air Studios, London.
Yeah.
Do you get a lot of that?
Don't bother trying to find me. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. I don't get a lot of it, but I've had it in the past. I have had it in the past. But
if it wasn't for you, I could afford a CS80.
Oh, look who's joined us.
Hey!
Oh, about bloody time too.
Another CS80 owner.
We've been slagging off for hours.
All I heard was cunt and CS80, so I thought it must be me.
No. There's many of us.
That's what.
Hey. Hello all.
All right, baby.
Hi, Ty.
Hey. David. Hello.
Yeah, I'm going to be unsocial now because I actually have got to go because I'm supposed to go.
You see what you did, Ty?
You see now look what you've done.
Yeah.
Awkward.
But I'm gonna come back. Not tonight, but we're going to do. I owe everyone an evening of more meandering.
Mm.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I do a lot of it. It's like
I wonder you find your way home. Man.
Yeah, was it? I can't find my own arse with both hands.
Yeah, and a mate.
Yeah, no, like I got this new American favourite comedian who I like, and so I just keep telling everyone his jokes, which I really like. Anyway, so I'll do one before I go.
Go on in.
So my girlfriend, I won't do the accent. My girlfriend came home today. She was really, really upset. She said, "I can't believe it. The hairdresser's cut 2 inches extra off my hair. I'm so upset." I said, "You're upset. I'm the one who's going to go out and have to find a new girlfriend."
Oh dear.
My grandmother died at my 9th birthday party while eating cake. She died. Now, I didn't stop eating birthday cake after that, but I was very careful about what I wished for. Okay, last one.
Go on.
Last one. Every morning at 9 a.m., my next door neighbour, who's 90 years old and has got Alzheimer's, knocks on my door. And I open the door, and every morning he asks me the same question. He asks me where his wife is. And I have to tell him, this 90-year-old man with Alzheimer's, that his wife is dead. Now, I could not tell him. I could not open the door. I could just forget about it. But to be honest, it's worth it just to see the smile on his face.
Oh, man.
Right. Lovely to see you all.
All right, darling.
And you, David.
We'll have another
Nice
go.
to meet
We'll have
you.
another go.
Take care, chap.
Keep your fingers crossed we're all alive in the end of
Have a
February.
good Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry
David,
Christmas, mate.
thanks.
And you.
Yeah.
Merry
Have a good
Christmas, David.
Take care, buds.
All the best.
Cheers.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Take care, buds. Bye.
Right, go on then, Ty. Tell us some fucking jokes. Come on.
Oh no!
Earn your keep.
Hi, darling.
I literally did come in to say that I'm not going to be able to make it. Sorry. No, I've got a 12-year-old daughter who's decided she's just having one of those moments. Where
Not asleep yet, then.
she does not want to go to sleep.
Ah.
So it's okay. We've had a really fun, busy day, and she's still just a bit hyper. And
Have you tried marzipan?
no
Carl
marzipan, but not
Marzipan, but not marzipan, yeah.
No. But have you seriously? I hope you haven't seriously been waiting for me to do the quiz.
No, we did it. We knew you
We
would.
did it
No, we've
without
already
that.
beaten you.
Good.
Yeah,
that's
we
fine.
won.
If you've done the,
They were all
Yeah,
I feel
bitching
Me
at
and
me.
Ian won.
Giving it
We
this.
beat you by miles.
Yeah. We were
Yeah.
we were
That's
the
fine.
80.
But Miles.
When are we doing the
As long
quiz?
as-
How
as
long
long
do we
as-
have to
as
wait?
long As long as I know that you weren't waiting for me, I feel that's fine by me.
No, it's
I'm
fine,
cool
baby.
with that.
It's cool.
Because I
It's
would have
cool.
fucking thrashed your fucking asses anyway.
No, absolutely no chance. No chance, mate.
Yeah.
I don't
What's the
think
subject
so.
matter? Just so I know.
Christmas.
Your
You've had
subject.
Absolutely no chance.
Yeah.
Unless your answer was the Grinch to everything, that you've had no chance. Sorry, Ty. I've done it again. Oh my God, stop my mouth.
Well,
from
put it
running
this
away
way,
with me.
Ty. I got no points, and I helped do the quiz.
Give me one question. Give me one question.
Why?
What? Christmas? Why?
That's close enough. You get a point.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
Which BWM number is Barks Brandenburg Concerto for Christmas?
Got the Christmas oratorio.
Come on, Ty. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Because
Because you're there. You're almost there.
No, you see, no, okay. I was gonna
It's
say,
not a Brandenburg Concerto, it's a Christmas oratorio, so I'm going to give Ty the point.
Hey.
Yeah.
There you go. You got a point, right?
You got a point there, Ty.
Great.
Bollocks.
Great.
So- it is the yes, well done.
Yeah. Great. Such a shame I missed it.
Yes.
Anyway, so I really am sticking my head in to be, just
I know, babe.
yeah. So I am going to stick my head in at some point tomorrow on the show. I've said to Robbie just literally for 5 minutes just to wish
Oh,
all,
yeah.
all of the cunts a happy birthday. Happy birthday? Fucking hell. I'm tired. A happy Christmas. But
And happy
oh God,
Christmas
so this
to
is
you
going to be
too,
our
Ty,
last
as well.
show with you lot. So,
Yeah.
have I been drinking? I honestly, I'm sitting here with words coming out of my mouth in a random order.
Do you
It
remember
actually feels-
hitting your
I feel
head
I've
on
got
anything?
I've got stuff to edit on my fucking voice at the moment. But
Are you all done with that project you were working on?
I am.
Ah, nice.
That's done, dusted, put to bed, invoiced, everything.
How long
Yeah.
had you been working on that?
The very first note of it was written in January. The very first note of it.
So a
And then-
year.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
but then really in earnest from the spring, basically. Yeah.
And is that all you've been focusing on then?
It has been since June.
Oh man, that must fuck with your head altogether.
Yeah, but out of the 3 hours, how many hours did you actually write?
Well,
Must be getting on for about 14.
yeah, it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't that they loved all the music that I did,
Yeah.
but it was just the fact that it's just everything was rewritten. So, it was just kind of, there was no such thing as a locked film. So every piece you'd write, and then they changed the pitch, so you'd have to write the same piece to fit again, and then again, and then again, and then again, and then again. So, by which time you've just lost the will to live, to be fair. And
interest in the pieces.
Say again?
And interest in the pieces as well.
Oh, totally devoid of any interest. By the end of it, you're literally just, it's like going through the motions, and it's like writing by numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah. No, it's one of those, I'm glad to be rid of it. It doesn't happen many times that I really am just, literally, I never want to hear any of it ever again.
Well, it's nice they respect the artistic process, huh?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the artistic what? Yeah. So it's but it's trying to explain that thing of, the momentum and inspiration. You can't just keep doing it again and again and again and again and again. So, but anyway, it's fine. It's done. So yeah, thank you for asking. No, that's done. I've got this one little project that I'm doing now. In January, that's me for a while. That's me done for a while. So, yeah, looking forward to that. So, yeah, it's all good. But no, seriously, I do have to just go and deal with her. I shouldn't. I mean, for God's sake, it's only 10:20, but she's just a little cutie who doesn't want to go to sleep at the moment because it's all exciting and Christmas and the fact that this is kind of last. I mean, she still believes in Father Christmas. She's 12 and still believes in Santa. And
wise
so
move.
this is definitely going to be the last year of that being the case. So
okay.
She's very excited, and I want to go and make the most of all of that shit.
What do you mean, believe?
I say she believes. I'm sure she's there thinking, fucking suckers still think that I believe in this shit. Yeah.
Should be able
but
to
I'll edge my
year
bets.
Out of this.
I'll edge my bets, So, yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to, if I don't see any of you before the big days, I hope you all have a fucking amazing one.
And you, mate.
In whichever way you're spending it.
And you too.
Whoever you're spending it with, I hope that, they can fucking put up with you. And if you spend it by yourself,
you're gonna have to. They've got no choice.
Exactly.
Well, love to help, mate.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just we'll
have a great one.
Have a lovely holiday.
Bye. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Take care, mate.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, Rob isn't here, is he? What a wanker. Yep. Oh, I don't know. Is it that? What a wanker? No, I can't do it.
No, that was a good one.
What a wanker.
What a wanker.
Is that close?
What a wanker.
What a wanker. What a wanker. What a show.
Where I hear you, a lot of you just talking about doing live shows like jams and that kind of stuff. Are you all in the same area as well doing it, or is there a venue?
Definitely yes.
Definitely yes.
I have no idea, Ollie, what's going on in Ireland, but over here in the UK, there's an organisation called EMOM, Electronic Music Open Mic. Yeah, Ian is definitely a mover and shaker in that.
It's my fault.
It is Ian's fault. It is Ian's fault. But
so you've a common venue. That's very cool.
I mean, actually, I'm going to say this in terms of mover and shaker. Ian's input into EMOM as a movement has been almost incalculable, because from Ian sending me a message, and to Jim Glue a message, and to Jamie of Geosynths a message, saying, you guys should be involved in this. Yeah, have a look at this. Get involved. Right. I've not set anything up, but I've played at a load. Jim Glue has set up an event in Derby. Jamie Geosynths got involved, and he played at one in Leeds and then Holmfirth, and he's been involved.
He set his own up as well, didn't he?
And he's set his own up in Blackpool.
So it's a network of venues and
But he's also Jamie of Geosynths has live streamed them, and he live streamed one of Jim's from Derby, which Nick Batt watched. He sat and he watched it and got, oh my word, this is worthwhile, this is good. And Nick Batt from Sonic State has got on board, and he's put on an EMOM in Bath and broadcast it, and it's gone from there to there. And the reason that's happened is that guy sitting up there in the top right hand corner, Ian. Just from pointing out,
thanks, Andy.
I mean it, Ian. I really genuinely mean it. If you hadn't done that way back in May, earlier in 2022, it wouldn't have happened. It would not have happened. That these causal effects, it leads back to you, and you're the guy who started it off for the path that it's now taking. And I do believe that Sonic State being on board and planning to do another one in March is a really big thing.
I mean,
Jamie doing his is massive. I mean, Jamie's events have been great. What he's done has been fantastic. But having Nick Batt on board does take it up a notch. And I hope it grows as a result. I
really do. I mean, my plan next year is to actually play. I mean, I've only really been playing the York one over the last, just before the pandemic.
Yeah,
I have played Leeds, but I want to actually do quite a lot more up and down the country next year. So
that's my plan.
My intention is to be selling less stuff so I can be away. So doing less retail stuff, but actually creating more music. So when I put an album out, I intend to actually, I want to tour it as an EMOM if that's possible. And play different tracks.
Similar things. I'd like to travel. I want to go to the next one in Bath. I just want to go around if I can. We talked about Synth East.
Yeah.
As a thing, just going out and talk about. I suppose networking is one of the things. Anyway, actually, back to.
I'm going to put
you.
one on next year as well.
Oh yeah,
in your back garden. Yeah, we've got to come and do your back garden EMOM.
And it is now officially branded as Shitfest.
Great.
Get it done. Shitfest. We'll be there for Shitfest.
We'll be there and we'll play.
We've even got PA lined up and everything now.
Put it in the
We'll be
summer
shitfest if we don't get
Kent,
the
and I'll
dog
be
crap
there.
out of the yard. So
I like it.
No. It should stick to everybody's shoes, and they're getting it out of the garden.
But back to Ollie's question. I've no idea what's going on in Ireland, and if it's not happening, make it happen.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just genuinely interested. I have I've played live gigs and venues since I'm 21. So
yeah, you've done loads. I know.
I'm 47 now, and I've had my time, and I'm very happy. But I have no interest in playing live or anything like that anymore. I'm actually very happy being able to do my music from here and not have to talk to anybody, especially not people in the audience.
And the thing about
well, that's the alternative side, isn't it? You can do like your EMOM, as it were, from home.
But there's that. But I'm talking about playing live in general. I mean, I'm happy to be able to spend time in my studio environment and actually record and put that music on YouTube. But I've done my time recording and playing live over the years. So I feel I've done that, and I'm happy exploring something else.
I mean, I'm like you, Ollie. I mean, I've been playing live since I was probably 14. So too many years to count, really. But the EMOMs are slightly different in the sense that there's always quite a lot of pressure with, should we say, paid gigs or normal. We'll call them normal gigs rather than EMOMs. But EMOMs. The thing that always used to piss me off about doing those sort of gigs is that there's always an element of, that some of the audience weren't going to listen, whereas actually at EMOMs, it's a very supportive crowd, and it is a different environment.
True. Very true.
And there's no money involved. Nobody's getting paid.
No,
and there's usually a whip round to if there's a guy on the desk, there's a whip round for him. Especially that happens in the one in York.
That's a interesting point, because when I moved from Dublin to the West Coast here in Galway, and I left a scene that I knew really well, where I knew everybody, so I was really well connected. I moved here, and I knew some people, but not nearly as connected. So my first goal was to actually just re-network, and and then I was like, actually, do I want to go there again? So I actually stopped playing music or getting paid for music. I had a job as well, but and I ended up just doing stuff for free, and I enjoyed that far more.
You do,
than
pressure's off.
Of getting
Pressure's
paid.
off.
There's a lot to be said for it.
I was full time for a couple of years, or at least for a full year, on and off. And it was the worst time in my life. I didn't actually enjoy having to put food on the table and having to pay the rent through music, because I ended up not learning any new stuff, or stuff that I wanted to learn.
I went through that at the end of the 80s and early 90s. So
it's horrible.
Years, playing 4 or 5 nights a week and playing the same set every night, you don't get any better as a musician.
Yeah, no, because you go home and then you don't want to learn anything. You don't want to play anything, or you don't want to just even practice. It just, it was tough.
Well, Ollie, if you did want to participate, they had the VMOMs on Facebook. I did the one last month. There's one due in a couple days for this month as well. So you can submit a performance that's a live performance to a video, and he will play them on Twitch. So it's pretty fun, actually.
Maybe down the line.
Virtual EMOM.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
When I'm a bit more comfortable with all that gear.
There's all levels. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's pretty cool. So
it's interesting about the live thing. I can sit in here and I can play, I can noodle, and I only feel that it matters when I'm standing in front of an audience.
That's fair enough.
Don't ask me why. I love playing live. In fact, all the time I've been making music has always been not what it sounds like when it's on a record, but what it is when I actually play it in front of a crowd. Because
I remember.
That's what I really love doing. I love it more than anything else. It gives me such a buzz. Even in the sort of 10, 15 minutes that I have at an EMOM, I'm quite happy to travel, to set up and play for 10 minutes. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
It's great. Some people thrive on it. I mean, I remember some of the lads I used to play with and tour with, they were just, they loved the setting up. They loved plugging all the gear in and even carrying it. Like they loved it. For me, it was just mostly waiting for that gig to happen, and then it's over
a lot of that.
in an hour, and then everything around it just it was just.
But at an EMOM event, you turn up, you dump your gear, and you sit and you wait there until the chap says, right, it's you next after this guy, and while that guy's playing, you set up your gear, and then it's your turn.
At the same time,
you can enjoy that. You've got time to enjoy the music that other people are doing.
You need a setup that's pretty quick to set up, and there's no sound check. If you're lucky, you get a line check.
Yeah, it's a line check.
If you're lucky.
But like me, what a great time that now we're at the stage with streaming, with online presence and all that, that you can actually be a musician without needing to tour or even be present live, and you still have that option as well. Like there's so many options and ways now for a musician to express themselves. I think it's a fabulous time if you're an upcoming musician, or somebody who just wants to change their career altogether and shift their focus to something else, but still play music.
Also, there's smaller groups all over have been doing like open mics for at least a couple decades. There's a huge modular scene in California, Pacific Northwest, and New York and stuff. And the one I went to in New York, in San Francisco last month, they actually rented out a proper movie theater. We even had time to do a sound check in batches, and it was really, really fun. It was very, very professionally done for a mellow group.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Well, so it's like we almost did like a miniature EMOM last week with me, Jim Glue, and Robert. Was it last week?
Here, live here.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wasn't at that one.
I think
that was when I was in London, wasn't it?
It was a few days ago, yeah. I was trying to play my little iPod over the thing, but it didn't come through very well.
Yeah, you were there as well.
It was all choppy.
Yeah, but it was you contributed. You contributed, my friend. Don't worry. And it was like really good fun. You know, I don't know what the hell the actual end product sounded like coming out onto the stream, because you know what it's like when you're trying to play in time with each other. You know, sort of like
it's impossible.
Get it,
It's
mate,
impossible,
you know,
isn't it?
So
it was pretty floaty, so it wasn't. You know, it worked out pretty well.
it was. It looked like it, from what I was playing sounded in tune, and what everybody else were hearing sounded like it was in time as well. You know, but
what it sounds like, especially if you're streaming and with YouTube nowadays, what it sounds like is almost irrelevant to a lot of people. What they actually enjoy is the process itself. Like, if there's one thing I've learned over, I don't know, almost 10 years of running a YouTube channel, is people are more interested in the how than the end product. Yeah.
The how is more important than the what.
Well, so they'll happily watch.
I think it was
somebody
about 20 odd diehards that put up with it for the hour and a half that I think it ran. But it's all right, you know.
I missed that. I think it was hiding from British soccer fans.
I think it happened. I think it happened purely by chance. I think Jim played something, and then Robbie jumped in on it, and then I joined in, and then the next thing and something happened, and then it finished.
You can do it live like that. There's no latency.
And then just make up something else and do another one.
Wasn't there a lad here who was trying to do that a few months back? Was he? What was his name? Spanish lad or something?
Oh,
Eddie?
Eduardo.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Oh, right, yeah.
He seems to have disappeared.
Yeah.
I've seen Eddie.
Yeah, I chatted with him recently. He responded to some stuff I asked him about on Facebook, but he's kind of incognito right now. So.
Is he? Oh.
I said, it wasn't that horrible band you were with, was it?
That's right.
Yeah, that sounded dreadful, didn't it?
Yeah.
Awful
really
situation.
needed to get out of that.
Yeah, God. Awful.
All right, boys and girls, I'm buggering off.
Bugger off
All right,
then.
darling.
Matt.
All right, Matt.
I will see you all tomorrow night. Catch up.
Sorry, Matt.
I might not see you tomorrow night, Matt. So if I don't see you, Matt, have a good Christmas, mate.
And you, my
Because
friend.
I might not be there tomorrow
Have a
night.
lovely
I've got
holiday.
family
Have a
turning up
lovely
tomorrow,
Christmas.
so
No.
Take care, chap.
you know.
All right, listen.
Big
see you all.
hugs.
Oh,
All the best, matey.
Take it out. Bye, bye. So
And number 3. We should write an album about that, shouldn't we?
what's that?
What? The number 3, 5.
I said, and then there were 3.
But there's 5
I
of
know
us.
there's 5. Okay, I can't count.
What's in that drink,
So-
anyway?
Yeah,
Then there were 3 and 2 others.
yeah.
Good night.
Two backing musicians.
Cabernet Sauvignon.
Ooh.
It's empty. I didn't empty it all in one go.
There's not any methanol in there, is there? So.
Ian,
Because you know,
what's?
so-
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No. You go, BG, because it was absolutely.
No, what's the name of your YouTube channel, Ian? Actually,
Mine?
I found it. Yeah, I found it a while
Ian
back.
J. Cole. That should bring it up. I
Stayed
think.
up all night thinking that one up.
I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my one. It's
How
like
do you spell your last?
Kent Spong. Oh,
EIAN J
Yeah.
J and COLE.
Oh yes. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Agu. It's just put my name.
Thank
in
you.
things.
Oh, you're uploading regularly. Wow.
I try and do one a week,
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, it's almost a minimum, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this stage, yeah.
So,
Yeah, this is when I discovered
usually on
I
a
do
Monday
too
or a
much work.
Tuesday.
Bleeding YouTube tarts.
I know, yeah. Well, it's,
Media whores.
I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers.
How long have you had it? Have you?
I'm
run
trying
it?
to get to 10.
I've had the channel for years and years, but actually I only started
I'm trying to get
regularly uploading probably about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I had something like 200 subscribers when there was no content, and it seemed to take a long time to get to the magic 2,000.
Look, it's so hard nowadays, even to
No.
just attract a few hundred people. Like,
Yeah, and I've had a couple of videos because it's not just about music; it's obviously music and art, as you can see. And I did through lockdown. I did there was the theatres were doing free shows of particular films, particular performances, and I did a short video on. I think it was Two Governors, One Man, which I think was James Corden's. And for some reason, that really took off, and I got 100,000 views in an hour, which was bonkers. Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, it died pretty quickly because obviously once, it was on for about 4 days.
Even
I think
so.
was the actual, and you could literally see the amount of, and the subscriber count went up at that point as well. And then you lose some of those subscribers because there's only certain times a year that I do the theatre stuff, which is usually August.
Yeah.
But some of those people stayed, so
Cleo's dad.
Hey.
Hi, David.
But I have to say, I don't like, this business about creating content for clickbait.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not keen on doing that. I make videos that I'm interested in, and if they get views, great. And you'd like people to watch more stuff, but my usual.
I was always a little bit sort of apprehensive because I invested everything into SoundCloud, and I got that going really well, and I was getting quite a few people following, thousands,
Yeah.
And then it went all quiet, and people go, "Now I'm pissed off with SoundCloud, bye," and moved on.
Yeah, I mean, I have a subscription, but I used to pay for it, and I think I may have told you this. I had a track on. It wasn't on my channel. It was on another an online radio show, and they played one. They put it on one of my tracks on SoundCloud, and it got something like 50,000 listens. And I contacted PRS and said, "I'm not getting any royalties for this. Where's the money?" And they went, "Oh, there isn't any." Which is just what 50. So there was no money.
Yeah.
And,
Where's the money?
Where's the money? Show me the money.
Isn't it weird how this whole thing is? I'm just diving on in. You know me.
Hi, it's good to see you, Dave. Hi, Dave.
Yeah, good to see everybody. Seriously.
Yeah, always good to see you, handsome.
Cleo, please. It's about me.
Oh no, it's all right.
It's already over. See, it's like.
Where to put a cat?
Yeah, isn't it? I mean, all this stuff. It's crazy. Like, there's no money in any of it.
No.
I don't. And it's weird. There's still people hanging on to some kind of fantasy or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's
It's
funny.
just like,
'cause-
Yeah.
what are you doing? Like, this is not
yeah.
work. And then I don't know how much I just jumped in, but I wasn't listening before. But you look at these people that, and I'm sure you can appreciate this, and I know Ollie's done some of this stuff. You do stuff on YouTube, and you really start putting a lot of energy into it, and you could see these people burning out left and right.
Oh God, yeah.
Every
exactly,
one of them. Every
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah.
One by one. It's the same story. You can feel it.
And you can get into that business about, I've got to get a video up this week, and I did that for a while, but then I thought, actually, no, I don't. I'll put content up when I want to put it up. It's usually Monday, Tuesday. There's a couple of videos on the site that aren't live yet, and I'll probably put one of them out Monday.
I think everyone
after
still
Christmas.
feels like there's got to be somehow to make this work. You know, like
Yeah.
everyone is just like,
You got to get a sponsor. That's how people make most of the money. The advertising from YouTube is
it is.
garbage.
Well, there is.
Yeah.
Rich's Roland. Did you see that thing that shot of Rich Hilton? There's an awesome
Yeah.
shot. He's got the hat on,
Yeah.
and right in the middle says Roland. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
Rich, go.
You see a lot of these guys, they have like Squarespace ads on their channel.
Yeah, I've seen
stuff
that
like
too.
that. That's where they make the money. Not from
But
YouTube.
then they get so phony.
So
They start to-
YouTube pays very little. I mean, I'm not complaining, but with all the views I'm making on YouTube, it's just about $100 a month, which
Yeah,
for the
just-
amount of work and effort that goes into
Yeah.
it's not worth it. So what actually pays is, well, it's Spotify, actually, or any streaming platform that is not YouTube actually pays much better than YouTube. So people complain about Spotify and all these and iTunes and all that. There's actually there's better money there, especially for music. Obviously Bandcamp, and then there's crowdfunding, so Patreon. And that's, I mean, if you're a musician and you have a music channel, you really need to consider stuff like crowdfunding. And I know it some people are against it,
But it's the only way.
But yeah, that's actually what actually will allow you to make money, because it's directly people who feel they like your stuff enough that they want to contribute to your craft. And that's what I was saying earlier. They don't really care about the end result. What they actually enjoy is watching you make it, or the process of you making it. And that's really where you need to lean into as a musician. It's not so much what you actually make, but how you make it that interests them. And I find people really like that. And then I think for YouTube, it's being there after all those years and still being there. Because like you said, so many people burn out because they try really hard for a few months and 5 months. And then they realize that, well, I've gone nowhere. But you're not going to go anywhere the first few years. Like, you have to see it as a company that you're starting. And for the first 5 years, you're not going to make much money, if any at all.
No.
And that's really how you have to see it.
Well,
like now,
Heimbach makes a lot through Patreon. You know, he does like
exactly, yeah. Like I'm at the
sample
stage,
packs, song downloads, stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
there's
do they
stuff.
really
Yeah.
even? I'm sorry. Do they even really make a lot? I mean, that's what I really get to. I
So
think the end amount is still not a livable wage.
No,
So,
it's not.
I'd say
it's
this.
about
It's not-
medical care and
I'll say this: with close to 70,000 people on following the channel on YouTube, if I was 20 now, I would go full time. I make enough money to pay the mortgage and the bills from it.
Okay.
And if I was 20 now, I'd go full time and just actually double the output that I have and
Then
probably
maybe
make a
then,
decent
yeah.
living. So yes, you can absolutely, but it's a job. You need to put as much work as your day job into it, and probably a bit more.
There's some Twitch streamers that are millionaires, but they live on the channel.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
eating
You
on the
have to.
channel. They're talking constantly on the channel for like 8 hours a day.
Yeah. I think the myth that people sell you on YouTube and Twitch and all that is that it's a recreational thing that can bring a lot of money. It's not. It's a full-time activity.
Yeah.
And you have to
Yeah.
treat it that way. Yeah.
Ollie,
Yeah,
just-
ideally you should be putting out a video every day.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Ollie,
If
just
you do
give me
that,
your-
there's
the name
big,
of
big
your
money.
channel.
BG Ollie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's interesting because when I put up a video of the first bench test of the digital oscillators that I designed for the Yanaglyph, and I got 5 times more views of me driving the Mustang.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it?
You never know how it's going to.
Well, the Mustang. Yeah.
Which way
Well, they want to see it fall apart on your bumpy street. So
Yeah, when's it going to crash you into a tree,
Yeah, you
man?
gotta crash or something. You're
Yeah,
silly.
yeah.
And on that, check it
Come
out. I
I
want
just-
to wave
Oh no, man!
and
It's just
say good night, everyone.
oh.
All right,
God.
darling.
All right.
No, Andy.
Season's greetings
Bored
to
and
everyone.
right.
right.
And you
In
fruit back.
whichever
Look after
way you
yourself, all right?
choose to celebrate
Ian.
it. We'll see you all soon. Cheers, Dave.
Take it easy,
Cheers,
mate.
Ian.
Yeah.
Cheers, all the best,
Cheers,
mate.
Ollie.
No,
Cheers.
so
Happy
darling.
Christmas.
Yeah, happy Christmas.
Have a
Cheers,
good time
Ken.
off.
Cheers,
See you later,
Andy.
babe.
Bye.
Bye,
Thanks all in the
bye.
chat. See you all soon. Bye.
He's still
He's
here.
not leaving. What a wanker.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Oh,
I
there
think
it goes.
he might think it's. He starts getting undressed in a minute. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
then we're in
still on.
trouble. Then we're gonna have to make a decision.
Well, then we have to play burlesque music.
We might,
Yeah.
we might actually make you some money, but we might lose money. It's hard to say.
Oh, mate.
Mm.
Yes, well. Yeah. I think somebody was saying to me the other day, "Oh, you only need more, like 4 or 5 more subscriptions, and you can monetize the channel." I'm going, really? Nobody's going to pay to watch this shit. Are you kidding me? Come on, please.
The thing,
So life sucking.
There's some crazy advertisers that might bite. You never know.
Well, yeah, but it's that whole thing that, like, you know, when a channel is monetized, and it's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with monetizing the channel, but there is then automatically an expectation that has to be implemented immediately.
Well, if you expect to keep making that money,
Yeah, well, exactly.
You
So.
want the money. You know what I mean? If you want that revenue. Yeah, I know. And there, some of those people doing their stuff. It's really good stuff, and it's really worth every dollar. And I do try to Patreon. And there's a few of them I really like. I actually feel kind of sick to my stomach, like $2 or $3 a month. It just feels so small, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. It just, as someone who really enjoys supporting other people, I feel so powerless sometimes. Really help them. Like I want to do something big, and it's just.
Yeah, well, I mean, I support Sonic State. I support Ramses.
Yeah, I love doing it. Yeah,
Robbie was telling me off because he said, we just looked at the accounts. You pay a subscription to us on PSN. I mean, yeah. And he goes, well, you're on it. I went, yeah, but it doesn't mean I can't support it.
I know, I do the same. I try to if I can. But like Rand's show, it hits like, I'll wake up at like 6 in the morning on Saturday just because of where I am. And it is so much fun for me. You know what I mean? Like I literally wake up sometimes. I go, oh God, 6:45, and I like jump out of bed, turn on the podcast, and I really enjoy it. Just,
I mean, Rance puts a bucket of work into it.
Yeah, he does.
Oh,
It's a really good show to be part of.
Yeah.
I love it. It's great. Yeah.
And it's slick, and it has lots of interesting sections in it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a morning person, but it's worth getting up for.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know at first. Like I watched it one time, and then I kind of got. It's like any of them. You kind of get to know him. I was like, this guy's really cool. I really like what he's doing. And you know, at first you don't really know, and you kind of just testing the waters, and then you kind of, then there's that kind of period where you kind of just merge, you know, into the chatty, you know, and it's just like you do it every week. It's super cool, actually.
Well, it's like give you an idea of what a gentleman Rans is. I messaged him a couple of months back, and I said to him, I said, can you still get those Tim Tams out there? And he goes, oh yeah. So he sent me a couple of packets, right? It cost $43
to send, yeah.
$43 to get it to the door, for Christ's sake. I mean, Fiona was beside herself. You know, she's like,
you can buy Tim Tams here, you know.
Well,
can you?
We didn't know that at the time. Because from Fiona's point of view, she was looking for them on the supermarket shelves where they used to be at one time, but then it's like,
you have to order them online.
Amazon has a lot of that stuff too, pretty cheap. You can get international goodies. So
yeah, but bless his cottons, he sent us a couple of packets.
That's really good. That's great,
and a copy of the CD.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Been playing his CD while I've been working on stuff.
He does really good, like his camera angles and everything. He's really put some time into how he does it. It just kind of with me right where I am, kind of with some of the modular, and I like how he kind of does his initial. Well, he did. He'll go back to it, I guess, in time.
He will.
Exactly. And then he'd have the show later. Yeah. It's just and then he's got the cool little segments. I mean, it's got to be a lot of work. I know. It's just.
Yeah. One day I will get close with that guest ascent.
I've got.
I almost have to stop because I just get so frustrated. It's like
I have promised him to do 2 or 3 at some point, so they're the only ones I'm going to get. Is the ones I do myself.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, you will be excluded from them.
I know. You know.
Damn. Can I pretend to be somebody else?
Yeah.
So, yeah, but even man said to me, he says, "You got anything there that's sort of like weird and wonderful that you could video?" I said, "Yeah, but it wouldn't be accompanied with any audio because they're all broken."
Just all knackered, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's just pictures and go just play some violin music over the top of it or something. So, you know, like that Wurlitzer drum machine I got down there. You know the mechanical one?
Yeah.
Oh, there's one that kind of hangs on the side of it. Is it one of
I
those?
think Mum Look No Computer did a video on one as well. So that must be the other one.
I think Moby has one. Doesn't Moby? Here's a crazy collection.
Yeah, so it's basically a valve-based mechanical drum machine. It sounds, well, it sounds
clicky. Is it clicky?
Yeah, it's pick. Pop,
yeah.
Kick, pop,
And were you ever tempted to do or document your repairs on the channel and actually, you know, or even just go through the synth and actually explain?
Well, funnily enough, yeah, I've been tempted on several occasions. It's always one of those things that, but when you're working on a machine, the customer's saying, "When will it be ready?" Oh, hang on a minute, I'm just setting up the lights, kind of thing. But it's like that thing where I did the how you tune a CS80.
Yeah, yeah.
And that just went. Loads and loads of people watching that, which really surprised me because I was expecting about maybe 200 people watch that.
There's a craving for that kind of stuff on YouTube. In general.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what would happen is they would continue to be successful for a long time. You know what I mean? Like they would, not like this where we get one big pop this show and then that's it. That probably...
The benefit of videos like that as well is that their interests will continue over time, so there will be somebody looking for that in time.
Yeah,
you could. I mean, there's no doubt.
Mind you, I put up a video of me taking the hardware off of an ARP 2600 case, and people had fucking kittens over it because I was using a grinder, and they go, well, "That's what you use, otherwise you damage the wood, mate. You got to use a grinder." So I'm there with like, sparks flying everywhere, and people go, "That's an ARP 2600." No, it's the case of an ARP 2600. Chill the fuck out. So yeah, it's just one of those things, I suppose.
Yeah. So I think I got an idea for you. So it's like CS80 undressing, and so like you're undressing CS80, and every time you get a little farther, you take another piece of clothes off, and it's just like it probably would sell. Whether you want to do it, I'm just throwing it out there.
I have another channel that I used to run, not so much anymore, but I used to actually document all the repairing of the arcade boards.
Oh, right, yeah.
I would just have a phone set up and then I'd go through the schematics and explain there. So it'd be a fixed camera.
Yeah.
And the interest was like slow at the start, like it'd be a few hundred views, but I find over time if I go back on the channel and look at those old videos, they have a few thousands of views because the interest of it actually catches people who are looking for that information over a span of 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So they're actually
the video
long.
that keeps giving.
They're long-term videos. Yeah.
And it's also an important archive of a lot of the
knowledge. That's a really
knowledge and information that just gets lost in the.
That's why I was doing it at the time because there was nobody really, or very few people documenting all that sort of information. So I'd make the schematics available and I'd document all those faults that I would find.
Like I was on a forum one night and somebody come in with, I need to find a pair of max transistors for I think it was something like an ARP Odyssey or something like that. And there was all these people going, you can get them from here, and you measure them and see if they got the same HFE as each other and all this sort of stuff and blah, 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 blah. And I go, nobody knows that you can make your transistors matched by simply placing them in an oven for 10 minutes, taking it up to, I think it's 128 degrees, and then let them cool down naturally. They're matched. Any two pair. Any pair of transistors, it doesn't matter. Put them together and they will match by heating them up and let them cool down. Yeah, and a load of engineers, the old guys that still wear the old brown cotton coats and stuff like that.
My dad.
Go, that's how you match them, mate. I go, I didn't know that. I didn't know. So, and it's, obviously somebody told me about it. I mean, but then out there, nobody knows about it anymore.
Yeah.
It fell down the back of the sofa. So I told him how to do it, and people go, "Oh, that's bollocks. That wouldn't work." Oh, okay, whatever.
And it's funny because it's information that you know that you might not think is important or relevant, but it's actually genuinely important to keep that information around and document it somewhere. And especially online now, if you put it on YouTube, it's probably there for a long, long time.
Yeah, the tube is turning into this massive encyclopedia of information.
It is,
now.
yeah. It's like, I mean, probably about 3 years ago, I did a video on how to set up a Gibson SG guitar.
Yeah.
Because we had the music shop at that time, and this guitar came in, and I chopped it up into about 3 or 4 videos, and we did all the bits. I mean, it came in a bit of a mess. Yeah. And I'm amazed it's had something like 40,000 views over, and I still get messages, people saying, "Oh, Matt, and I try and reply to. It's a bit difficult to try and fix somebody's guitar when you can't actually see it, but I do it over the internet, and
I mean, I have to be honest here, but one of the reasons that I put up that CS80 tuning procedure video was kind of selfish, because I used to get people phoning me up asking me how to do it. They got their 80 in front of me. Can you talk me through this?
Yeah.
And you'd be trying to talk them through it. Sometimes there's language barriers as well. The guy would be Norwegian or French or something like that. Now they phone up and say, I want to tune my CS80. I really don't know how to do it. I go, here's the link. When? So, because sometimes, spending an hour shouting at somebody, saying, no, the other one, for fuck's sake, no, the other one, no, the other one. Don't touch that. Oh, no, you've got to go back to the beginning now. That kind of thing. So, yeah, great. So people, and I tried to do it in a way, because I had to be conscious of the fact that I know how to do it with my eyes closed.
Yeah.
I can literally be making a bouillabaisse with one hand while I'm doing it. So I don't fucking, and I have to remember that there are steps that must be told, regardless of how mundane it seems to me.
Yeah.
That the person watching it needs as the reassurance to move on to the next step. So you have to
I do
say
that.
why everything is being done.
Yeah, I do that with basic wiring for me. And in fact, I have this one case that they just snipped some of the wires, and I was trying to look up just the best way to, other than like snipping them real quick and putting electrical tape, which is what I would have done years ago. There were some of them were pretty good, but some of them kept skipping things, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. I want to see everything. I want to see every little method.
It's the how.
It's not. I'm paying attention to every little method, because
I can do that.
Let me try.
Sorry, I
Bonsoir.
didn't want to. I need to make an entrance every time. So.
Yeah, that was so hair biased.
I like.
I thought we joined the ring.
Yeah. Start coming out the screen.
It's funny. It's the silliest thing that you might not think of as well, because they're second nature to you.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of repair, CRT repair videos for all those arcade machines. So actually fixing the chassis, which it's all analog circuitry. It's going to be quite confusing, but sometimes you need to discharge the CRT itself. Every time, in fact, because there's like 20,000 volts running in that thing. The thing people were interested in was that, how do you discharge the CRT, which is very simple, very easy. It's not as dangerous as you think. It's not dangerous at all, in fact. So I did a video on that, which is like 5 minutes or even 3 minutes, and boom, like 80,000 views. And it's sometimes the simplest stuff that you don't think of.
Every time I write an IT process doc, I have to think of lowest common denominator, because some people don't know how to do anything on a computer.
Nope.
At all.
No.
So.
Well,
I did a video about, it was funny enough, again, ARP 2600, and somebody had drilled the half-inch holes in the front panel for the big jack sockets. Oh, look, it's beautiful.
I get them.
And the guy who owned this wanted these holes removed. And I thought, and I thought, I'll do a video and just show how you get rid of, when somebody drills holes in an ARP 2500 front panel and make it look like it never had holes. So I made this video, and it really, I mean, it didn't take me long to do the job. put the video up. For some reason, it was taken down. I still, to this day, I don't know why it got striked. I don't know what happened to that. But the problem with it was it was just me doing it. And already the questions were coming in and go, well, but what's that? What is that you're using to flatten the metal? And what's this? And what is that? And I hadn't said or done anything. I just showed me doing it. And so to make that video successful, I would have had to gone back and narrate the living crap out of it.
Well,
and there wasn't enough video there to actually get all the narration in. So you have to go, I have to plan this first before I do it. Sort of thing.
Well, if you think about the psychology of someone like me, right, who doesn't know what they're doing, and one of the reasons I don't do it, right, is because of fear of it destroying whatever I'm going to do. So when I finally commit to doing it, I'm very focused on every tiny detail. I don't want to take anything to chance, right? And if there's something I am not sure, I stop. I go, and that's just my nature with things I know I don't know.
That's interesting because on my repair videos, I would actually just start, and if I made mistakes, I would leave them in.
Yeah, I've done that. I agree with that.
And the reason is I want people to first see the mistakes. I want to not account for my mistakes as well, but also it's important that people realize like it's fine to fuck up and mess.
I know.
Get it wrong. So much of those like DIY videos just show the perfect job, and it's great. It's fun to watch, but it's important as well to remind people that you can do it too, and you will fuck up, and it's fine. You know, you can recover from it, and sometimes you don't recover, and that's fine too. I've actually videos where I've completely destroyed an arcade board. By just because too many repairs and just the trace is burnt eventually because you desoldered too many stuff, and it happens. It does happen. It's not great, but it's. I leave it there. Leave it all there.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the videos from the guy who purposely shocks himself? He has a kind of a comedy channel.
Oh yes. Yeah.
The Brazilian guy, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
When I went to Home Depot just to get some stuff for this one little wiring job, when I walk up to him, I go, okay, I wanted to let you know where I'm at as far as my knowledge, which is, I know nothing. I was the kid with the 9-volt battery stuck in on my tongue. And we all start, they're like, I did that. I'm like, I'm still there. Okay. So, and then, it kind of loosens the mood, it's like, but to Ollie's point, like, I know that on some level, if I need to, there's kind of two ways to look at it. I'm getting into this and I need to make mistakes and go through all the learning process, or I have a specific problem and it's too small to take somewhere, and I just want to, I know that it's really on me. There's nobody to call, and that's where I usually get stuck. The little things that, what do I do? It's like calling the handyman to come in and like fix the doors a little ajar. Like nobody's coming in to do that. You got to figure it out, right? But so it's interesting, but I think it's super cool. I wish those are the good stuff. Those are the videos I think that really have a lot of value. There's some really bad ones out there. That shocking that they're still pestering around. You're like somebody.
Have you seen those videos where they're designed to just waste your time?
Yeah.
Oh,
have you seen those ones?
Oh, there's a dude that.
And the guy kept just adding more and more different foods to the bowl, and he's doing this, and you go, you won't believe what happens in the end, and it's like, and he's just mashing more shit together, and then it finishes, and you go, literally, we're sort of like, ha, you just wasted 10 minutes of your life.
There was a guy doing, I think it was a guy that was doing like videos of pedal combinations and hardware, and they were so bad, right? I would turn them on, and I'm like, I'm not learning anything. But he was, I think it was he was so good at like getting him out there all the time, and I just kept running into him. I'd be like, oh, here's finally one on the Erebus, whatever. I'm like, oh God, it's like jackass. It's like Jesus. And I'm just, I mean, I guess I could block it, but there's no offense to it. It was just like, I know I was getting ready to waste 5 or 10 minutes of my time. And, I mean, there's some real good ones though. When I was doing the Platts firmware upgrade, like I was really hesitant at first, and I was trying. I did get the manual, and I kind of read it, and that was actually the best because it actually is not easy, right? Like you keep trying to do it, and you've got to get enough juice, into the thing. And luckily, I had read a little bit, so I anticipated like how many LEDs were lighting up, and I was trying to just keep telling myself it's. So I got a clone. I was so cautious. I was like, I'm going to test it on a clone first because I have one. I've got one real mutable. I'm like, I don't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
And it took a little bit, but I don't know. I find it interesting how hesitant I am to do these things,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's frustrating
understandable.
actually. I don't. Some people just dive in like, oh yeah, did you do the upgrade? I'm like, oh no, I didn't do that. That's not scary.
It was like when I replaced the screen in my iPad Pro. I mean, I've replaced screens in iPads before. It's not a problem. But I've never done an iPad Pro. And I thought, I'll watch a video on it. And there's this, I think he's Norwegian, this guy. And he repairs iPads and iMacs for a living. And he puts all these videos up, including the mistakes as well. He's taking sockets off and accidentally they melt and bend into some horrible shape. But what I wanted to know was, because I'd never taken the screen out of an iPad Pro before, I didn't know where the connector cables would be, when you're separating the screen. So I watched it, and it goes around with the heat gun a few times, and then pops this bugger up, and I could see where the cables are, so I knew ahead of time where to go in careful and where you could go in with confidence. But it was still a little bit sort of like, don't fuck this up, So, and it was handy. It gave me, more confidence watching that guy do it. Admittedly, he was doing it with ease because he does, 50 or 60 of the bastards a day. But
they have a lot of weird Mac-related stuff on there. I think it's an iFixit website.
The
teardowns.
Yeah.
Didn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can be good for some stuff, but
it was showing things like how some of the components were interchangeable. So, like a really old iPad 3, and you could use the video connector on on the very, very latest iPad because it was the same connector, but you couldn't order one because there was a world shortage of them and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you go, I've got all these spare iPads, and it shows you getting the thing off the board and putting it onto the new one.
Wow.
So. And you think, oh yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. Not that I've got another iPad. Well, I've got an iPad 4, but it probably wouldn't work.
It's really satisfying to fix things.
Oh God, yeah.
It really is. That's the conundrum I live in. I don't like to fix, I don't like to fix things, but it actually is. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I love.
I think it's a time thing. I just stress out. I just go, oh my God, I don't touch this.
Well, you can do. I get it. I get really pissed off eventually with machines that refuse, no matter what you do, to repair. Hence
they exist, and you have to accept that.
Yeah. So Profit 5 Rev 2, you try to avoid them if you can, because that if you get a Profit 5 Rev 2 come in, and the customer will say to you, "Oh, there isn't a lot wrong with it," and you go, "You're fucking lying."
Yeah.
I know you are because your lips are moving.
Yeah.
And they go, "Oh no, it's just this little problem here," and it's like, "No, it fucking ain't. It's all this and it's all this."
Or something like
and the tracks are delaminating off the digital board and all this. It's like, oh man, why? And another one is Roland CR78s. And they go, oh, it doesn't store patches. Oh, well, what's it not doing now? Oh, it's not really doing anything at all. Yeah, well, your battery's leaked all over your CPU board. El Facord. The door is that way. Please enjoy. Because you can repair all the tracks. And everything's got point to point and everything's now appears to work. And it won't program, or there's no bass drum or something. And you can spend the rest of your life trying to get it to work. It's just like,
I love friends or family or people that kind of they tell you, oh, it'll be an easy fix for you. I'll pop in one afternoon, and dude, it could be 3 months before I sort this thing out.
Yeah.
You get a bathroom like that.
I got a memory mug now.
Yeah,
I got a memory mug now that when you turn it on, the display just comes up. Blah. It's just junk like that. and you check every single IC throughout that, all the pop board, all the digital board, all the Demux board, every single IC on it is a worker. All the tracks are right, all the voltages are right everywhere. Replace the EPROMs, replace the CPU. No, turn it on, displays, won't play any sounds. It's like, I don't know what the hell is going on here. It should be working, but it
Trace
just isn't.
impedance on something. Just good luck.
Something's going on with it, yeah. So, but no, I mean, yeah, it swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, I got a problem with my screen on the Alesis 8 HD, and I'm so afraid to just open it and try to change it because I'm not really, comfortable. I don't know how much.
Would you feel more comfortable if you watched a video of somebody doing it, though?
Well, you see, I tried to find something, but I didn't see anything. I didn't find anything that was just like. I lots of written stuff, but
yeah, the written stuff's not.
You need to watch somebody do it.
You need to watch somebody physically doing
and
it.
Lots of videos of guys changing the hard drives on there, but not screens. I haven't seen any screen ones.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a lot of soldering to do. If there is, then forget it. It's just going to be screenless forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, Ian, you got one more subscriber because you were.
Oh, thank you.
Go
hey.
Two.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
You got to get to 10,000. No?
I have, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll call it family.
What are you at now?
9,400 and something, is it?
Ooh,
it's a big benchmark. Like 1,000 is big.
1,000 was massive at the time.
And then 10,000 is the next big one benchmark, like, at least psychologically.
Yeah, I'm immensely grateful to my 8.
Yeah,
even more than that.
9,400.
More than 8.
4,400. 9,440.
Kent, you're halfway to getting monetized, aren't you?
Yeah.
Something like that.
But it's all
you certainly have the watch time.
It's the watch hours, isn't it? Yeah, but Kent would be great for the watch hours because
we're all like 7-hour long streams.
Yeah. Oh Christ, yeah. But monetizing this would be, to me, it feels like the equivalent of standing in the street trying to sell dog shits to people as they walk by. You know, I found this. You want to buy it? You know.
Well, there's a customer for everything.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's not about the end result. It's about the process. We said this.
Why, thank you. That saves me having to follow the dog around town. Yeah.
It's how the shit was made.
Hey, speaking of that, there's a random
Is
thing
it
I found.
naturally sourced?
I was looking for a camera pole for something. And have you seen those dog piss stream catcher poles?
What?
It's like a little bottle on a thing for catching dog urine.
Really?
Oh, no.
It's on Amazon, yeah.
Oh, I think because it was bad enough with the dog nappies.
Yeah, no, this is if it collects samples remotely,
they just
you can
poo into the bag.
Like an 8-foot pole with a thing on it.
Last summer we were in France and we saw a dog with what looked like a coat on it, but it wasn't. It was a carrier thing, and there was bags dangling off it.
Yeah.
And the guy asked what it was, and I said, "That's dog shit." So whenever the dogs, they pick it up, put it in bags, and they make the dog carry it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean. That's just mean.
It's ruined the dog's chat up lines when he's out, isn't it? Hi, this is dog shit on my bag. Yeah.
That's a pickup line.
Like they have dog whatever bins or everywhere over there.
Yeah.
And until they can get to one, the dog has to carry it. I'm not sure the dog is learning anything from it, but
no.
It's like there was a woman walking by here. She's got this lovely little, there's things that look like pugs, but they're tiny little things with big ears. They look, I think it's like a pug sort of thing. And it walked along, and it had a little crap there, out on the grass just out the front there. And I was just coming out walking up the driveway, and she's there with her bag, and she collects it. And I said, "Oh, don't worry about that." She goes, "Oh no, I've got to collect it." I go, "Well, do you want to come out the back in my back garden? Because I got loads for you if you want them." You know.
So. To himself.
Yo.
Welcome back, Rob. Hey.
Dun.
You've done your chores then. You've picked
Oh,
up
that
your
looked
wife.
like that went well.
Oh, the bulk of it didn't until I got home.
Uh-huh.
So, fucking teenagers.
Really? Tell me more.
So,
teenagers are lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is, honestly, the
Oh,
three... Yeah.
Don't say that in public, Ian.
No more.
No, I won't. I won't.
Hey, Rob, it sounds like you need some teenage engineering.
No.
Oh.
I need some of this. Sante.
But remember, Rob, you used to be a teenager.
I can't remember that far back. I genuinely...
Okay.
No, Rob was never a teenager.
Yeah, I remember being chased by a dinosaur.
He was born old. Yeah.
So
awesome.
we've had this problem with the bathroom, and it's leaking. Basically, it's leaking down into the kitchen. So we've not used it for ages. And the landlord's really dragging their heels. Eventually, plumber comes around today and he says, "Yeah, what it is, it's your tiles they're all cracked. Everything's leaking down there." He says, I'll rip all of the stuff out and I'll refill it and reseat it. And of course, when you do, tile around, there's one of these bath shower things.
Yeah.
So when you reseal around the bath, you fill it with water to give it the weight, and so the bath is like this far short of the top of the bath, right? Yeah, the water in the bath, and that's staying in there overnight until everything sets. One of my cats has this odd habit of running into the bathroom and just jumping into the empty bath because it's never full. We never use it because it leaks. And
Tell
it
me
did
film this.
No, I wasn't here. You see, I was out, and my daughter opens the door, and he just shoots through, jumps into the bath, expecting to land on dry bath, and submerges into like 1.5 feet of water, cold water.
They're great videos.
Really cold
Cold water, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
oh dear.
And then they call you and like, what do I do? I'm like, what?
Not doing that again in a hurry.
Teenage
Well,
daughter
do
dries
that
off
again.
cat.
Yeah.
Doesn't dry up the rest of the mess, so I had to
Okay.
But no, other than that, it was a very painless journey to pick up two.
Yeah, because it's amazing how much
women.
water sticks to a cat,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
It's like Nelly. She can actually hold more water than her surface area. I don't know how she does it.
well, there's actually more surface area because of the hair, isn't there? It's
Yeah, but I mean, she's just, I don't know, mate. She increases her body weight by about 2.5 times. She goes out in the rain and she just gets so wet and comes in and thinks it's wonderful. Here, want some water? I like that.
yeah.
No, I didn't actually.
So my grappa is hitting the spot. Finally, I can have a drink after shutting down for work.
Good Lord. Yeah, same here.
Yep. Over-the-counter painkiller.
Oh,
Yeah. Now this one's Amazon. I can't get grappa anywhere apart from Amazon.
really?
None of the off licenses sell it anywhere. I guess you have to be in a sort of significantly Italian area. Which
Yeah, we see this
clearly
now with a
Suffolk
lot of
isn't.
shops only really focus on the stuff that they sell in bulk. Yeah, they, you know,
Well,
they
if they
always
stocked
will
grappa,
sell
they
out.
would sell it in bulk to me.
Do you guys get the Fernet Branca stuff too?
The what? Sorry.
Fernet Branca. Apparently, it's a very popular Italian liqueur. That's for a while it was one of the top sellers in San Francisco, but it's not from here.
Yeah, you see, now Italian and American Italian, two different things.
This is not made here though. It's from Europe.
No, I can't say I have.
It's
UK and Ireland. It's hard to get a lot of kind of specific regional stuff from mainland Europe. There's a drink that I grew up with called Pinot de Charente, and it's not a wine. It's Pinot. It's not Pinot. It's Pinneau, of course. And yeah, yes, sure.
Why wouldn't it be?
But yeah, no, I can't. I can't find it here anywhere, and
Really?
no amount of money would get it here. So I have to actually bring some whenever I go back to France and with the van. I actually bring some over, a year's supply.
Well,
That's a Bruce Cruise.
I used to get it from my dad because when he had the restaurant, he would just buy it and sell it to me wholesale.
Yeah.
That obviously finished a few years ago, and I think it was my wife actually bought me a bottle, just I think it's Julia, which is a fairly sort of average, common grappa brand. And I said, "Where did you get it from?" She said, "Oh, I got it from Amazon." So, and they do this one. It's just gorgeous. You can see the colour of it. Grappa is normally sort of like light urine colour or white. So it's either clear or slightly yellow if it's been aged. This has been like super aged.
That's morning after urine. Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm passing that, I'm going to the doctor straight away.
That's 2 pints of Guinness
So-
urine. That is.
What is grappa? Because I don't think I've ever had it.
It's so technically it's like a brandy. It's a pomade.
Okay.
So you make it so you press the grapes to make the wine, and then you take all of that mush, and then you let it just sit there and age and
ferment,
and what comes off of that is grappa.
You don't waste anything.
No.
I grew up. I grew up in vineyards back home, so like we used to do stuff like that as well. Like in end of September is the harvest. So you'd press all the grapes, that goes into the vats for the wine, but you'd keep all the stuff and actually keep that. The farmers would keep that for themselves and actually ferment that for their own personal use.
I think every wine culture, every wine growing culture around the world does
just that.
But it is an acquired, it's brandy's a little sweeter. This is more bitter. But it's, once you've got a taste for it.
The drink I was talking about before is it's a wine that has been redistilled and mixed and then aged in oak barrels with cognac. Yeah, really sweet. It's like
I think this one is because this has been aged, but it's been aged in some kind of barrel that was used for something else, probably. I don't know, because again, there's different types of grappa depending on the different grapes. So if you get a grappa made from a Barolo grape, so Barolo is the region where I was the wine from the region where I hail from. So if you age that in a Barolo, it gets a very sort of darker colour. Whereas if you age it in something that's a little less, like Prosecco grapes, you can make a nice grappa from those. But obviously that's pretty crystal clear. So,
were you born there then, Rob?
No, and luckily I wasn't registered there either. Because
why is that?
Well, so my dad really didn't sort of go in for the whole tradition thing. Or didn't go all the way into the tradition thing. But his brother, my uncle, did. And when all his children were born, they were registered over here, but the births were registered back in Italy. And mine weren't, and certainly my sisters and brothers weren't. When it came to turning, was it 16 or 17? The Italian government came knocking on my cousin's door. Which armed force do you want to do your 2 years national service in?
Oh yeah, I had that.
Take a pick because you're coming to one. And my cousins are like, "What? But we were born here." Oh, but your births are registered in Italy, so you're coming. And this was when my cousin then said, "Oh," and he genuinely is. He said, "Yeah, I'm gay." In the Italian army, that's a big no-no. So yeah, he managed to get out of it.
Yeah, I had that here. The French government wanted me to do my military service back there, so I said no.
Yeah.
And then it just happened. My boss sent me to work for about just over a year in California. So I went there for about a year and came back to a letter saying, we're pleased to tell you you've been exempted from military obligations.
Pleased.
Yeah.
Well, depending on what city you're in, it could have felt like you're in the military. So.
Yeah, it was great. I was in Santa Monica of all places.
Oh yeah,
that's 2000. It was still okay back then.
Yeah.
And it was great times. When you're 23, and you're giving a company car and a house in Santa Monica.
Oh Jesus!
That sounds wonderful.
What a rough life.
Great times.
I wasn't doing that good at 23. Probably in the mall.
Neither was I.
Not doing that good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great time. I ended up meeting loads of musicians. I ended up meeting a man called Steve Foreman. If you ever look him up, Tambourine Studio, he had the studio in Santa Monica, and he's played on. He was a percussionist. I have one of his drum. That's one of his over there.
Oh, yeah.
But he was sort of my mentor musically, and but I spent so much time with him in his studio. Just met him by accident through Irish music over there. But fabulous musician, and he's now in Scotland. He went bankrupt and decided to leave America, and ended up in Scotland, being working for the orchestra there. Is there a BBC orchestra or something like that? He was involved in that. Tambourine Studio.
Probably.
There is a BBC Scotland orchestra.
Yeah, it must
be. He sort of penned that, that kind of big metal sheet with kind of rubber balls that you rub on it and makes that kind of eerie sound. He invented a lot of sounds back in Hollywood.
Wow.
Very interesting. Steve Foreman, if you get a chance to look him up.
Right, guys, I'm going to say goodnight. And I'm going to also wish you, just in case I might not be there tomorrow night, Rob, we've got family turn. Sorry, mate, but family start to arrive, so it's,
absolutely.
But I'll watch it on catch up if I'm not in the chat. Happy Christmas, everybody.
You too, Ian.
Happy Christmas.
And I'm sure we'll see you in the new year, if not before. So, night, everybody.
Bye, Ian. Have a good one.
See you later. Bye.
See you later. Take care. Yeah, I was a bit. Oh, hang on. It's got to be done.
What a wanker.
There you go.
We missed that earlier.
Yeah.
You see?
Andy was waiting. He just waited and waited.
I thought, please, David Arnold, don't leave before I go, because I can't do that to him. But then I'd be feel obliged to, But thankfully, yeah. When I first went back to Italy, after I heard, I think it was because he's a bit younger than me, but yeah, and I was like, shit. When I go through passport control, are they gonna say, "Oh, you evaded national service"? But no, not a thing. And that's when I realised that it's my cousins were registered, and
you weren't.
No, and I don't think they get any real benefit from it. I think my uncle did it mainly because of citizenship, but you don't need to. You don't need to register your birth because it's all done through blood. So it's bloodline, and as long as you can prove that you're connected to a full-blooded battalion, like me, I could do it. My kids can do it. My wife can't.
Yeah.
So, I will be getting an Italian passport at some point in the very near future, but just purely simply for the fast access through passport control now, because
it's funny. I've been looking at the Irish citizenship for years now at this stage, and I still haven't done it. But I think I got a bit more anxious to do it after Brexit, because I was like, it could happen to any country at some point.
True.
So that's something I need to look into.
Are the Irish, the Republican Irish or Republic of Ireland, are they? Is there a sort of steaming underbelly of Brexitness going on?
The whole Republican Irish thing has sort of died out. Like there's still hardcore, I suppose, areas that. But I mean, when I arrived, it was still there, especially being involved in Irish music to the extent I was confronted with it. But recently, it just feels like it feels like it's like three lads in a shack somewhere just going,
Yeah.
But when I arrived, like 27 years ago now, it was really a mafia. That's the only way to describe it. That's what it was. it had nothing to do with citizenship or anything like that. It was
No.
more running the place. Yeah.
No, I just wondered whether there was an underlying feeling of shall we do what the UK did. But
There is there has been little but it's like it's two Facebook groups with 100 people each, that kind of way, being very vocal about
that's
it.
how it all starts.
Yeah. No, and I think people have realized. Sorry for saying that, but that it's not a good idea.
Fucking shitfest. Yeah.
And there's a reason why sticking together is probably for the better for everybody in the long run. Yeah.
I just noticed your name on there. Not French diffo.
And because there always used to be that thing, wasn't there? Because my family out there, used to say to them, I said, do you want to, reunify with the North? They said, feck no. Don't want it. No, they didn't want to.
Yeah.
The North is very much going, we want to reunite with our, our southern brothers and they were going, no, we don't want you. Thanks.
I don't think it's they don't want to. Well, put it this way, they don't want to reunite. But if the North wanted to come back, they'll be like, okay, fair enough. I think it's more. Sure, we don't care. Like, whatever they want to do, it's fine. At this stage, it's more that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sorry, guys, but you made me thirsty with your talks about grappa, and I realized I'm out of whiskey. And come on,
come on, man!
Especially
you
this
do
time
that.
of year. Come on.
Well, yeah. So I'm gonna wish you a happy Christmas, Rob. Before I go, you have a YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, but I've neglected it horribly.
Oh, okay. Well, because when I thought you were doing a streaming show and wanted to watch it.
Kind of neglect.
No, it's. I haven't put anything on there. I don't think. Oh God, I actually got an email from YouTube a few weeks ago saying, due to the lack of new content you're putting up, we're taking away your monetization status.
Oh.
Not that I ever really heard much from there. All my sort of focus is now on ProSynth Network. It's funny because I'm toying with the idea of uploading something in the next, hopefully in the next few days, which is, I don't want to say what it is because it'll spoil the surprise. Not that it's a massive surprise, but my instant thought was I'll just stick it on my YouTube channel. It's just a piece of audio, but I'll put some pictures to it. And I thought, there's more subscribers on ProSynth Network, and this would be more appealing to them. So I'll probably just stick it on ProSynth Network, and my channel will just sort of dwindle, I think, until such a point where I think it's worth resurrecting. Or
is it a co-owned channel or
what, the ProSynth Network?
Yeah.
One? Well, it's we all have access to it. We've all got the passwords and everything, but it's all done.
You do?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Oh, do I? Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, typically I'm the one that goes in and manages it all.
Sure.
Which is fine, but
I'll take a look then.
I'm not trusted on my own.
I mean, there's some stuff on there about Fairlights if you want to.
Oh yeah,
love
the Fairlight.
There's one of my most popular videos is me talking about sleep apnea, and it's so old that it's really stuttery because it was done on like a horrible webcam. So yeah, there's random shit and there's reviews of software, but from many years ago, but it still gets comments, which is weird.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Okay, guys. So I'm off to the liquor store and
Enjoy
happy
Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah, you too.
And
Happy Christmas.
And you,
I'll
buds.
see you maybe between Christmas and New Year's. Oh. I got the beard a bit.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
Take care.
All right,
See you
buddy.
later.
Look after yourself, mate. Take
Bye-bye.
care.
You all right?
Yeah, Hitsy came in as I was coming out.
Yeah.
I'm still hungry.
We'll go and have something else to eat then.
Cheese on crackers.
She's come home with the munchies.
Oh, what's that tell you?
It tells me that she ate at about 3 p.m. today and hasn't eaten since.
God. As bad
Kent,
as me.
have you had in your workshop recently a guy called Michael Geir? or Michael Gear, French composer, testing out DX1. He sent me a picture of a DX1 that he was testing recently, and there's a man there that suspiciously looks like you, but I'm not sure.
This is probably the other DX1, but that went.
Fair enough.
And somebody bought that.
Send us the picture. I want to see the picture.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll send it to you, Rob.
Unless
Twitter.
it was a video that Richard Lawson had taken.
No, I'm wondering because he
here.
said he got to test one, but I'm wondering if that's his picture or he's just using that as an illustration. And the man could be you, but it could be somebody else, very different. Yeah, got very
were
wide.
they crying?
Beautiful
Please
silver,
take this.
wild
Take this out of
hair
my
and
life.
glasses, looking down.
Oh God, there can't be many of them about.
Surrounded by synthesizers. I don't know many of them, really.
I'm just. So it doesn't look like Kent's gaff.
Fair enough.
Can you put it up?
I can, and
Good
that does.
man.
I guess I could see why that would look like Kent, but the
the
hair is awfully well groomed. For Kent.
I've never been close to Kent, so I don't.
Oh,
Hasn't got that 88 miles an hour kind of look to it.
But actually, let me just. That's interesting. No, that's not. It's not the DX1 that's here because there's a
No,
there's
it's not that
couple
one.
of fucked keys on it for a start, and all the keys on this one are lovely. Let me just send that to. There's a guy who's trying to flog, amongst other things, and Wagyu will probably. I think actually Wagyu does know who this is because I've spoken about him before. It's in Switzerland, and he did have the DX1 up for 150,000. Or was it? Wow. Yeah, I think it was 150,000.
153.
And there was a Fairlight as well that he was trying to flog for similar sorts of stupid money, and he hangs around like the Yamaha and Fairlight Facebook groups, and every now and again he says, "I've got one of these for sale," and then he tells you a story that it's not him that's got it for sale; it's somebody else that's got it for sale, and they bought it off of him.
Oh, okay.
Except all the pictures he posts when he says it's mine and I'm selling it are the same pictures as this other.
Yeah.
There's something fishy, really fishy. I mean, other than the fact they're asking absolutely fucking ridiculous money for Fairlights and DX1s, which I mean, if I know anything about the price of anything, it's those two machines. And there's just no. I mean, and like my colleague Peter in Australia had a quiet dig at him the other day because he posted something about, I've just sold this system to a gentleman in so and so for a fraction of the price of a Swiss CMI, and this is just having a laugh. But it's I mean, there's doing that thing that Richard does, and with all due respect, obviously got a huge amount of respect for Richard, but that putting it, throwing something out there and seeing if something bites, but then. What Richard does is he'll reel it back in and maybe cast a little less ambitiously until somebody does bite. This guy just continuously says, 150, there's only like a handful left of these in the world. I said, bollocks, mate.
You see that in every collector area, like in the arcade world, we see that a lot as well.
Well, in Richard's defence, actually, the price...
No, I'm not having a go at
No, I'm saying, in terms of anybody else that's looking... the price that normally the initial price that it goes out at is his commission, but what the customer wants for it. And he'll let that ride because sometimes people do sort of like want to buy it, yep, I'll buy it, and buy it. And other times, and then after a few months it's not happening.
Yeah.
He goes back to the customer, he goes, well, look, the really, the sensible price to go for is blah, and with the commission on, and then you see it come out at less.
Is it?
But the only trouble with that is that if there's somebody watching, they go, well, I'll wait a bit longer and see if it comes out for less afterwards.
But you do that with anything, don't you? I mean,
Yeah.
I've been watching stuff on eBay for months, and it doesn't sell, and they relist it, and it's still at the same price, and they relist, and they keep doing it. And eventually you'll see that they do knock 20, 30 quid off here, a little bit more there. Then they'll start, they'll put in the buy it now button, or they'll put in the make an offer button. And I mean, I'm looking.
Me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've probably got at least 2 or 3 things on my eBay watch list that have been there for months, and every time they come round, I think I don't want to pay that much for it. I don't think it's worth that much. But eventually, as it won't sell, they will eventually come down, and then you can go in and say, look, here's what I think is a sensible offer, and you start a negotiating process. And that's exactly the same with Richard. If I was to buy anything from him, I would go to him and say, would you accept this? And he would turn around and say, no, I wouldn't accept that. But I know that Richard would probably keep me in mind, and if it didn't sell, he'd probably go back, like you say, go back to the seller and say, look, I've got a guy who's maybe offered me this, and it's a sensible thing. But these other fucking charlatans.
Richard, who?
Richard Lawson.
Okay.
Yeah. Who is RL Music? He's a broker, basically, I guess.
Where it tends to go a bit awry is, when all this is going on, where they're trying to find the right price for this thing over a period of weeks and months, and the bloody thing's here in my kitchen. Go, look, sell it for Christ's sake. I want it out. I want it gone. So I mean that emulator Mark 1 has been here 2 years. So it's been up for sale for 2 years.
There's something that's been happening. Sorry, you can't. No, go ahead. No, it's something that's been happening in the, and I wonder if it's happening in the synth world, in the arcade world, is people with deeper pockets, essentially buying some of the arcade machines that people really wanted, sort of hoarding them, and now they're releasing them for sort of twice, in very good conditions. I'll grant them that, but twice the money that.
Oh, sometimes more than that.
Or
sometimes
more than that. And we're seeing that happening in the arcade world. It's actually worrying a lot of people because they're going, holy crap, how many of these guys are there?
I think there's a PS 3300 that's come out, and it's up for like ridiculous money. All right, they're rare, I get it, but I think it's about 135,000 for what is essentially a string machine with breakouts. And it's a lovely sounding machine and all the rest of it, but 135, and I know for a fact that guy bought that for 20 about 24 months ago.
People don't realise that the synth community, it might, you kind of sit here and think, oh well, you've got people in Ireland and Europe and America and Australia. It is still a very small community.
Super niche.
Oh Christ, yeah.
And I've seen systems go up for sale, particularly Fairlights, where I have a vested interest, and I know that system. I know exactly who had that before. I know how much it was sold for. In fact, I know what's inside it because we supplied him with bits. So we know what this shit is worth. And so then when eventually some chancer comes along, vis-a-vis our friend in Switzerland, and throws something up for 100,000, where we're selling a full Series 3 CMI that has been restored and upgraded, comes with everything you could possibly fit on there that the system will allow you to fit. So a full 32 meg of RAM, SD card drive with 16 gigabytes of capacity, which the original couldn't even dream of. Upgraded voice cards, upgraded router output, so you don't have to have individual cables for each channel. You can just route it. One snake gives you what single input on the CMI and 8 outputs on the other, and all that other stuff that we do. And it's fully checked and restored and working and calibrated, flight cased with all the manuals, all the floppy disks. Not that there's a floppy disk drive in there anymore anyway, but all the original manuals, all the pedals, everything. 16,500, and we think that's a lot of money. And then Matey Boy comes up with a 6-figure sum, and like, fuck off, mate. There's no way. No way on earth that's worth. And we won't up our prices. Oh well, if he's selling for 100,000, we can sell. It's just not going to happen.
I think the first one it really started with, there was a 2,500 for sale on Fiona 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, something like that. And it went over 100 now.
Yeah.
And we were like, fucking what?
But that's all it takes is one person with
once it's sold,
far too much money.
Yeah,
than
mate,
sense.
once it's sold, that's the price.
Yeah. And that's it. And then,
once it goes for that amount, it's got to be at least.
It will, it will come down, but it will take a long while to come down until that point. In maybe a couple of years, you can't keep saying, "Oh well, look, that sold for 100,000." Yeah, but that was 2 years ago, and that was a blip. These blips take a long while to kind of iron out.
Richard used to sell fully restored CS80s with, so it's new Tolex. The front panel has been, we've rubbed it down, we've resprayed and silk screened it. It's got real wood surround instead of the plywood and veneer. MIDI's fitted to it. It's calibrated within an inch of its fucking life. It sounds beautiful, right? And it's complete. And he would put them up for 17.5.
Yeah.
And people were going, that's outrageous. How could they cost that much? With all that work done to them.
Yeah.
Plus trying to get that machine in the first place. And, now it's just, you can't buy one for under 30.
No.
In any condition. I mean, Soundgas one that doesn't even have a lid. Do you know how incredibly difficult that is to transport around with no lid on it?
I know. You should get in touch with them and say, I've got a lid here that's got a number on it that matches the one that's on yours. I think you've got my CS80. Can I have it back, please?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting actually because I think I can't be absolutely accurate on this, but I swear that the first time that article went up, it said restored by Kenswell. Because I seem to remember looking at Fiona going, I didn't restore that, I serviced it. Because if it was restored, I would have done a hell of a lot more to it for a start.
Yeah.
And it did. Since I've seen the ad again, and it's like it says, "Oh, serviced by." Oh, okay, fair dose.
Here's
Ollie, speaking of rare and expensive, have you ever seen a working machine of the game Chiller?
No. Oh, that's not
the arcade game Chiller.
Yeah, Chiller. Yeah. Really,
I know the game. I haven't seen the working machine.
Okay.
Though.
No, that's nothing to do with me, buds. Because there's a Matrix 12 there. It still has its front panel.
And a couple of PPGs.
I just saw that beautiful hair and the glasses. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's too well groomed.
He's certainly kowtowed like I am, but no.
On his knees, bowing before the mighty DX1.
Bow before the great mother of all. Yeah.
But yeah, there's like two dodgy keys on that thing, and
so it might be a legit picture.
Oh, it's
It is the one that was here.
Was it?
It is the other one, yeah.
With the big scratch underneath it, just about underneath the algorithm.
Yeah,
there's a big scratch back there somewhere, I think.
Yeah, and it's got the that G key, slightly.
This one here? Yeah. That was that the one we used to swap the boards?
What, the B key there? Is it?
Yeah, the G. I think there's a G that sits slightly. So it's just stuck.
Yeah,
there's nothing
G
wrong
just
with
there.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So
the B key down, like almost near middle C is a bit.
There's a B key and a D key. That's the G. Sorry.
I think on that one I did some re-veneering. I think one side is ever so slightly darker than the other on the top edge of the end cheeks. Where he's got that in shadow, so it doesn't really notice.
No.
But I think that's the one we used to test your one to find out what the problem was. We should have known.
And we did, yeah.
Yeah. But it's not the only one we used.
No?
No, we also used, what's his name's? Oh, God. Was it Toto's? No.
No, Dire Straits, wasn't it?
Dire Straits one, yeah.
The guy is he composed a few tracks for video games, and I know he's a big synth collector. And so we're in contact a lot. But yeah, no. So I didn't doubt him, but I was wondering whether he'd been at your place and he was getting his stuff fixed by you.
Not that I was,
Obviously not.
not that I'm aware of.
Which
but
surprised
mate,
me because he's in France.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
not-
time, but
yeah.
Brexit just put the final nail in that coffin. Because they used to have people driving over from
course.
all over the place to get bits and pieces done.
Did you ever have a guy called Demir come over from Croatia? He used to do a lot of runs.
Yeah, possibly.
Tall. He's the sort of guy that, if you saw him as next to an important politician, you know that he was Secret Service.
Oh, okay. Would he do a lot of like deliveries
Yeah.
on behalf of other people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom from Chems and yeah.
Yeah.
He drove all the way from Croatia. I think he stopped off somewhere in Holland, then came to me here in Suffolk, picked up a Series 3.
Mm-hmm.
When I helped him load it into the boot, there was a PPG Wave in there and a few other things. And we sat down across the dining room table, had a few of these, and we're just sort of chatting away. He's a really nice guy, really nice. But scary, you want to be nice to him because you kind of think if I wasn't nice to him, he'd probably kill me just by going like that.
Yeah, so they kill him with a pencil.
Yeah, and then he said he was doing a lot of stuff with polyfusion replicas.
Oh,
so
okay.
He'd managed to get templates to like punch the panels and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And he left he said, "Can I leave something here with you that my colleague who's based up in Leicester or something, he's going to come and get it." And I'm like, yeah, can I just check what's inside the box first? It's just kind of, and there it was just like a metal press and some other bits and bobs, templates and bits. And guy didn't show up for like months. I had to really chase him to get it. But then he went down to Brighton to see Tom from the Chemical Brothers, and I think he delivered the PPG to him, or he picked it up from him, and then he's got this big Volvo XC90, and he was just like driving backwards and forwards.
Yeah, no, I remember him.
Yeah, I mean, lovely guy, absolutely lovely guy.
Yeah,
and he's got a big. His studio in Croatia is like the #1 recording studio in Croatia. Like all the hits in Croatia that come from Croatia, probably made in his gaff. But
yeah, it's funny because Tom used to be here all the time. He was forever dropping stuff up. And then he started using. I can't remember who he started using. He started using somebody else anyway. But it was just more convenient for him, which is fine. Yeah. But because he bought me the an Emu modular.
Oh wow!
That used to belong to. Oh God. No, it's gone. But basically, it had been sitting in a barn for donkeys.
Okay. Damn, that's rare.
Yeah, but
I've only seen one in person. It was Michael Boddicker's at Synthplex. So,
well, this one came with the 16-voice CV keyboard.
Wow.
Which I noticed was sitting underneath that. One of them was sitting underneath the 8-voice modular at the synth thingy.
Oh yeah.
That you were videoing, Andy.
Yeah, Synthplex.
Exactly. Yeah, that was the Michael Boddicker's. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that keyboard, it was one of them. And I think it's still here, and it's a 16-voice CV keyboard. Never seen anything like it in your life. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Oh, who dropped out?
Dave.
Oh.
The cat logged him off. So.
Enough of this. Go.
She wants the attention.
Yeah. So, and it's weird. You're staring at the screen, but when one disappears, you go, yeah, but I can't remember who it was that was there. Isn't that weird?
Some of those Eastern lads, there's something scary about them. I find I remember when I was still training judo, and there was this guy Nico that used to come in. He was a chef in a local restaurant, and like we're all black belts there. And this guy comes in to learn. There was something. He was monosyllabic. I know he had good English. He understood everything, but his accent probably hasn't changed in 15 years. And there was something about it that was so icy and scary.
Yeah.
We're trained all our lives in the art. Like we're black belts, and we come with this guy, and suddenly we're going, "Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
Careful."
I work with a bunch of Russian guys. They have a gravitas and a presence that.
Yeah. And
you
like
know,
his technique, no, it wasn't a contest, but there was something like the first entry was like, oh my god, is this guy gonna put out a knife or something?
Some of them went through a lot of shit, so they have like
Oh
the,
yeah.
the equivalent of the 1,000-yard stare kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so, and we never
Like-
quizzed him on his past. Put it this way. Very lovely guy, very nice, and learned
Oh
quickly.
yeah, that'd be super cool. But yeah, you don't want to mess with them. So.
He learned surprisingly quickly too, as well, which was
yeah.
Yes. I'm going to get another drink.
Good
'cause I
God,
fucking
sir.
deserve it, and it's
Might do that
Christmas
too soon.
almost.
Yeah, when's Christmas officially start, really? Because some say it's when you start telling Sellotape to fuck off.
And end of July.
But yeah,
Yeah. For
That was a couple of
some,
weeks ago,
yes.
yeah.
Did you see that? There's a video that went around on was it Twitter? I saw it of an old interview of old. It was British television of old ladies, but saying in their time their mother used to start celebrating Christmas around October or end of August, or like super early, much earlier than nowadays.
Yeah.
And it started with the cake and all the. But it was a much slower start in that sense. But it was
because
Well, it was
to
more
Christmas.
preparation, wasn't it? You used to do the Christmas pudding in August.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
start
Yeah, that was
fermenting
it.
the fruits and that sort of thing.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah.
It was
absolutely.
an old interview. I'll have to find it. But yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, whereas you now just go to Aldi and go and buy one.
That's it.
I noticed recently here that it used to be Halloween, then Thanksgiving, then Christmas, but lately it's been Halloween straight into goddamn Christmas decorations. So
Yeah.
Also, they were probably 30-year-old ladies, and they looked like they were 570.
It was the same thing with fireworks. We used to have the firework night. The fireworks would be on firework night, all right? So 5th of November, and every bugger was out letting off fireworks. But now it starts like a month before, and then carries on, indiscriminately up until almost Christmas. It's just like fireworks every bloody night.
Firework night.
Yeah.
What was that for?
Oh, I think it's traditionally an English holiday. It was when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament but failed, and apparently we celebrate it. I don't know why we're celebrating. It should be a day of fucking mourning. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like
January 6th fireworks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean there is that, isn't there? That whole.
Wow.
hey, speaking of that, what's the reaction when the V for Vendetta movie came out over there? What's
nonchalant, I would say.
yeah?
Yeah.
Because also it's building up that character, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, it had a more modern twist to it, obviously. But
Yeah.
But it was kind of the same thing. It was the rebellion. But yeah, the gunpowder plot didn't work out, unfortunately. They didn't blow up the Houses of Parliament. So, because by God, it could do with a coat of paint, that's for sure. So, because they still got the rat problem, massive rat problem in Houses of Parliament.
Really?
Yeah. Big fuckers.
all that money and they can't fix it, huh?
Yeah, well, they got all that money and they can't fix anything. Anyway.
It's all about priorities, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but it's interesting how the bar is completely subsidised and the restaurant's completely subsidised, and so and that place must cost a fortune to warm. So they're warm. They can drink anything they want, often as they want. They can eat anything they want as often as they want. Their mortgages are subsidised. They can have second homes, which are subsidised. Their cars are subsidised. Their security is subsidised. Everything It's like, we pay for everything, and then they go, "There's no money. Sorry, we can't give it to nurses because they're really not important, are they?"
But it's everywhere. I mean, I remember doing a gig in the equivalent of whatever it's called here. I don't care what it's called, but House of Parliament. It was all the ministers at a big dinner, and we were there just playing Irish music.
Was that like Stormont?
What? In Dublin, whatever.
Yeah, Stormont, isn't it? Something like that.
No.
The equivalent?
Yeah, well, yeah. The equivalent of whatever.
Yeah,
Can't
yeah,
remember.
yeah.
It was so long ago. But so we're just playing there, and they're getting drunker and drunker.
Yeah.
And whatever minister comes to talk to us and enjoy the music and all that, and tells us, "Oh no, yesterday we had this other band, and they're very good as well." And I'm just realizing, oh, they're doing that every night.
Yeah.
That was a Tuesday. So on Monday they had something else to just have that dinner, and so that was every night. Mind you, they ended up inviting us to their sort of private pub over there, and we had free drinks, but it was a very enjoyable night. But I was going, they're doing that every night. That's where our money's going. They're just enjoying restaurants, and free pubs, and paying us with our money, for that gig.
Yeah. But because there was always this thing about, if you wanted to be an MP, they say, you either go in because you become an MP because you want to better yourself. It's a career. Grab as much as you can before you get kicked out. Or you go in there with all the idealism, but you soon have it squeezed out of you.
Yeah.
Either way. So that saying about if you want to be in power, then you're clearly not the person you should be.
Elon Musk, I think that was his recent quote.
Was it? No, he's quoted that from somebody else, because that bloke's never fucking invented anything.
Yeah, he's a living example of bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
The irony of him quoting that.
Yeah, that woman that said it about he's the greatest inventor since Einstein, and all that. Fuck off. So terrible. Yeah. Besides, Einstein didn't invent anything. He didn't invent the universe. Like say, what are you on about?
Well, there was
he's not an inventor. Who are you thinking of?
There was a great public call the other day that was recorded. Elon just gets totally schooled by a bunch of just random people. He doesn't know how to run Twitter. He doesn't know how to run a business.
No.
He's just ridiculous.
No. He gets other people to do it for him.
Yeah.
It's
and
fun.
What's this trading card thing now?
Oh, the Trump trading card thing?
Yeah, he's getting involved in getting dressed up as a fucking astronaut or something.
Yeah.
There was great screenshots of people saying they'd bought it, but they didn't know how to get it. Like, was it going to be posted to their house or whatever, that kind of stuff. And you're going...
They bought it without knowing what the hell it was, yeah.
Like, I do believe they sold out. I genuinely do believe they sold out. It's just people probably didn't realize what they were buying in the first place.
That'd be great if it was it's just a Trump version of those monkey ones. So,
yeah, but you see, I don't think they've invented a meter that can measure accurately the amount of stupidity there is in the world.
It seems to be getting worse too, which is terrible.
I think it's just because it's coming to the fore rather than there's more
obvious,
of it. Yeah. But there again, you see, if you were to take like standard YouTube and just watch lots of fail videos, for instance, it gives a false representation of things. Like, for instance, you watch loads of fail videos and you come to the conclusion that Americans don't know what a red light is, and they can't walk out of their house if there's ice without falling over. Canadians always seem to be getting chased by moose. In Britain, people just like to have sex in the street and are always drunk. French like to have really stupid fights where they flail at each other but miss by fucking miles and fall over. Italy, they're all drinking coffee and just sitting around. You know?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Australia, they're all really driving fast and seeing how many trees they can hit. And that's the impression you would get by just watching YouTube as your source.
You're muted, Rob.
Yeah, just as your source.
I was just going to say, there's this brilliant video I saw the other day. This paraglider, and he's coming into land, and there's a fucking kangaroo on the place where he wants to land. And the kangaroo's like, "Fuck you, mate. This is my fucking landing pad," and punches the paraglider.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, no, I've seen one like that where the bloke's gone up to the kangaroo. He goes, "Come on, in, mate, come on," like that. And the kangaroo's gone, bosh, like that. The fucking bloke's gone with sparko on the floor.
They have a serious attitude, kangaroos.
Oh yeah, do they? They're muscly bastards as well, you know.
They apparently never watched the kangaroo video game, right? So.
Oh dear me. Yeah.
What a country, Australia.
Oh, mate.
I remember.
Everyone wants to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I've got open invites to go over there. You know, as long as I can get on a plane, I've got accommodation. And I was like, first of all, I don't fancy a 23-hour flight.
You'd think if you were on a plane for 23 hours, you'd think that when you arrived, the people would have the fucking decency to at least be speaking a different language, wouldn't you?
Well, quite.
Oh, it's gnarly. I went there when I was 19.
Yeah.
I'd gotten my first summer job, and like a ton of money for me at the time, because I was living at home, obviously. But I remember I went to visit a friend, and probably smoked stuff we shouldn't have been smoking. Walked past a travel agency and arrived at my mum saying, "I'm going to Australia for a month next week." And it was fantastic. I don't remember much of it. I ended up in mad places, but it's a wild. It was like before 2000. I was 19 when I was there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Somewhere in the 90s, and it was sort of still in the making as a country as we know it, and it was just bonkers, utterly bonkers. Even backpacking wasn't. It was just everything was dodgy and just. But still cool. Oh yeah, it was a mad place.
But
everything wants to kill you. You're right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But Fiona's always saying about that people are really, really friendly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I've never met an unfriendly Australian.
Yeah, and they just go, "All right, mate," you know, innit? And it's.
I arrived there with nowhere to stay. Like so you've been on the flight for about 24 hours. At the time I'd close to no English as well, so and I arrived there and nowhere to stay, and people sorted me out. It was wonderful people, at least at the time in my experience. But they were, nothing was a problem ever, but bonkers.
Peter Vogel's wife every now and again will send me a picture. She'll send me a picture of a huntsman that's just in their bathroom, and it's like this.
Yeah, they're big.
And she said, "Here you go, Rob," and I'm like, "And you keep asking me to come and visit." No.
But the thing you got to remember is the big ones aren't the problem.
I don't care. It's big. I don't.
It's
big. It's got more legs than me,
mate.
No.
It's big, and it's not really a problem. It's
I
the
literally have
little
a heart
fuckers. The little redbacks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
the little bastards you got to look out for.
I stayed with people one time, and they were asking me to take their mail out, whenever I'd come back from wherever. So I was there for a few days, so just get the mail when you're coming back. I remember opening the mail and getting the mail, and this spider, she's that size, it's nothing, but she just comes out like you're ready for a fight. Just going fucking
front legs giving it this. Yeah,
I didn't know what it was, so I described it to them and said, there's this kind of red, kind of whatever sign. I'm like, oh, it's a redback, it's really dangerous in their letterbox. But it was like, but I can go like that. It's gone. But everybody was terrified about this redback spider because apparently it's like I didn't know anything. I learned really quickly.
Because one of Fiona's mates from out there is going, "Oh yeah, you get bit by one of them, and after 3 minutes you're bleeding from the eyes. It's really incredible. I tell you, you got to see it." Like, no, I don't want to see it. No, thank you.
Well, dangerous or not, I mean, if you're afraid of creeped out by creepy crawlies, spiders, insects, all that stuff, stay out of the tropics in general. Because everywhere I've gone in the tropics, you're constantly covered with bugs everywhere you go.
Oh, trust me, after a week, I was checking every corner of that bathroom. Like, it's just...
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't ever settle. I just would not settle.
Is that a spider or a face hugger?
I was in Costa Rica in my room every night in this one kind of jungle area we stayed at in a nice place, but, it's bugs everywhere. The room is constantly full of insects. You just can't get them out.
I spent a lot of time in India as well for work, but weekends I was free to go here and there. But I remember going to this place. It was an ashram. I'm not, but they were surfers, and at the time there was like 14 registered surfers in India, and so I wanted to experience surfing in India, and very few people had done it. But I remember landing there, and the room was essentially, it was just a wall, and then there was like little supports for the roof, but essentially there was just a line of open stuff, whatever. Like it was just to get the air in and everything else. So I'd wake up in the morning and it'd be like a lizard or a gecko or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be really cool. And until they tell me, oh no, just be careful because they secrete poison on their back.
Yeah.
And, if it goes into your food, like I was like, where have I landed? And then I realized that we're going surfing. We have to go to tall grass and they just say, stomp your foot because, the cobras will hear you. Like, it's just
Oh Christ!
Even places you think are benign. I mean, I was in Madagascar and we were out snorkeling at this one place, and it's this super long walk because it's really shallow reefs out there, and nobody warned us about razor clams out there. I'm out there without sandals.
Oh, yeah.
My feet are all sliced up.
Oh Christ!
Happened to me.
Yeah.
Happened. Well, not the razor clams, but because we were there surfing. So that's the first day, and I was there for a few days. So after that, I couldn't sleep because every noise is as well is coming through, like it's jungle stuff.
Yeah.
But remember, we have to go through a river, and rivers in India are kind of dirty.
Yeah.
So we have to wait to catch the river to bring us out to the sea. So we're on our surfboards, and it's very shallow, but you can't walk because the stingrays. And I think the guy at this stage has picked up that I'm kind of freaked out about all of that. And he turns to me and said, "You're not afraid." He says, "You're not afraid of crocodiles, are you?" I learned afterwards there's no crocodiles in the area or in India in general. There's a type of crocodile. But at the time, I just freaked out because we're going out surfing and I sliced my foot on the fin of the surfboard at some point. So it's fine. We go back. But now I think there's crocodiles in the place. And we have to go upstream on the river and wait for the river to carry us back to the place. And I'm there just thinking, this crocodiles, they're going to, like, I'm bleeding out of my foot, like, profusely.
Yeah, they have crocodiles and gharials and all kinds of little things like that.
Yeah, they have those kind of very long-nosed...
The gharials, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. But and not in that area.
But they were talking, when they're saying about, I haven't seen any sort of like effect of climate change. When I think it was only about 4 or 5 years ago now when Fiona went back out to Australia, and she decided to go on a trip out to go and see Ayers Rock again because she said I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. But when she was a kid, you were allowed to climb on it, whereas now you're not allowed to go near it. And she's in this 4-wheel drive thing with this guide. With a couple of other people, and they're going out, and they go out to Ayers Rock, and he pulls up and he goes, "Right, everybody get out now. We'll go over." So everybody put their goggles on. And she goes, "What?" He goes, "But you got to wear goggles." She goes, "Why? What possible reason is there to wear goggles?" He goes, "Oh," he said, "it's the flies. They will try to take all the moisture out of your eyes.
Oh, jeez, right.
Because they're so thirsty now. Because there's just no moisture out here at all." And she says they were bouncing off the goggles. Bing, 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 bing.
Did you see that movie, The Proposition?
Like, fucking what?
That movie, The Proposition, you can feel the sweat and the grime and the flies. The sound design is great in that movie. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, somebody's done their research. Haven't they?
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah, there's a reason why I settled happily in Ireland.
Yes.
Yeah. Ireland doesn't really have that shark problem, does it?
Very little.
No. Mind you, I remember when I ordered a pint of lager in a pub in Arklow. Wow. That's when I discovered what silence was.
Well, didn't you see it in the news?
And my cousin goes, "No, it's all right. It's Carmel's boy." Oh, nobody gets on drinking again. Like,
did you see it in the news? Was it last week? A landlord in the Republic was being lambasted for refusing to serve Pepsi or Coke or whatever it was. It says, "You come in here, you drink Guinness. That's why you drink Guinness." And he said, "That's all we serve. If you come in here and ask for a Coke, you'll get told to fuck off."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they reserve the right to refuse service, right? That's,
Of course they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Guinness,
true.
it turns your shit black. Which is
I do
probably
like a
on their
nice
poster now.
It's like liquid bread, right?
I never enjoyed the Guinness. I tried. I
really?
tried. Yeah, all my mates, they're all builders, and they all like
Bit
they're all
malty,
musicians
innit?
and builders, and they all like the Guinness.
Yeah.
And I did try, and I could never enjoy the Guinness. Smithwick's now, I'd have.
Smithwick's is
happily-
good, yeah.
Yeah, happily haven't find a Smithwick's, but
Yeah, well. That's how it
No,
tends
I
to
like
go.
it because it's kind of, it feels just like, it's not like lager that's kind of gassy or real ale.
I'd have
that-
one and savor it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a meal in a glass, practically.
Yeah, but they knock it
Yeah.
back.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, the big boys, yeah.
Yeah.
And they start getting a bit fisty.
How about Jameson? Somebody's asking. Yeah, I'm empty. You'd chew Guinness, yeah.
You know, my brother loves a local Irish pub and around here, and they've specialized in Smithwick's.
Yeah, I like red. I prefer Belgian beers in general. But red beer, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I miss? I miss soda bread. I really, really miss soda. But, you know, the way my nan used to make it. And it's like, Fiona had to go. It's like, "No, don't bother, don't do it again, Kev." It's not happening.
If you like Belgian, you should come to Norwich. Obviously there's quite a connection between the Benelux region and East Anglia because of what were they? I can't remember what they're called. There's religious. It's this typical kind of religious persecution. So they move. Oh, was it the Huguenots?
Something like that. Yeah,
something
I know
like
what you mean. Yeah.
And so there was quite a big Belgian sort of thing here, and there's still a pub here called the Belgian Monk, and you go to the bar and they've got a menu of the beers, and there's nothing under 10%, nothing.
No, I know. Yeah.
And they come in these big goblets.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, that looks pretty inoffensive, and you're halfway through, and you're like, oh,
I know. Yeah, I discovered that not the hard way, the very pleasant way, but over there, my an ex-girlfriend of mine was studying in Bruges, so I went over to visit her quite regularly. But I remember the first time she brought me to this place where they do their own craft beer and triples and all that kind of stuff, and more than that. But I remember after the third beer, going back to the bar to order another one, and suddenly I tried to get up, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Because you had to sit down, you couldn't just stand, and it serve you like a plate of cheese with it, so you have something to nibble on, so you don't realize that you're getting quite drunk because the beer is quite strong. And I remember after the third beer, going back to the bar, and the barman said, "No, actually 3 beers. That's all you can get here."
Wow.
So we weren't told to leave. We could stay, but we weren't getting served anymore. Now, we weren't being rowdy or anything like that, but 3 beers was...
That's it. Yeah,
built-in control.
Yeah.
I went to a bar in Iceland, in Reykjavik, and we'd gone to this restaurant where we'd eaten like a tasting platter of all the local cuisine. So we had puffin, and we had the rotting herring, whatever it was, and there was all sorts of different. He took
the gravlax.
Yeah, gravlax. He took us to this, puffin is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
And so is. No, seriously, it really was. I mean, I'll try anything, me.
It's like saying dolphin is lovely.
I know. Well, the other thing that they served us, it was it minke whale?
Yeah,
it was a whale, and it was like steak. It was like the best steak you've ever had. And the guy that was, I think he was either the maitre d' or he's owner of the restaurant. He was telling us this story about how when he first started out in business, he couldn't tell the difference between these minke whale steaks and beef steaks.
Yeah.
And he was working in the kitchen, and an order comes in for like half a dozen steaks, and he goes to the wrong box and gets the minky stuff, and he serves it, because nobody can tell, because it is really very similar, except when they did a stock take, they were severely down because the minky costs a lot of money. But anyway, so we go to this bar, and they bring over a little tray and these glasses of beer that are not much bigger than this, and I'm like, fucking hell, I'm from a country where we just drink pints of whatever, and they just bring these little things, and the percentage of these things, fucking hell, and it really was. It's just like, and like you said, you don't realise, you just drink it. And it's this is kind of fruity. This is this has some body to it, but you don't realise how much alcohol you're actually consuming, and then you get up and it's like, whoa, fuck, and then you have to walk back to the hotel, which was. That was an event. No, that's another lovely place, Reykjavik. Fucking expensive, but really nice.
Did you go and see the cathedral, concrete cathedral?
No, I think we drove past it. I was staying in the hotel. I forget the name of the big concert hall. It's this big, amazing kind of modern construction by the sea.
Yeah.
Begins with an H. Can't remember that. Anyway, we were staying just around there, and literally just outside our hotel was the very famous hot dog stand that like Clinton and all the famous people go to this weird hot dog stand in the middle of Reykjavik. I would only ever go there on the company ticket because it's really fucking expensive.
Yeah,
lovely.
It is amazingly expensive out there.
Yeah, but what an incredible. I mean, I think until you realise that what you're actually standing on is just volcanic effluent. It's not like here,
It's not land.
It's not land. No. It's just like what got shat out of the sea.
Those opening scenes of Prometheus were shot in Iceland. Those are amazing.
Yeah. I mean, the scenery.
They did a lot of Game of Thrones out there as well.
Yeah. But when you look at like the map of Iceland, all the population. I mean, and there's not much. I mean, there's like 275,000 people in the whole of Iceland.
It's not big.
You've got Reykjavik. There's another city up in the north, or town up in the north, and I think there's one in the south, and everything's on the edge.
Yeah.
Nothing in the middle, because it's all bubbling and spurting and boiling.
Yeah, but you see, that's where all the hotels are. Yeah. That's the thing. You can go out there and you can they do these things. They rent these what essentially is a plastic bubble with a double bed and a shower and everything in it, but the whole thing's clear. And you can spend the night in there for an exorbitant amount of money, but the view is staggering.
Yeah, I heard it's really expensive.
And the other thing,
I'd love to see it, but it's.
So, I noticed that, when, like, if you're in a town or a city, or you're out in like an urban area, and you hear vehicles going by, and you just that noise is so familiar, you don't notice it.
Yeah.
In Iceland, it's different because they're all running. At the bare minimum, snow tyres. Even when it's not snowing, they're running snow tyres because somewhere in Iceland there's snow. Any time of the year.
At any point.
So the road sound is different. In the car, outside the car, that kind of ambient sound. But also, you notice that there's all of these big aluminium pipes, all at just ground level, all running, because you don't heat your water in Iceland.
No.
It all gets heated subterraneanly.
Oh, okay.
You don't heat your water at all. So whenever you turn the taps on, you get hot water straight away. It's fantastic, but there's an odor of sulfur. Yeah. And that's just the thing. But I mean. In a country that must save itself a huge amount of money not having to heat its water, you think they'd like pass those savings on to the fucking customers, but oh no.
Honestly, don't worry, they have other ways to waste money. So,
Well, I mean, they're incredibly. Again, Reykjavik is it's a capital city. It's an international capital city, and it's like you're in a fucking village.
Yeah.
Because all the construction is traditional construction. There's no skyscrapers. There's nothing above 2 or 3 stories high. everything's got corrugated metal roofs and everything's made to these. It's just the most bizarre but incredibly beautiful place. But yeah, take a credit card with a big limit on it.
So much stuff. Nearly everything has to be imported.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot you can grow there.
No.
I mean, was it lamb? I think is quite abundant. They farm lots of lamb. Because everywhere I went, there was always lamb was the the standard offering on the menu. Yeah, but no, fantastic, beautiful place.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd much rather go there than Australia because at least what's going to kill me is avoidable.
Also, it's not 24 hours on the plane.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's true.
It's not that far. I think I can't remember. It's about 3.5 hours. 4
Yeah.
hours.
Well, Australia did sport the second to last blockbusters that was still open in the planet.
True. Yeah. Did you see there was in the news again? Just recently, there's a family. I can't remember where they were, but they had a blockbuster, and they've got an autistic son, and that was his kind of big day out.
Yeah.
Was to go to the blockbuster, and it closed down. So they actually rebuilt the blockbusters inside their house for him, which I thought was fucking amazing. It's just really cool.
Yeah, brilliant.
There's a movie made about the history of blockbusters, and they someone did make one. Custom
there is one
built.
somewhere in America, isn't there?
They made one custom to match the original blockbusters, and stock it just for the old experience of. I love video stores. I used to work in one, and I used to
me too.
Yeah, because I think that the last ever blockbusters that was still open was in Denver. That was the very last. Well, under the management.
They disappeared here a long time ago. Hollywood Video, we had Blockbusters. They all disappeared really quickly.
I used to work for Choices, which was like the UK version of Blockbuster, and we had branches up and down the country, and I managed 3 of them. I think there was 3 in Norwich, but just after I left, they opened a 4th one. But it was Norwich was a very big city, especially in the university areas. Used to do a roaring trade, and as much as I look back on those years and think, God, I was doing 12-hour days and getting paid fuck all money.
Yeah,
there was something about working in a video store.
It's also a social hub too. It's fun.
Exactly. Yeah. It was. There was a huge amount of social interaction.
Yeah, nearly everybody at some point went into Blockbusters,
and you get
in
very
the village or the town. Yeah.
And being younger, I found out where all the parties were. It was great. It was like
so you got very friendly with people, and you get invited places, and you got the opportunity to do some cool things. And, we did some midnight openings for various things, like we did Saving Private Ryan. That wasn't a midnight opening, but we had an army surplus store across the road from us, and they were always very friendly. A community of shops, so we'd all look after each other. So I'd give the guys across the road in a kebab shop a free video. They'd give me a free kebab when 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm coming home pissed. But the army and surplus guys would do is we'd always try and do things together. And when Saving Private Ryan was released on VHS, they organised for a couple of armoured vehicles. We parked them on the car park, and then we got some of the old, they're not veterans, but they dress up and do the whole thing, and they lent us uniforms, and we did all that. I mean, it's just it's silly. And when the Matrix came out, we went to the army surplus stuff, and they gave us some decommissioned M16s or whatever it was, that they'd sell to customers. And black overcoats and Ray-Bans, and we'd all sort of walk around the shop for the day pretending we were Neo or something.
Ken, I put it in the chat. It was in Bend, Oregon.
It was Oregon.
It's a documentary about the last
blockbuster.
You're
right. Yeah. You're right. I don't know where I got bloody Denver from.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Out there.
Yeah.
Over there somewhere.
Oh, we did Titanic. We did the Titanic, didn't we? Titanic midnight opening. That was fucking huge.
I loved the way that our blockbusters always smelt of takeaway. Because people would get their takeaway, then they go into the blockbusters to pick the film to take home with the takeaway. Yeah.
Well, I used to get all the promotional materials, like the posters they didn't want, the 3D
standees,
extruded posters.
Standees.
Like I have a Nightmare on Elm Street 3D extruded poster and a From Beyond one. That was just awesome.
that was a currency for me, because I'd have people come in the store and like, I forget what it was. I think it might have been Godzilla. The Jean-Luc Besson, not the Jean-Luc Besson.
Right, I know what you're talking about.
Who's the French?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I forgot the name.
What did you see, old man? That one.
Yeah,
Matthew Broderick, was it?
Yeah, it was the modern version with the.
No, not the Roland Emmerich one.
Yeah, with the Jamiroquai that did the theme tune, Deeper Underground.
Oh, okay. Because that's the one where it's like a tiny Godzilla. Yeah, it's.
No, this was the big one. It was the big Hollywood one in the 90s.
Yeah, it's more of a. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the what was his name? No, not Depardieu. He was in Leon.
Yeah,
and he was
Leon the.
And Ronin. What was his name?
Yeah, what is his bloody name?
Come on, Wagyu.
You mean the director? You mean Luc Besson?
No,
the French guy in
the
it.
actor.
No, it wasn't Depardieu. No.
No.
What's his fucking name?
Jean Reno, is it?
Yeah,
Jean Reno.
That's it.
Yeah. I knew it was Jean something.
He's a professional.
Yeah, or Leon. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. So anyway, we had this big fuck off Godzilla cutout, standee thing, and this guy comes in, well-to-do, and he said, "Can we have the do you give these things away?" I said, "Well, once the promotion, the film is finished and everything, then we either throw them in the bin or." He said, "Well, can I put my name down?" So yeah, of course. So he said, "What's your name?" And he said, "Philip Brown," and I wrote Philip Brown on the back of the thing. And then he comes in about a month later, and we've got it out the back with his name on. So he takes it away, and he's super grateful for it. And he said, "Thank you ever so much." He said, "Next time you're in the city, come into my store. You can have." He just got a piece of paper, and he wrote like 50 quid, and then signed it, and gave it to me. I thought, you're having me on here, aren't you? And I checked his account, and his name was Philip Brown, and everything. So I went into the store. He had this like exclusive men's fashion store in the middle of Norwich City Centre, and I've got a handwritten £50 voucher. So I went to the till and I said, "Philip gave me." "Oh yes. Choose anything you like, and you can exchange that voucher." And lovely. There wasn't anything in that fucking shop under 100 quid.
Just trying to get you there, yeah.
One sock.
Yeah. So I bought a shirt and paid. It was just crazy. I only wore it about once.
I used to get those standees too. I had a great raw deal Schwarzenegger standee for years in my room.
Yeah.
They're mostly too big to put anywhere, but I had a few of them.
Yeah, nice things to have. But I got loads. I mean, I used to get all the time codes through, which were pre-release. So they would send you a copy of the film to watch, but it had the time code burnt in.
Oh, right, like screeners. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, we call it screeners. It's the same sort of thing. But they became again a currency, particularly within the organisation. As a manager, I got to because I was also on the buying team for the company, so we would have to go to head office like every month, and we'd sit around and we'd discuss how many copies of each film that we would buy in. Which was quite kind of fun, because then you sort of like have to combine your business acumen with your film knowledge and all that kind of stuff. And so I used to get box loads of these time codes, and you used to have to literally sit and watch every single one of them. Oh, what a chore, you think, but it was so fucking boring sometimes, because for every one good film you get 10 straight to video pieces of shit.
Oh, sure.
And you have to watch them, because then you go to the meeting every month and all the big bosses are there, and you have to know what you're talking about.
So be careful what you wish for. If you want to watch all these movies, you got to watch a lot of shit.
Exactly. Yeah. For every Matrix.
Yeah. Thank God for the Hallmark channel.
Exactly. Yeah. For every Matrix, they've got 10 Hallmark videos.
Yeah.
But I used to have a box load of those, and then eventually the film would get released, but there would be people who would rather have the time code video because it's rare.
It's collector.
They're all over peer to peer in the early days.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's in the video game industry for CD stuff, or even for cartridge-based stuff, but there's a whole subgenre of collectors that want the press releases.
Yeah.
So like PS2 CDs would actually be blue print on the front. And there's a whole, and with no manual or anything like that, but there's a whole genre of collectors who really want these.
Yeah, there's. I don't know if it's still available, but there's a PS2. Yeah, it's a there's a PS2 store unit. You know the pieces, big sort of sweeping pieces of plastic with space for a CRT TV, and then that kind of clear perspex box.
Yeah,
with the controllers on those kind of long
display
arms.
units.
The local computer history museum has got one of those, and they're just saying, like, make us an offer and we'll give the money to charity. And I thought, I remember those, because we used to get taken to all these different events. Like Sega would put on events, and we'd go to there, and I remember when they were just before they launched the Dreamcast, and they'd got all of these units, just like it was just like 20 units, all with a Dreamcast on, all with like, I think they only had about 4 titles at launch.
Yeah.
So you had 3 or 4 different. There was there was a Sonic game, I think. Crazy Taxi, I think, was another.
Crazy Taxi. I have the arcade machine here.
Now you're going back.
Ollie put this video up recently of
yeah,
and it's just like it's an arcade machine lover's wet dream, and I'm thinking, this is sort of a video that he's found somewhere and he's just sharing it, and I'm saying, is this, because there was this kind of hint of something that might have been Ollie. Is this yours? He says, yeah. Fuck. So the next time I'm in Ireland, I'm coming to see you.
Sure, no
Have you
worries.
got a Defender?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a version of Narc. Narc was one of my favorites.
Narc.
One of the most violent games ever made.
Yeah. Games like Narc are very easy to have because they're not non-dedicated arcade machines, so it's standard controls and all that, so you can put them in any cabs. But Defender was a very specific sort of cab,
right?
And controls required for it.
Or Tempest. Tempest would be hard to get to, right?
Tempest, yeah.
The game I fell in love with, to the point where I'd wasted my entire wages one night on it, was a game called Space Dungeon, and I never ever saw this game anywhere else again.
Familiar at all with it? It could have been a bootleg of an existing game as well, because that was current practice to actually have replicas of Asteroid or whatever games, but put a different name on it and into a different cab as well.
I've never seen anything like this game again, though. It's most annoying because there was this arcade ROM software on the PC where you could download these old arcade games and run them on the PC. Yeah, the Mayo. And it's not listed. And I downloaded them and played them all, and then not even because I thought it might be rebadged in some way, and it wasn't. I couldn't find it anywhere. I've never seen this bloody thing again.
I don't think I know Space Dungeon.
Yeah.
What was the arcade Sega? Was it Model 1 or Model 2? Back in the early 90s. They had games like Daytona, Virtua Fighter.
Model 2, yeah.
Fighting Vipers and all.
So Model 2 and Model 3 would be the sit-down cabins. I have a pair of these that I'm restoring at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, see, all of those games. When they brought the Saturn out, I was like, that's because the Saturn.
Scud Race.
Yeah, well, I'd got a Mega Drive, and I couldn't afford to buy the Mega CD, although because I was working at Argos at the time, I could play one all the time, but I couldn't afford the Mega CD, and I couldn't afford the 32X thing that went in the top of the Mega Drive that gave you some 32-bit processing. So when they announced that they were doing the Saturn, which was this 32-bit gaming console, and then Sony piped up, and everyone was like, Sony? What the fuck are they doing? They can't make video games. All they can do is hi-fi and Walkmans. Little did we know.
Good God, sir.
And I actually won a Sega Saturn.
Wow.
On the Big Breakfast on Channel 4. Yeah. I was sat at home one day. It was a midweek, and I'm on my day off, and I'm alone in bed, and I've got the big breakfast on, and they're saying, "Oh, you've got this competition." It was one of their silly competitions where they had, it was a big breakfast table, and they had a giant teapot and a giant cereal box, and you had to choose one of these things, and there would be a clue to something or other. So, what's the name of this TV show? And I phoned up and I got through. And they said, right, you're number 3 in the queue. So if the first and the second people don't get it, we'll come to you. If not, we won't. So I'm like, and the first person goes and the clue comes up, and I'm like, it could be EastEnders. I think was that was the answer. And they said, oh, Minder or something stupid.
Yeah.
And then the second
Long
one
live
comes
stupidity.
on. Yeah.
Move on.
And the second one comes on, and they don't get it. And then next thing I know, I'm talking to Gabby Roslin, and she says, "So we've got Rob from Bury St Edmunds here. So what do you want?" I said, "I'll have the teapot, please, Gabby." So they lifted up the teapot, and it was something so fucking obvious. I said, "It's EastEnders," and they said, "Correct. You've won yourself the brand new Sega Saturn." Blah,
Oh,
blah,
wow.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
Wow.
I was just like, "Fuck yes," because there was no way I could have afforded that.
Yeah, it was a few quid, wasn't it?
So yeah, it was $3.99.
Yeah.
Back then, I mean, that was 92. So anyway, they said stay on the line. So I stayed on the line. This woman comes on. She says, "Right, well done, congratulations. Can we just take your address details?" And I said, "Can you send it to my place of work?" No, hang on a sec. Sorry. Hello. What?
You can check out the link I just put in there. Space Dungeon Arcade from Taito. There's a
You're
YouTube
frozen.
video.
You're frozen.
Oh, okay.
Looks pretty wild. Never saw it before.
Oh yeah, is that the same one? Yeah.
Right, let's have a look.
Never seen it before, actually.
Sound is pretty good on it.
Because I was an apprentice, I was on like £17 a week, for a 48-hour week, and this was like 50p a go, and I just fucking blew all my money on it.
It's probably dumped in MAME now. If it's on video on YouTube, somebody's dumped it.
Right.
Because that's most likely a game MAME footage.
There's that new emulator. I don't know if you're into that, Ollie.
I am, yeah. Actually, I love emulators.
There's one way better than MAME. My friend just told me about it. I'm out of the loop because I haven't done it for a while, but it really supports like all the crazy arcade shit, all the sound chips, all the music. And I forgot the name of the damn emulator, but it's
there's the Mr. Project, which is FPGA based.
Yeah. No, it's not Mr. It just runs on your PC or Mac, and it's supposed to be a very good emulator for all kinds of arcade machines.
MAME is pretty good for anything anything 80s, 90s, and before. Like once you get into mid or late 90s, you're starting to get into 3D stuff.
Well, even back to, I don't know, maybe MAME got better, but when I used to use it a lot, it had trouble with certain sound chips and certain revs and stuff. But there's a new thing out there that covers like everything, and I forgot what the hell it's called.
Yeah, a lot of it has been fixed now.
This is it, Andy.
Very, very accurate.
That's it, right?
Yeah, this is it.
Looks
this is the
pretty cool.
cursed thing that made me broke.
It looks pretty cool, actually, yeah. The sound is pretty good
I
on
got
it.
really, really good at this. Because it just got more and more mental. Especially the one with the cross and wall lasers.
That looks white. It's like a berserk in space or something.
Yeah, and you had to go through the little doors to go into the next space room.
The website says it's kind of like Robotron.
Robotron, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant,
Yeah.
There's a pretty good Fairlight emulation in MAME.
I heard about that too. That's funny.
Yeah.
Emulation is great, and I think it's what's saving a lot of these old machines, including probably synths at some point. But I used to love the hardware, and I'm very much about the hardware for arcade. But I think there's nothing wrong with emulation if you want to enjoy the machine and play the machine and have the experience. Because ultimately, about an arcade machine, the experience is the unit. It's the block. It's the controls. It's the monitor. Try to keep the monitor as it is, but whatever hardware it's running on is sort of irrelevant when you're just experiencing the game. And so I've actually put a lot of Raspberry Pi and MAME solution in my machines because I'm sick of repairing them to start with. So I still have the original board, but
I found it's called RetroArch emulator.
RetroArch.
ARCH.
So that's just the front end, and it's actually running MAME in the back.
It is MAME. Okay, so I thought I wasn't sure.
But what's been happening is
wow.
solution is like these. So this is a replacement for an outrun board, and you put it's running here. You put an Arduino for receiving the controls, the analog controls.
Yeah.
It's converted into USB into a Raspberry Pi that runs MAME, and all the connectics is handled as per board. So it's actually really like you just drop it into your existing cab and it just runs exactly the same way. The only difference is you can run multiple games on this.
It's like a Neo Geo. You have a selector kind of thing.
Yeah, and you can actually, there's a button you can press. It's actually mapped to use the dashboard on your existing arcade machine. I have a few of these because I
cool.
was friend with the guy that developed them, so he sent me a few for test. So, and he makes adapters. So this is an adapter for Power Drift, which is another machine I need to restore.
God, is this another rabbit hole I want to go down?
Yes, you do.
Yes, make our cabinets and stuff.
Yeah.
So I've two machines at the moment. Or three machines I need to restore. It's one of those sit-down cabinets, like you were talking about, Robbie. So it's a Scud race. It's like the Sega Rally and Daytona and that kind of stuff. I have a Power Drift, which this is going into, and I remember Chase HQ.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have one of those as well to restore.
But see, when I got my Saturn, I was just like, oh, at last. Because they were talking about, the Saturn having the same sort of board as the Model 2s had in the arcades. But
similar hardware.
Yeah, but I think they just made it so difficult to program that, I think it came with Virtua Fighter, which was fine. Virtua Fighter actually worked, it was pretty much identical to the arcade machine. That was like the first time, I think, that we had identical ports of arcade games, like in the home. Everything else that had been on, if you bought like the Mega Drive version or the SNES version, there were compromises. Yeah. Whereas it felt like this was an arcade machine actually in your home. And then I went out and bought Daytona, which I'd played to fucking death in the arcades, and it was brilliant. And I was reading an article just recently where Daytona still comes in like the top 5 all-time racing arcade games, particularly the 8-unit version where you see 8 people sat down racing. But on the Saturn, it suffered horribly from that whole 3D thing where all of a sudden, there's nothing, and then boom, there's a fucking wall because it's just been
clipping.
Yeah, just terrible.
Well, the thing about a lot of those arcade machines is that the hardware was designed to run that game and just that game, or a handful of games, on that system. Whereas computers, consoles had to be versatile, but that comes at a trade-off of, you have to be able to do
frame rate, wouldn't it?
Exactly, or amount of polygons, and because you want to be able to do 2D and 3D, and these are conflicting kind of pipelines in the And the other thing that the Saturn suffered from is when everybody was trying to go into 3D and render 3D with triangles.
Yeah,
the Saturn insisted, or the designer insisted, that it should be at least rectangles for 3D rendering. So that made things very complicated for actually designing 3D models. And developers just left the platform really quickly. It had a very, very short life. It was a great machine, though.
Yeah, I've still got mine, and I still every now and again, especially actually this time of year, because do you remember Nights into Dreams, the game?
Yes,
it was developed by Sonic Team.
Yeah,
and that was a brilliant game. So every now and again, the game would come out on Saturn, and you'd think, oh, this is it. Somebody they finally learned how to get the best out of this thing, and Nights was one of those games.
Panzer Dragoon
Saga, the big one. Yeah, fuck me, that was great. But they also brought out this version called Christmas Nights, and you could only get it. I remember because we were a retailer at the time, so we had a stack of them, and I accidentally liberated one from the store because Sega would supply you with a stack, and you had to give them away with this, with every console that was sold, every Saturn console that was sold. Unfortunately, we weren't selling many of them, so say one accidentally got liberated from the store, found its way back home. And it's one of those games that you can play 365 days of the year, but on Christmas Day, everything changes.
Really?
So as long as
Wow.
as long as your system clock is accurate on
Yeah.
Christmas
Yeah.
Day,
Battery's still
the
not
music
leaking.
the music changes and you get all these messages and all these.
That's
Rise
really
of the
cool.
Rise
Yeah.
of the Triad did this,
Yeah.
and then
Did
you'd be
it?
running around doing shooting, and everybody got Christmas hats on, and it'd be playing Jingle Bells and stuff like that. And it only did it for the one
Do
day.
you know,
and
there's
then,
one thing that always reminds me of this, and it's, do you know VLC, the video player?
Yeah.
If you've got
They
it
have
on
the
your
hat
system,
thing, yeah.
go and check the icon now, because
Really?
it'll have a Christmas hat and it'll have a little snow around the cone. They always do it every year. Yeah,
That's
very
not
clever.
snow.
Well, yeah, quite. But no, I mean, I still break my Saturn out every now and again because there's some games like Sega Rally. I mean, they did a version on the Dreamcast. Unfortunately, there isn't a version. So there's a Virtua Fighter on the PlayStation 4 and 5. You can play Daytona on the online thing, you know, PS Now. Well, it's not PS Now. It's whatever. But games like Fighting Vipers, which was Fighting Vipers was this really kind of hybrid of Virtua Fighter, and then there was the Fighters Mega Mix on the Saturn, which was all of the Virtua Fighter characters and all of the Fighting Vipers characters, and you could then intermingle not only the characters but also the arenas. So you could have all the Fighting Vipers arenas, which were, you know, like airports and urban, you know, barbed wire cage fight kind of thing, with the traditional Japanese kind of Virtua Fighter stuff. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, Virtua Cop.
Yeah.
Which I've still got the gun for, but you can't use it on an LCD TV.
LCD, no. I had a lad come over yesterday, actually. He'd bought an Atari 2600 for his kid for Christmas because the kid watched Stranger Things and
Stranger Things,
he got mad about
I
everything.
love the Atari.
Yeah. So he thought he'd buy him a 2600 for Christmas and then realized it doesn't have any HDMI ports.
Oh no!
Of course not. So, but it was a friend of a friend. So my friend rang me and said, "Can you help this? You know, what's his option?" I said, "Well, really, there's converters and all that, but if he's not tech savvy, the best option is to get a CRT from a car boot sale."
Yeah.
But there's only so much time until Christmas. So I said, "Look, I'll give him. I have piles of CRTs here." So I said, just send him over and I'll give him a CRT. So he sent me a picture now of the 2600 running. So he's all excited for Christmas now.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's Christmas.
I've got one sitting downstairs with a handful of cartridges. But
one of the things I did for Fiona for Christmas this year, because it's one of the few things she mentioned in passing. I got to make a note of that because she's so difficult to buy for, right? And what she wanted was to be able to play Discworld on her new laptop. All right. I'll go, yeah, okay, I'll see what I can do about that.
That's box.
So first I thought, right, well, I'll try and get the box disc because it got accidentally lost or something between her moving from the old house to here. And so I went on eBay for it, and there was one for 125 quid. I mean, no, probably not. Found a copy of it online, and I've managed to get it to run perfectly in Windows 11.
Shit. Oh, right.
Go for it. So I've got it running Windows 11.
Nice.
But you know what? It's easier to try and get a game from 1982 to run on a bloody... on a new platform that is to try and get a game from 1992 to run on a bloody PC. It's ridiculous.
But the one game on the Saturn that I really want to get oh god, yeah.
It's not Discworld, but it's along the same lines, point and click type of game.
Yeah.
The one game on the Saturn that I really want to try, get at least have emulated, because I've got it on the Saturn, but it's just a pain in the ass to get it all out, is Virtual On Cyber Troopers. Do you remember that one? It's
a mech fighter.
Yeah, it's a mech fighter with Gundams, and in the arcade you have these. It's a bit like was it Tank Command? Where you got the two sticks, and one moves you forward and back, and the other one moves you left and right, and it's this big 3D, virtual mecha kind of fighting game. Crazy fucking. It's just typical crazy Japanese stuff. And they did a version for the Sega Saturn, which is not bad. But you could also buy the controller for it. I could never find it over here. Proper Saturn controller with the proper joysticks. But I'd love to get a version of that work. I think they did a spin-off on the PS4, but they only ever released it in Japan.
There was a mech version on the Windows called Shogo something or other in the late 90s.
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
There's something about dedicated controllers for a game that just makes the game as well.
Yeah.
That's what I get. I try to get for whatever I'm collecting in arcades. I'm trying to get something that can't just be replicated to a PC.
Yeah.
Or not the same experience. So like Outrun has the analog steering wheel and the shaker. Like an Arkanoid, which is a spinner type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Or yeah, and it's like you can get it on MAME, but it's just not the same because it's an analog control.
I've got the Saturn joystick controller, which is it's about this big. It's a huge, heavy metal construction. It's apparently so they said in the blurb. It's it's the same construction as an arcade cabinet, stick with the 3 buttons. But it's a beast of a thing. It's great. I mean, it's great for playing Virtua Fighter and stuff. You
need that weight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That heft.
And the buttons you can pound on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just go on.
Well,
They did a steering
Rob, do you
wheel.
find that you can do Gran Turismo 7 much faster with the steering wheel than you can with the controller?
I don't have a steering wheel.
You don't have
So
the steering wheel?
No, I've always used a controller, and I wouldn't say I'm brilliant, but I'm not too bad with a controller. But I know that if I had a steering wheel, I'd be a million times better.
Yeah, because I tried it. I took
kind of hoping that Father Christmas might.
It was the 917 Porsche 917 round Nuremberg. Did it with a controller, and then when I did it with the steering wheel, did it in like 15 seconds faster.
Are those wheels haptic though? Haptic feedback on the wheels, or is it just?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm hoping that I won't. Mother-in-law is very generous at Christmas because we obviously we do a lot for her. So she always feels obliged, and we're like, no, we don't do this. We do this because you're our fucking mother. But she always feels obliged to give us a nice cash gift at Christmas. So I'm thinking this might be the year. But then the problem is I'm like, okay, this might be the year I get a steering wheel set up, and then somebody will say, oh, but there's a synthesizer.
yeah.
But actually, there isn't anything now that is under $5,000 or something that I kind of.
Well, there's only so much you can buy before it's all like. I would like this, but it's kind of.
You'd
like
get an
something to go
Outrun. You get an Outrun arcade machine for $1,500.
I remember in the 70s, I had a friend whose dad had a fruit machine in his garage, and I thought that was the coolest fucking thing in the world. And I've always harboured a little thing to have. Obviously, what you've got there, mate, is just incredible. But just to have maybe one or two of those sorts of things.
That's how it starts.
I would want Defender, and I would want Star Wars. The sit-in Star Wars, because those were and pole position with the 3 screens, because those are the games that I just literally. I made my parents. I made my mother cry once in Clacton upon Sea.
Have you seen some of the Gran Turismo setups that people have had?
Oh,
yeah,
where the guy's built an entire car in his room.
Yeah.
Then you open the door and get in it and everything. It was like.
I've got a.
I thought I was bad.
I've got a friend. Let's say a friend.
How much room do you have for this as well, though?
Exactly, nothing.
Yeah.
I've got an acquaintance. I'll call him because I haven't spoken to him for ages. But he works at an F1 simulation manufacturer. So the simulations they have these massive curved projection screens.
Yeah.
And you sit in. It's a proper simulator with all the gimbals and everything. And this thing moves and it goes up, and it's like an aircraft simulator. It's amazing. It's what they use. It's what they use in in the business. so to speak. And it's incredible, but I mean, it's tens of thousands of pounds.
Well, even the PlayStation 4 wheels, the top of the range ones, it's $1,000 for the wheel, right? Not the bit, not the old controller bit, just the steering wheel that plugs onto it is $1,000. Then that unit's like £600. Then the frame's like £1,000, and then it's like, oh, but I'm looking at it going, no, stop, walk away, shut this webpage down.
Robbie, I'll send you the video if people want to know what we're talking about.
Okay,
but yeah, space. I mean, for especially, I know you need the space for synthesizers, for arcade machine. The footprint of an arcade machine is something else altogether. Like, and then you were talking about the sit-down versions. I mean, you need so much space for those. You'd fit 3 stand-up machines.
Yeah.
For one sit-down machine,
Yeah.
Oh, how can I get this off?
They have those little dinky replicas too. Are those selling at all? Like the half-size, quarter-size ones? You seen those at all?
No.
What, arcade machines?
Yeah. They actually they debuted some at there's a local thing called.
Yeah. The arcade went up.
That, and there's a better quality one too than that.
Was there?
And I forgot what it's called, but there's a local event they have once a year in Silicon Valley where literally people from all over the world come with everything from mundane to the most rare. They had some games that were never released before at the last one I went to. Our actual arcade games that never made it. And you go through, and it's like going back through time from the most primitive arcade games that are very manual, physical things, all the way up to the most high-end stuff, and some of the crazy Japanese ones with the drums. And my favorite Japanese one is the table flip one. I don't know if you've seen that one, where you get angry and you flip the table and it goes slow motion, and you destroy the whole room. It's like there's a bridezilla, there's an angry father, and it's all about flipping a table at the right time. And the animation is hilarious. Anyway, they had some really crazy stuff in there, and they had a few of those. Revealed a few of those little micro consoles, arcade machines. They're kind of clever and much cheaper, but obviously it's not a nice big showpiece.
Yeah, I'm still amazed and impressed that there's still machines being made, modern machines being made for arcades. I thought that business model died a long time ago, but it's still somewhat hanging on to life.
Another thing that's cool, I forgot to bring up earlier, but you guys talking about emulators. ColecoVision was one of the best things at the time. They made perfect arcade copies of games.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong and Zaxxon, they were awesome. A couple of friends had them, and I was so jealous.
The interesting, we were talking a while back about the MSX, but the ColecoVision was essentially what prompted the MSX in terms of design. And the two machines are very, very similar in architecture and hardware.
Interesting.
Yeah. They actually used that as a basis for the MSX.
So I'm just trying to get this video.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. It's because it's.
I know it's just you've mentioned it a few times. I'm wondering if people know what we're talking about.
Let's see if I can. I don't know if I can do this full screen. I can make that, but then it won't let me. I know what I'll do. He says.
Christmas is saved.
If I do that, and then it's another tab.
Robbie, I still have to send you those brochures. I keep forgetting.
That's
right.
Oh, this is the game here. It's called Chabudai Gaishi. Check this out. This is hilarious. There's a video of it.
There he is. There it is. Right. Let's see.
I could have shared my Twitter and
there we go.
Oh, there
we
go.
Yeah. Right. Okay. You ready?
There we go.
Right. This video is 20 seconds long, but I guarantee you, at the end of the 20 seconds, you'll want your Kleenex. All right. It's just. And this was the giveaways. Like, that looks like Ireland. What's this?
Holy fuck on a stick.
There's a guy who runs a hotel like that in the Midwest where you can stay for the night
God.
and play all of his games.
I forgot to turn the sound off. Here you go.
Yeah, the sound makes it.
You got the sound now. We just fucked. Look at that. Look at that. It's Bomberman. Outrun.
Outrun.
Donkey Kong.
And Turbo Outrun.
Oh, mate. You get me on the outrun, mate. You never get me off it.
That's the one game I'm never setting.
I loved Outrun. When
See that blue shed at the beginning?
Mm.
There's 7 more machines there.
You're my new best friend.
Wow. Yeah, no, you give it about 24 hours, mate, and you'll be getting ding ding.
So I had to ask, how much was your
Sat at the
first
door,
machine?
I
Because they
wonder.
were always expensive when I looked a long time ago.
Sorry, what was the question again?
How much did your first machine cost? Because I've been looking for decades, and they're always crazy money.
My first machine was obviously a few years ago, and I paid what was then full price for it. And it was the Arkanoid machine, which is a conversion from DigDug.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a DigDug cabinet running Arkanoid. And I think I paid €450 for it at the time.
That's cheap.
It
When I
is
was looking,
now.
they were like $3,000 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it is now, but I you know, it's like since, you know, if you started early, you didn't pay the prices that people pay now. And I think that's pretty much the most I paid for a cab, because after that, what happened is it broke 3 days after I got it. So I didn't know anything about electronics at the time. So I sort of have to learn quickly how to repair the board. And then the flyback on the monitor died. So I had to kind of research and learn that. And I sort of taught myself basic digital electronics from that. And then decided to open the channel to document, you know, the repairs, because I couldn't find any information on it. And it's funny. I started making money from the channel, and then being able to afford another machine after that, which was the Galaga and the Outrun, which I imported from the Isle of Man. So that was my my second other machines. And then after that, I got in contact with old operators here that had machines that said, oh, you know, if you want, I have a few machines if you want to come in. So I ended up doing raids, like actually going to arcade warehouses where
Yeah, I've been in a couple of those. They're crazy,
Yeah,
those warehouses.
yeah, and go like, you know, how much do you want for this machine? And go, give me $100 and you're grand. So I ended up just grabbing stuff and parts and then trading things. And so it was a sort of very natural way to fall into the hobby. But I was really lucky. I fell into it quickly or early. And then I opened the channel and documented all the findings and repairs and all that kind of stuff that people started following. So from that, I opened an Etsy shop where I made repro boards for all these machines of stuff. So it just funded the next arcade machine down the line.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So because I have this thing about hobbies, they should pay for themselves. So that's
Never worked for me.
Yeah, but that's what ended up happening. Both the music and the arcade hobby ended up paying for themselves, just because I think I was just lucky, really. But yeah, I never paid full price for any of these arcade machines.
So do you have like you know, like they have those picker guys here go around different communities, look for weird stuff in some warehouse? That's what you're doing, basically.
I've done stuff like that, yeah. And I've ended up befriending operators that still have machines on location, but they've broken down, so I've helped them fix it. And in return for my time, because I don't want to charge them, I get to document it. I get to film the fix and repair, and then
that's cool.
So I get all the information and for myself and whatever. And in return, they go, but do you want parts, or do you want this machine that is broken down and is no use to me? So either I keep it or I trade it for something else. So it's just, it evolved that way. To now I have about 17 arcade machines at home, and and I can get a lot more, but I have no room for them. Yeah. And I'd love a synthesizer, but I can't find anybody.
How often do you have to repair like the basic wheel or stick or button assemblies or whatever? Are they pretty durable after years and years?
They are, yeah, they are. Where like the buttons themselves are so surprisingly durable, but they're so cheap anyway. Whenever
It's
you
just
get
metal
a new machine,
contacts, right? There's
yeah,
not a piezo, whatever.
no, exactly. It's just
Yeah,
it's just a switch.
leaf switch. Yeah,
Well, you get the old one, our leaf switch, that some people really like. I really like
Mm.
them. Some people don't like. They prefer the micro,
Mm.
the clicky ones. But I've, at this stage, I've bags and bags of them. So it's like if I get a new machine, I just quickly test them. If they're slow to respond, I just replace them.
yeah. I have a couple of those old Wecos from my Atari, and they never broke. Those things are they last forever.
Yeah, going forever.
Like for mechanical stuff, the switches are surprisingly durable.
Yeah.
What ends up breaking typically is the monitor, because capacitors. These machines were on the floor 24/7, so the capacitors
And burn in, right? You get burn in.
yeah, burn in on the tube. Tubes are easy to replace still. Capacitors obviously dried or exploded or whatever, and then the TTL logic, especially the Fujitsu stuff.
Do the speakers hold up, or they get all screwed up too?
Yeah, I never had to replace a speaker, but I've heard of people who had to, but yeah, and usually they hold up.
I figure a lot of games have them blasting, and eventually they just blow out the speaker, right? So
Yeah, yeah, I don't know, because very often they come up with amplifiers, and they can only go so like usually the sound system was decently enough designed that it never blew the speakers. What kills those machines is the fact that they're running 24/7.
Yeah.
So it's capacitors, and then even on the boards, just keep drying capacitors stick out TTL.
it's also a testament how amazingly built they were. I mean, just those things are crazy.
Yeah, a lot of it, especially early 90s stuff, was so over-engineered. Before we get into the custom IC area, that sort, even like stuff like Outrun, you look at the wheel design and the shaker and everything, like everything is so over the top engineered that these things never really die. It's just yeah.
Those games like Terminator that had the machine gun that rattled to hell, those must have broken pretty easily, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those. Yeah, but yeah, it's, anything mechanical eventually.
Yeah,
this wear and tear comes in, and just rubbing and friction, and it just wears off. But I find usually these are easy fixes. It's usually the custom ICs is the bane of anything, as you know.
Yeah.
Any Tomb Raider fans in the house?
Yeah. Especially the old ones.
No.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the one that's a PC, right?
800 quid.
For the PC
What?
version.
For a life-size Lara Croft.
There's a
That's-
guy who
that's
actually
with the
made one
extra
that's a
inches,
PC
isn't it?
case. There's a PC inside of one.
No, this is just.
That's just a statue, yeah.
Yeah,
Eight-
this is
800.
Yeah, this is the
No.
This is the Wimbledon one with the extra inches.
This guy
You
was
can't
making
get a
custom.
cosplay for less than that.
This Chinese guy was making custom. He showed the whole process how he sculpted them out of styrofoam and built them up and put PCs inside of them and all these different female characters. And it's beautiful work, but it's for a computer.
Ken, do you know Peter Connolly?
Composer.
Yeah.
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 He's actually Lara.
He did a bunch of Tomb Raider stuff. Yeah.
It's possible.
I bought my DX11 off of him.
Ah.
He was the one that just brought that to my attention. But
Yeah.
he's a nice bloke. Very clever guy.
I'll tell you what, you want to hear super nerd then. At the moment, I haven't been near it for about 8 months now, but I'm very, very slowly building a model of a Nebulan B frigate, bit by bit.
I'm sorry, I'm not that.
Blank
nerdy.
looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Star Wars. It's the medical frigate. You can't get it anywhere. Nobody makes it.
Oh, right.
I think it's a really beautiful ship, so I'm actually building one. That's how fucking nerdy is that?
I wouldn't even know what it was called. I can't even think what it looks like. Hang on.
What's it's the one. It's got a long arm, a lot of engines on the back, and then it goes sort of down. Type in Nebulan B frigate.
Oh,
what's the oldest piece of gear you have?
No,
working piece of gear.
What musical?
Yeah.
Oldest here. No, not working. I'm trying to think. I got a couple of non-workings. 1941, I think, is the oldest thing I got here, but it's not actually working properly. I think probably there is a it's not mine though, but there is a I think it's a 1967 ladder filter for a Moog 3C modular.
Wow.
Yeah, about 1967, that one.
What's that piece from 90? What was it? 40?
Oh, that would be the Hona Multimonica, which was literally if you imagine a harmonica, but you played it with a keyboard and had an electric motor in it. So like the the wind organs. It's like that, but it's actually this reed harmonica, laid flat that you played with the keys. And the top manual was a sawtooth valve synthesizer.
Wow.
From 1941, designed by Harold Bode, more or less. Because apparently during the Second World War, it was very important that people had harmonicas and sawtooth synthesizers in their homes. Because they were being built inside the Messerschmitt factory while they were building the fighter planes.
Wow.
Which is very bizarre. So the Hona organ company must have had close ties with the Nazi party to let that one fly. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting.
Pretty much every German company during that time.
Some of them had no choice, actually.
Well, Japanese too, right? I mean, Mitsubishi was making zeros. So
yeah. Now, that picture, funnily enough, when I was doing more of my research,
one, that is.
Yeah, the only problem with that is the way it sags.
It does, doesn't it?
At the front, kind of dangerously. Yeah, so I'm building her, and my 3D printer is getting a lot of exercise when I am doing it.
Jesus.
So, yeah, only because, and I picked it because I think it's a pretty ship, and you can't get them.
It's an odd design, though, considering there's no worry about aerodynamics and space and all that. It has all that shit in the front, which is weird. You know?
Yeah.
It's very odd.
I don't know why they decided that was going to be a medical ship. When there's guns all over it, like you wouldn't.
Less
believe.
maneuverable, I guess. I don't know.
Don't know, mate.
But so, when you ever watch like any kind of making of Star Wars or read any books, I've got this brilliant coffee table book about ILM, and how they built all of those ships, and they literally just went out and bought airfix kits.
Yeah,
rated model kits. Yeah,
and then just that looks good.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll stick that on. That's
interesting. I've got a, like a stacker box. It's just full of old, aircraft parts and stuff like that we picked up over the years. But there'll be a part where you go, nothing's near that. I'll fashion something on the printer. But it just takes so fucking long. But I
mean, James Cameron cut his teeth at Roger Corman, right? All the low-end crap movies he made, all the sci-fi stuff he worked on.
Yeah.
Same idea, just the bottom of the barrel parts and stuff.
No, he just
beautiful models with
crap movies.
See, the other models I would love to make is I'd like to make a crab logger from Thunderbirds. I'd like to make the Lightning, which was the aircraft from the first episode. And what was the other thing? It was the weird stuff, the stuff that wasn't actually part of the the narrative that run through the show, but all the interesting stuff that came up. And the U.S. Army Walker, that was like, there was no way in hell that could actually ever physically work, but fuck it, go for it. But the Crab Logger was my favourite.
If you go through the Star Wars stuff on Blu-ray and go frame by frame, you'll see the model parts in there. They're just painted and glued, and they don't cover up that well. It's just moving, so you don't see it.
Exactly, yeah. That's very clever.
But then again, if you have like a space sci-fi set and a cheap movie, you would use milk crates for the flooring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grab whatever you can. There's also, I mean, when you're watching like Star Wars, when they board, the Hammerhead, and you can see all the Hoover parts glued to the wall, Hoover attachments and stuff like that. Just spray it silver and stick it on the wall. It works.
But even the guns in Star Wars were all, like the Han Solo's
Mauser
gun
rifle
was a
handgun
Mauser.
thing.
Yeah. And the Stormtrooper rifle was, I can't remember, was that it was modelled off something like a what the bloody hell was it, Sten gun or something
like a Sten, that kind of bulbous.
And all they did was they just took those things which they'd had, there was bucket loads of them from all the World War II movies that they'd been making, and they just stuck other bits on them. They took the telescopic sights off or something and stuck it on a Mauser pistol.
Yeah.
And I remember as a kid, sort of like I was fascinated with the weapons in Star Wars. And 1978, my parents for Christmas 1978 bought me the Stormtrooper rifle. I didn't want Han Solo's gun. I wanted the Stormtrooper rifle because that was that's what Luke Skywalker got. Was using in like at least a third of the movie, and it came in this well, obviously it wasn't that massive, but when I was that small, it was this massive box, and it looked, to all intents and purposes, it looked just like the one on the film. Obviously, it was plastic, and it had the stock that would clip underneath. That you didn't see it much in the film. I don't think there was very few shots in the film of them with the retractable stock, so you could hold it like a rifle and stick it in your shoulder like this. And it had 2 D-sized batteries in it, and the grip had a little button. You had to hold the button in so that when you put your hand on the grip, it would push the button in, and then you'd pull the trigger, and there was a barber's thing, the spiral, but it was black and yellow inside in the barrel, and it would spin. And it would make some sort of noise that didn't sound anything like a laser. But hey, that's what our mouths were for,
Pew pew.
Pew. And when I got that for the Christmas '78, I was just like, that was so made up. And one of my friends got the Han Solo pistol.
Yeah.
Same range. Was it Palitoy? I think in the UK it was Palitoy.
Yes.
That did them.
I think it was.
I actually held a screen accurate one at a show of the blaster, and it was fucking heavy.
Yeah, where was it? Forbidden. I think it was Forbidden Planet. I think they had one, and it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just. And when you see the screen ones, the ones they actually used, they're far more rudimentary looking. They look like old Sten guns with bits of stuff. Like I think the barrel had. It was just like a Sten gun barrel, but it was. Something had been put around it with like holes in and something just to make it look a little bit weird, futuristic.
I wouldn't mind a Aliens plasma rifle.
Oh yeah,
one of them was up for sale from the film, and it was like, what? I could buy a big new car for that.
Yeah,
but
you could buy also the
pretty gun,
movement detector.
Mate.
Yeah, these are cool.
I mean, I still look at these handcrafted lightsaber handles. I mean, that's all they are. But you think, they look amazing. But I'd pay good money, not that sort of money, but I'd pay good money for a episode 4 Stormtrooper rifle.
I have a Christmas memory of getting a present of a Jedi outfit or whatever, lightsaber when I was a kid, and being very, very excited, and then very, very disgusted really quickly when I realized it wasn't really a real Jedi or lightsaber,
yeah.
because it came with a cape. And Jedi's don't have capes.
Brilliant.
Geez, the things you hang on to when you're.
I mean, to be a kid, I mean, I do consider it a great honour to be a kid when Star Wars came out.
Oh my!
You know, to be 8, 9 years old.
My friend was spoiled. Had all the toys.
Yeah, I used to collect the figures. And like because I was a kid, I didn't keep any of the packaging. Of course, all fucking literally it was like you get home, fuck the packaging. That's straight in the bin. I just want the thing out, and I'd have a box load of so many of these figures. I can tell you, my first ever Star Wars figure was Luke Skywalker X-wing fighter outfit. The orange. That was my first ever Star Wars figure, and then I just got loads and loads, and they ended up being put into a box that got passed down to. Well, it got put into storage for a while because my stepbrother, or half brother, sorry, is 16 years younger than me, and he eventually inherited all of that stuff because by the time he was a young kid, or a little bit older maybe, when was he born? He's born 86, so yeah, he would have been about 13 when Phantom Menace hit. So then that's when he got into Star Wars, and then he found this box of old Star Wars figures that his older brother had, and he started to relate to those, and I had Princess Leia in her Bespin outfit, and I had Obi-Wan Kenobi, and because the lightsabers were a piece of coloured plastic that was inset into the arm of the figure with a little protrusion that you just pushed,
and some had double extensions and some were single extensions,
and the rod would come out of the hand, so that was their lightsaber.
The more valuable ones had the double extension.
Yes. Yeah, Scott had one of those.
But my friend had all the vehicles. He had the TIE Fighter, the Millennium Falcon, he had the X-Wing, he had the pod race, the Cloud City pod thingies.
Yeah.
He had like all that shit.
Well, we used to make all of our stuff out of Lego because we couldn't afford to buy the things.
Oh yeah, this kid was spoiled.
My nonna one year, she obviously asked what Robbie wanted for Christmas, and so I think I might, I said, I'd like a TIE Fighter or an X-Wing that you can put the figures in, because they were quite big, because they had to be scaled to the figure sort of thing. And she ended up buying me a TIE Fighter, Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, no less.
It was the only one you could get to start with.
But it wasn't for the figure. It was like an Airfix kit.
Oh, the Revell model.
Yeah, it's probably Revell, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was only about this big.
Smaller,
yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't fit.
You couldn't get the figure in.
Yeah.
I was gutted because I was like like
devastated.
Ollie says, on one hand you're like, oh wow, look, it's Darth Vader's TIE Fighter. On the other hand, I can't fit my fucking figure in. What the fuck? What use is it? To me?
Well, that is the very model that started 40 years of pissing about nerdy bullshit.
Yeah.
You could only buy the Vader model.
Yeah.
Right? I desperately wanted a TIE Fighter.
Yeah.
Or at least 2 TIE Fighters to go with it.
And this TIE Fighter, you could blast the wings off. You push the button, they go flying off.
Well, that didn't come out until much later. All you could ever get was just the Vader one. So we had to buy 2 more Vader ones and then cut them away, not put the angled wings on, and then with balsa and paint and stuff, make the upright wings so we could have normal TIE Fighters.
The other thing that pissed me off, this is ridiculous, so because my nonna, being Italian, she bought this somewhere in Turin and, sent it over. And when I got it, it came in a box and it was, Star Wars branded, but no, it didn't have Star Wars on it. It had Guerra Stellari, which is Star Wars in Italian. And I'm like, it doesn't say Star Wars. It has to be Star Wars. It has to have the word Star Wars.
Yeah, and it has to have the weird S.
Yeah. But it was Guerra Stellari, and I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Whereas I was born in France and grew up in France, so like Guerre des Étoiles was Star Wars for me. So when the first time I saw Star Wars, I was like, "The fuck is that?"
Yeah.
What do you call this?
Yeah.
The only thing I ever had was those little Cylon crafts from Battlestar Galactica and the little Viper things.
I
That's
had
all
a
my
Cylon.
parents got me,
Yeah.
those little things.
I always wanted a
figure.
Cylon base ship.
Oh, those are cool,
Oh. Ooh.
Just funny enough, back in the day, I didn't even. I never wanted like the Millennium Falcon. Nowadays, you'd kill for one, wouldn't you? But
A friend of mine had a
I got
big
half
argument the other day because I realized that he was a Luke Skywalker guy and I was a Han Solo guy.
yeah, you weren't you? You were one or the other.
Yeah,
I was a Luke Skywalker guy.
Yeah.
I was a Vader.
Of
Don't
course you
read
were.
into that what you will.
Yeah.
I still am. He's
no,
the-
but
he's the
I didn't
dude.
even know that was a thing. Like you could be one or the other. But yeah,
You always identified with.
I'm big into the novels so I've read about 30 of the extended universe novels.
No,
And he doesn't want to read them because they're not really about Jedis. They're about everything else.
It's funny because me and my son have these conversations that end up, for me, Star Wars is the films, okay, and obviously in recent years it's the TV shows, things like the novels and the books and the comics and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know you're gonna hate me for this.
The non-canon
for me,
stuff. Yeah.
For me that's just like but like my son is like no, it's canon. That's canon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I don't
yeah.
fucking
No, I'd do
canon.
that,
The
yeah.
canon is episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then maybe the TV shows. That's fucking your comic book shit. Fuck off.
Well,
I'm novels. I'm the animated series.
Oh, no,
even
I
the
don't
ones
get
that
on with
weren't
them.
published.
Yeah.
There are some. Comics to some extent, games. Yeah. If it's got a Star Wars stickers, I'm a sucker for it.
You know, Star Wars Rebels is fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah,
Never watched it.
You should watch it. It's really
amazing.
good.
I don't know if I could.
Clone Wars didn't care for Rebels.
Those are the 3D animated ones, right?
Fantastic.
Yeah,
What about
yeah,
Bad
the
Bunch?
3D
Would you
animated.
rate to Bad
Rebels
Bunch?
is really, really good.
Rebels is brilliant.
What about Bad Bunch? The new
Bad
one?
Batch, yeah.
Oh, Bad
really
Batch,
good.
yeah, sorry.
Oh, the Bad
really
Batch,
good.
yeah.
Good as well.
I remember
Rebels.
reading a Star Wars novel, which was Splinter of the in the Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
I remember reading that, and I go, yeah, okay. And it felt like you'd got a little bit more knowledge about the whole thing,
Yeah,
even though it wasn't the film.
The only Star Wars novels I ever bought were the novels they brought out in 78, 80 and 82. The novelizations of the film.
Yeah,
That were just basically telling the story of the film.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
in the middle you had like 6 coloured gloss pages of stills from the film. They're the only Star Wars novels and I did buy the Han Solo. There was something called there was like 3 books in one. The Han Solo stories or something. And
I have the original Star Wars
I'm
role
sure-
game
Oh yeah.
campaign books and sorry.
Technical
No, I
manuals.
remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have them here.
I kind of lost interest in Darth Vader when Hayden Christensen came along.
Yeah, the hard as well, yeah.
His backstory was just all ruined. Such a whiny little crybaby. He doesn't
Yeah.
like sand because it's rough.
Yeah, it gets everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that part is true, but
And you go, this isn't Vader, is it?
exactly, yeah, little bitch. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got Vader. Yeah, he goes, I will wipe out this planet, but first, I think my
Get the
trousers
sign
are a little too
out of
tight.
my knickers, yeah.
Yeah, my TIE fighter keys are digging into my hip.
But is that a problem of the story, or is that just
I
you
find
guys having pre-filled those stories before?
yeah, very much so.
No, because it doesn't. They try to desperately fill those gaps with bad characterization. You know, when he was
I
a
think-
nobody showing up in episode 4, when it was episode 1, the first one ever, he's just this mysterious, big, kind of hulking guy, scary, menacing, no
But he had to come
bullshit
from
kind of
somewhere,
guy.
didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, just his backstory and the whole thing, like where he made C-3PO, but somehow doesn't know who he is anymore.
Yeah,
And
I think
there's just
Star
all kinds
Wars
of
is
bullshit on there. It doesn't make any sense.
I think Star Wars is best when it's not aware of itself. So when
Yeah.
it doesn't try to explain everything.
Have you seen the
Because it's
2001
nonsense. We
pod
know
in
that
it?
from the start. It's nonsense. It's silly. It's space opera. So why try to make it serious when it
Right.
doesn't?
It's already not science fiction. It's fantasy adventure. So
Yeah.
it's, just
So
keep with that. So
try to explain the force and say you have 5.6 in force. You know, why do you need to do that? Like,
Did
it's
you know
just-
that, Rob? there's a you know the pods from 2001. You know the ones that you get seen and goes outside the ship.
Yeah.
And how one
Yes.
let him back in. It's one of them in episode 1 of Star Wars.
Is there?
Yeah. From the film. In the film.
But there was a lot of that, wasn't there?
Yeah, a lot of that.
Like,
well, there is an Easter egg of R2-D2 in the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie. He flies across the screen in the background.
And there's
Really?
there's a C-3PO and an R2-D2 in, is it the second Indiana Jones? There's sort of like, there's a wall full of like hieroglyphics.
Oh, the
type
carvings,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
And there's a C-3PO, and then, of course there's E.T. in Phantom Menace.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's a few, isn't there? There's a whole delegation of them. Little fuckers get everywhere.
Yeah.
But can't find home.
Lucas Games did that a lot too. Like, there's an episode of I think an Indiana Jones game where you can go down this little thing and see Sam and Max.
Really?
Yeah, they show up in an Indiana Jones game.
Really?
Yeah.
Used to love Sam and Max.
Yeah.
That was great. Yeah.
Do you remember Rebel Assault on the PC?
Yeah.
There was recently a very good Star Wars game on PS4.
Oh yeah, the Battlefronts one.
No, after
the second one.
Well,
But the
Jedi
second
Academy
I-
and Jedi
actually-
Outcast were really good games.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
no,
they were.
I enjoyed
And you-
Battlefront. I enjoyed the single campaign in Battlefront, but there was one after that with you play as a young Jedi. It's very much like Jedi Knight. I forget the name now.
And on the PC version of Jedi Outcast and the other one, if you turn off the no dismemberment thing, and you go into a room full of stormtroopers with force pull and push, and you start throwing lightsabers around, all the body parts get cauterized, go flying everywhere. It's awesome. That's real Star Wars.
Yeah,
Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, it's great.
Throwing your lightsaber around.
Yeah,
I,
Fallen
do you know,
Order.
I still have to say that when I first played the X-Wing like mini game that was in Battlefront, the first Battlefront on PS4, on the VR. You right there, Andy? Mike's gone off. Andy's
Emergency.
dead. Yeah. Somebody called 911. So yeah, and but playing it on the VR, because it's a mini VR game, and you get into an X-wing fighter, and you can look around, and it's all 3D, and you're looking around, and then you press the button, and the canopy closes,
Canopy goes down,
and then next thing you know, you're in formation, it's flying around. And then you go off and fly this mission where you're basically attacking there's a Star Destroyer, and you're flying around the Star Destroyer, and you're just kind of dogfighting with TIE fighters.
Yeah.
That for me was just like the biggest buzz that I'd ever had in a video game since the Star Wars vector graphics cabinet. You know?
Yeah.
And
God, yeah.
Because I think I've said this before, where as a kid, my dad, have a restaurant, and so he'd always have lots of big wine boxes, and I would take those cardboard boxes home, and then cut them and fashion a cockpit of an X-wing, and with my felt, I would go through packets of felt tip pens, drawing buttons and screens and radars and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I would get into these I would have to sort of get in and then pull the one down on my head, and I would be in this box, and or these boxes, and I would be off in another world, flying around in my X-wing fighter. To then, only just a handful of years ago,
later,
to sit down in my front room and put on a headset and actually feel like I'm inside an actual X-wing fighter, where I can look like that, and I can see my wings go like this, and I'm flying around, and I've got the full sense. It's still to this day, it blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
So that's when they brought Squadrons out, which is like a full VR dogfighting. You can play good or bad. It's just incredible. It really is.
Yeah, because I got Squadrons. I was just waiting for this Mark II VR.
Yeah, I mean, it's great in the in the standard one, but
yeah, I know, because Fiona's going. She goes, "Oh, wouldn't you like that? The VR." I said, "Oh, apparently it's a good idea to wait until the second one comes out. Apparently it's going to be a little bit better, less bulky, blah 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 blah."
Yeah,
less cables.
But in the meantime, it's like tapping your foot in the corner, going, "When's this fucking thing coming out?" And
that's the problem with this. The first one, which was it was great. I mean, obviously it's not an Oculus Rift. It's not some of the fancier ones, but the problem is that you've got to have a camera, so that's one extra thing that you've got to plug in. B, you got this bloody great sort of cable that comes out and it gets trodden on and twisted and all sorts of stuff. The worst thing about it is that when you put the thing on, you've got the lenses, so the full screen is 1920 by 1080, but you only get half of that screen per eye. So you're not getting like a proper HD resolution. But the worst thing is that if you're a spectacles wearer, nobody tells you this, but when you put it on, and if you have to wear glasses like I do for that sort of thing, you start abrasing the lens of the VR. So you've got these two round lenses that basically sit here. And
wait, which headset is this?
The VR, PlayStation VR.
Oh, PlayStation. Yeah, okay.
And after, I don't know, a few months or so, because I wear glasses, my son wears glasses, my daughter wears glasses, and my wife wears glasses, there's these little abrasions. You can see them. When you're actually in the game and your vision is focusing beyond, sort of out there, you don't tend to notice it. But there are times when you do. They're kind of just here. And I went online and loads of people complaining about it. But some plucky fucker, using his 3D printer, came up with these literally just little ridges.
Yeah.
It's like this, and they're slightly curved, and you stick them either side of the lenses in the headset.
Just gives you the clearance.
And it just, it buffers.
Yeah.
Gives you that little clearance. If only I'd known about those, beforehand.
Yeah, but you'd think Sony would have thought of that.
You would have thought. And you'd also think that maybe there'd be some replacement parts. But oh no, if you want to replace the lenses, you literally have to replace the whole fucking internals.
Sounds very Apple-like, doesn't it?
Sadly, aftermarket usually has the solutions. So
I have school tomorrow. I'm gone. Good night.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.
Actually, it's nearly 2:00 in the morning, so
yeah, it's true.
Oh,
the mountain because we've got a busy one tomorrow, haven't we, Rob?
We have.
You've got the world and his wife turning up.
Hopefully,
with any luck.
We've had lots of RSVPs, which I was not expecting. Maybe I think I've maybe.
Actually, I did wonder for a while there if old David had come to this show
by
pop
mistake,
in thinking this was the show and not the one tomorrow.
That's funny.
Poor guy.
This isn't how I remember the show. There seems to be a lot more swearing going on. But I like the way he got in the spirit of it.
He's like, this show's filthy. What is going on here?
Yeah. Because I'm joining in.
Oh, just another RSVP. So.
Go on.
Oh, I'm not going to tell people who they are.
Okay.
I want these surprises.
What?
No,
the 4 people still up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't tell them. Tell everybody.
Yeah, we've got. Yeah, there's one or two that I thought, it'd be nice if they did, but they haven't responded. But they might still pop in. I told them they didn't have to respond to the email. So you never know. But yeah, it's going to be it's going to be fun.
Hey, before I forget, have you guys seen Avatar 2 yet?
No, and I don't want to.
No, I'm not going to watch it. No, I'm not going to watch it. Because he should have made Ringworld, not this fucking Avatar bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Ringworld.
basically Halo's a ripoff of Ringworld, right? And they've already made a show out of that, so.
Yeah, but I mean proper. I mean properly make it, proper money, like Avatar got. Because he owns the rights. He's tying the bloody thing up. Nobody else can
The problem
make
if it's too, it won't be accurate if he does it, because he's got to pander, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Proper science fiction won't really get made anymore that I've seen. I mean, the Expanse was pretty good.
Yeah.
But people read the books, said obviously the books are way better, and they waffled on some stuff. So you're never going to get a true anything that's going to please the real hardcore fans, right?
Yeah, I guess not. Mind you, the poor old CG guys have got to figure out how they get a three-legged creature to walk. It's going to be very difficult when you consider what the shape of a puppeteer is.
Yeah.
That's not going to be easy.
Well, the one thing about the original Avatar, at least, that was interesting, is they had to make six-legged creatures, right? The horsies were six-legged thingies.
Mm.
So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Figure those mechanics out.
See, Avatar, like Eurorack, has simply never appealed to me.
It's a visual thing. It's not a good movie story-wise or anything like that. It's a visual thing.
It does look pretty.
I don't
That's
even
always
think.
better.
I mean, I saw the trailers and I looked at it and thought, there's nothing about this that makes me want to see this film.
Mm.
It's just I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. And yeah, my wife watched it. She watched it somewhere. Oh, it's amazing! It's amazing. And I'm like, I can't see it. Certainly in the trailers, I can't see anything that was amazing about that first one. And so therefore, come the second one, I've got whatever. And
Oh, you never saw the first one?
No. I mean, it's on Disney Plus, so I've got a few days off. Maybe I'll watch it.
It was one of those where it's really a theater experience because the IMAX high-end sound and 3D and stuff was really, really impressive. But yeah, it's. I mean, it has valid criticism. It's basically Fern Gully meets Pocahontas meets whatever, and there's not really
You're
a
not
lot of
selling
interesting.
it to me here, Andy. You're not selling.
No,
it
I'm being
to me at
honest
all.
though. I mean, I love the visuals in it, but it's a lame-ass story.
Yeah.
So you know.
And Cameron can be quite guilty of that, can't he?
Totally. Yeah.
Of making a film about special effects before he makes a film about it. And then again, he does other things that are just absolutely brilliant. But
yeah,
it really doesn't appeal. I don't know. I say maybe I'll watch it and I'll come on here in a couple of weeks' time and go, fucking Avatar, what the hell? It was amazing.
Well, see, I see the same thing about the Transformers movies that are god awful.
Again, no desire
Not set
to
to
watch
get any
that.
better either.
Yeah,
from what I
No
see.
desire. I mean, yeah, I was in my 20s when Transformers were, well, no, maybe a bit younger, but I wasn't. Transformers wasn't a thing for me. I think if you
me either. Yes,
if you were born in the 80s, then probably was. But for me, I was grown up. Or so.
Well, just like He-Man, they were literally toys made first, and then the cartoon. It was all big sales thing. It wasn't even about a story. Yeah.
No, exactly.
And Michael Bay's really good at more bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Next it'd be Josie and the Pussycats, I suppose. But
yeah.
That'll be the next big blockbuster. No, I saw the John Wick 4. I mean, I'll have a bit of that, thanks.
Oh yeah. Again, see, there was a film that John Wick. I thought, oh yeah, and then my son said, "Oh, can we watch John Wick?" All right, we'll watch it. And yet, you know what? It's not.
It was
deep.
all the under stuff.
Yeah, but it's not a deep film.
No,
You don't have to think
No, it's
about
fun,
it.
just violence. Yeah,
it's fun. It's kind of, in a way, it's kind of comic book violence. It's that that's just insane and would never ever happen.
It
ever.
does come. Didn't it come from a comic book?
Yeah, probably does. Yeah,
I think it does.
I
doesn't
thought,
it?
obviously, McShane. He's always good value for money, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he always plays that sort of character quite well. But yeah, it was.
And Keanu doing a whole new character.
Yeah.
Well,
it's Neo,
Sid,
but
dog.
yeah.
Look, at least he found his niche, right? He knows exactly where to go, what to do.
Yeah.
Don't try to act.
Yeah,
Just
he
do your
does-
thing.
Does what he does, and he does it. Although, you know, I mean, I could watch. I mean, the amount of Keanu Reeves films I could happily sit through. Like every time Point Break comes on the TV, whatever time of the day it is, yeah. If I was to go downstairs right now and Point Break was on, I would be there until the very end.
I would too, but only because it's just a train wreck and you have to watch it. You know.
It's a brilliant film. It's
I love
absolutely
Catherine Bigelow, but it's just a
awesome
really
film.
dopey movie.
Whoa, dude.
Oh, I love that film.
Well,
Loved
I think
everything
it's
about that film.
tomorrow.
Watch Near Dark. That's a better movie that she made. That's an awesome vampire movie.
Tomorrow we're doing a bit of None Shall Pass. Tomorrow.
I love that.
I have been informed, which is great. I don't know. I may have watched them films. Although she
I watch
wants
the
to watch them
extended
back
one
to
all the
back.
time. They're great.
Yeah,
They're just
yeah,
so
the
great.
extended and all back to back, and I'm going.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a show tomorrow. I just go, yeah, you can have a break to do your show. Oh, thanks, darling.
One of my friends, his girlfriend, always has those on loop. Like they're constantly watching them in the
Oh,
background.
wow.
Yes.
So,
Well-
I like them, but I wouldn't watch them over and over and over.
I
again.
wouldn't either. I do love them, but I won't watch them.
Over and over, no. But
Yeah.
I haven't seen them since last Christmas. So there you go. They're becoming Christmas movies. I've got a very weird, eclectic collection of Christmas movies, which is Die Hard, Aliens, and Lord of the Rings as well now.
Hey, there are several Christmases I watch Al Pacino's Scarface. I love that movie.
Oh yeah, it's a great film. No, I will almost certainly put Die Hard on, especially if I've got it streaming on 4K.
Got to have Die Hard on.
Absolutely. And Edward Scissorhands, I always like watching that at Christmas.
Interesting.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Actually, Black Christmas is a great movie if you haven't seen that. 1974.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Very good. So by the guy, I mean, it doesn't sound great when I mention what else he's made, but he's famous for Porky's, and he's
right.
famous for oh shit, what's the other one he did? It was actually a good movie. Drawing a blank on it now. God damn it!
Again, Andy's not selling it.
I know, but no,
this one was actually a good movie.
No, it was because it's considered it's kind of a creepy kind of a Christmas slasher movie. It's like a prototype slasher movie before Halloween.
Oh, okay.
But not the first one, and it's not super in your face gory. It's just kind of it has a lot of famous people in it too. It's has Cara Delevingne from 2001 in it, and Margot Kidder, and much other.
Like Margot Kidder.
Yeah, there you go. There's a good reason to watch it. But it's just fun and it's unusual and it's it's Christmassy, even though it's about murder. So.
Well,
I
Christmas can be about murder too.
I saw
Yes.
a meme somewhere that was saying everyone's banging on about whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie or not, and then there's basically this freeze frame from Rambo, and there's a scene in Rambo in the office, and it does take place at around Christmas. There's a Christmas tree in the police department office,
Yeah.
and they said this was the first Christmas action blockbuster. And I was like, oh yeah, I suppose it was really.
Yeah, technically speaking.
So there you go. Rambo is a Christmas movie.
Although when you consider, that Die Hard starts off with a Christmas song for the soundtrack.
Yeah.
The whole thing is about Christmas. It's all about.
He's there
Christmas.
because
of
Christmas.
Christmas. They're having a Christmas party.
I must admit, I do like the second one as well.
Oh yeah, the second one's great.
Got to watch the second one because
And the third
I watched
one's
the
not
first one, then I go,
awful.
yeah, watch the third one as well.
Yeah.
The fourth one's woke, but it's not like the other. Sorry, obviously.
No, the third one was good because of Samuel L. Jackson. It wasn't great because of who's the English guy in that? Jeremy. No. Who's the English guy? Who's the baddie in 3? I can see him in my head.
Oh, with the guy had the lock safety on the gun. What was it? Eating an apple or something. Is that the right film?
He's in English. Jeremy Irons, thank you.
Jeremy Irons,
Thank
yes.
you.
Oh, and the second one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he spoilt it for me. because he
Really?
he was overplayed.
Bad German accent, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what
Alan
spoiled
Rickman was
the
far
fourth one for me was Mr. Oliphant knocking an Alienware laptop onto the floor. You can't do that to an Alienware laptop.
I can't even
Oh.
remember what happens in the fourth one. I've
It's
seen
surveillance in it and blah blah blah.
But no, the first two definitely are
Oh, the
absolutely
first
brilliant.
two, yeah.
And then the third one was good, but not quite the same as the first two.
Sam Jackson's always fun, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he makes it. He makes it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
There are a couple of action movies I can think of that were Christmas, but I already forgot them, so my brain's fried today. It is a loose category if you want to just say, well, there's a Christmas tree in there and there's this and that. You
Well,
can
this
say,
is it. I'm convinced that somewhere on the Nostromo there is a Christmas tree. It just hasn't got it out yet.
It's behind the scenes.
So it's a Christmas movie.
See, it's like Sound of Music. I still categorise that as a war film.
Yeah, and technically the Nazis win because they have to
Ex-
leave.
Well, exactly.
And
But
they
it's
lose
a
the
war
house.
film.
Yeah. In
That's
fact,
another one I'll probably watch.
I think along that line, I think I'd rather watch The Producers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
Even that remake was really good. With old
Nathan Lane.
Will Ferrell played. Will Ferrell played the playwright. With
I didn't see that.
Oh, it's hilarious because of oh Christ Almighty, what's his bloody name, Rob? Nathan Lane.
Yeah, Nathan Lane. Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick.
Yes.
They were doing it live for a while, right? Weren't they doing the stage play of it?
Yeah, I assume so. Yeah, I mean, and this was the film version, but they were really.
Yeah, I remember
it
that.
was really good. It was really good. Well, particularly Nathan Lane.
Yeah, maybe I'll stick some John Hughes films on.
Oh.
I love John Hughes films.
Yeah, they're great.
I bought the.
That's the thing. There's so much now.
Yeah.
Because you get older, there's more stuff that you covet.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
bought
so
all,
there's
like,
so much stuff to watch.
I bought most of the John Hughes stuff on DVD over the years. Now I need to go out and buy it on Blu-ray or just stream the fucking thing. But I bought the. There's never been like a definitive. Certainly for a lot of the films, there was never a definitive soundtrack album because it was obviously a lot of John Hughes stuff was using just songs.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there wasn't an original score per se. It was just like John Hughes sat down with this other guy and curated, just literally, got pop songs, Wang Chung, Smiths, whoever else it might have been. But there's just a couple of months ago there was a compilation released called Life Moves Pretty Fast, and it's like a 4-disc compilation of literally pretty much most of all of the songs that were featured on John Hughes films. So 16 Candles, Some Kind of Wonderful.
That's something to get a lot of that clearance. That's a lot of clearance.
Yeah, it's they've done it really well. As it comes with a big book and everything, and it's really cool. But yeah, those John. I mean, I could sit and watch. I mean, the thing is, you watch like Pretty in Pink, and Some Kind of Wonderful, and maybe to a point, 16 Candles, and they're all essentially the same film.
Yeah.
The story's it's boy rejects girl, boy falls for another girl who's different, comes with a different side of the tracks.
There's some nerds and weird people here and there.
They're all
some racial comments and.
yeah. For me, Pretty in Pink is great because Molly Ringwald is hot as fuck. But more so, Some Kind of Wonderful is, in my opinion, a better movie, and also Mary Stuart Masterson is even hotter.
So I used to work with a lady who's a hybrid of Mary Stuart Masterson and Leah Thompson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Leah Thompson. God, she was cute.
Yeah, Fiona's into musicals and black and white gangster films.
Okay. So she likes Bugsy Malone.
colour.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but it's a musical. It's a gangster film.
No, she'll be sitting down there and she'll be watching some. You know, there's sort of films where the sound on the soundtrack when they slam the door, it just makes the most ridiculous noise. You get
You must love Public
so
Enemy, right?
old.
That's a great one.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Top of the world, ma.
Yeah. Them and all sorts of Basil Rathbones as well. She's all the Sherlock Holmes and stuff like that. God's sake, when. Since when was Sherlock Holmes driving around in a 1947 Buick, for Christ's sake? What's going on there? And you go, we must go to London, and automatically fog.
Yeah, that was London.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, well, I mean, it was technically correct, but except it wasn't fog.
It was smog. Yeah,
it was fucking soot, isn't it?
Anyway,
Best makes me wonder why they need this U-lease. When was the last time you saw fog in London?
Oh yeah,
in old London town.
Oh, that's insane.
Evening, governor.
So the weather is never really quite foggy, huh?
No, unless it's normally fog.
This is just regular fog.
Yeah.
No, if there's any form of real annoying pollution in London, it's light.
Oh yeah.
Light pollution from London is off the charts.
Well, this whole area too.
I can only see Venus in the sky at night.
This whole area too. San Jose and San Francisco, it's a fucking mess.
Yeah.
That's why Mount Hamilton, right nearby, which they've done research for over 100 years up there, is basically a touristy thing now. They're not doing any serious thing up there anymore.
But where Fiona's family live in Australia, they go, oh yeah, you look it up in the sky and you can see the entire southern, the western spiral arm of the galaxy.
Oh, I go to Yosemite. I get lost. I know the sky really well, but I still get lost every time I go up there.
It's madness. It really is.
It's so dark in Yosemite. There's zero light pollution. Clouds are actually black.
Yeah.
And when you put your hand out and the Milky Way is pretty high up in the sky, you can cast a shadow of your hand with starlight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whereas here the clouds are yellow because we've got all those.
Yeah. Yellow or kind of orangey. Yeah, the orangey.
Yeah,
color
yellowy orange.
The sodium vapor
lights.
and the mercury lights and
And it's a big dome of light you see on the horizon.
Yeah.
And it just blanks out everything.
Yeah, it's
in my lifetime, because before it used to be so dark here when I was a kid, and you could see all the stars. It was brilliant. And you could just only vaguely make out with the spiral arm.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you could certainly living where I did, you could see the Milky Way.
Yeah.
You could actually, it was quite clear. You could see it now.
Do you know what? We can't even see the plough now.
Really?
Yeah, the last visible star of the plough's gone. Can't see it. Since they built the housing estate out the back, so now it's gone. Can't see it. It's just the extra few street lights that just tip the balance. So only Venus is visible. So shocking, isn't it?
It is. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow, or should I say later today?
Later on.
And we should have
this evening
fun Christmas time.
Yeah.
I shall have a drink, I think. I might have a beer.
I might not.
Is there going to be a guest?
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Could say.
Could say, yes. Guest or two, or three, or four, or five, or six.
Not just Chai showing up and yelling at everybody.
But he'd be welcome to if he wanted to.
No, it's always fun. But...
Yeah.
Should
be interesting.
Fun. Should be fun.
Right.
Good times.
Absolutely.
All right, gents. Lovely to talk. See you.
Thanks, indeed, guys. As always. Take care.
Take it easy. Yeah. Have fun. Sleep well.
Catch up with you all tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
See you later.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye.